Right. All right. These dang on boxes going. Let's get the boxes going, get the tabs going, get the shit going, get everything going. Ooh, baby, smile, go, babe. I'm gonna love you better. What the freak? I'm gonna love you better. And my baby in the building.
Baby love.
Right. Right.
Oh.
Baby love. All I need
Hello,
is your
Mr. Kevin. I haven't seen you in a
hey.
while.
In a while, wow, that's a fact.
Hmm. Am I
How are
echoing?
you, Miss Rachel? Is you?
Am
Let me
I?
turn my headset down again. It
It
probably
might
be
be
me in my
me,
head.
because
No, it'd be me every time because y'all know you
what
know
up,
that.
Mr. If your
Do you hear
feelings?
it
Um,
a little bit?
uh, it's better. I mean, no, it's still echoing, but I think it's me though.
Hold on, let me see. Let me mute it and then try it.
Me what? Oh yeah, it's better.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah, it's me. Then.
I ain't gonna lie though. I'm starting to
Yeah.
feel Candace Owens.
You say you get her?
I mean, I always got I
Yeah.
understood a lot of her
Yeah.
points, but I understand why she's so um what would you call it? Stern.
Yeah.
Like yeah, in this type of world, I can get why she doesn't have time for the coddling and the BS.
Yeah. I can see that for
But I
sure.
don't agree with like all,
No, I don't
everything.
think none
But
of them. I agree with everything they say.
right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey
but I can get the
Fifi.
stance. They got the same stance though. Now I'm thinking about it, it's more of like just get out this victim mentality.
Mhm.
Uh, in reality, or what they view as reality. You know, that's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
the only criticism that I have is that I don't see them talking about YT, like criticizing YT America. That's
Yeah.
the criticism that I have. It's kind of like um yeah, they may know that it's
Mm.
more it'll gain more traction to talk about
I can
Black
see that. I
America.
can see that. I think
Mhm.
and well, I don't know about Candace, but I know I learned more about why Charlie Kirk like that because he actually he has a company for black people. He got a
Black
black leadership thing. He like the only white guy really that's in there, really, that I noticed. And then he got the rest of like other black leaders that's in there. But he like the owner of the group or whatever. So he basically helping out a lot of black homes or black people and stuff. So his stuff is probably kind of based around, black to help black people because of, the stuff that the mindsets and all that stuff or whatever. It's no different from any other how the presidents and all them they just be trying to find some way to help black people, I guess, because they the main ones that be crying. Really, if you look on social media.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Cece, you quiet
Well,
over
I,
there?
I just know that to other people that came over here like a creeped up here like it was a she was a
Yeah, I was messing with my game. I bought me a controller and I was trying to figure out why the heck it wasn't working, but
what
then I
you
was
be
trying to
playing.
listen to
These gamers.
There you go. You
Smite.
know.
Mhm.
I was trying to get back in. My husband's like, you ain't played Smite in a while. So I was like, yeah, you're right. They got the
Smart.
new character Smite too. They
Y'all gonna get that
transferred
on
into
Borderlands?
my husband, yeah, he got it already.
Yeah, that's a
Him
good little
and my
multiplayer
son
game
both.
y'all can play.
Yeah, I just don't be they I don't know. I
My
just
friend
can't.
just bought it for me.
grinding and all that stuff. I
I
just
was
What?
supposed to buy it for you. If only you told
No, you ain't buying
me.
nothing else. Nah, don't think about nothing. You gave me way more than enough.
you gotta stay ahead of the game, Miss Richard. You gotta know what's
I was
coming
trying to
out
remember. I
like
know he
Christmas
told
time.
he was talking. He was like, yeah, I want to get one of this game. But like when he was talking, I was probably
Okay.
scrolling, but I remember he had said it. But I just
Mhm.
didn't want to ask him again because I wanted
Right?
it
You
to
want
be
to
a
be a surprise.
surprise.
Yeah, I hate
Yeah.
that. I'd be like, I would try to sneak that in there, like, but what game was that you was talking about? He was like, why? I was like,
Yeah.
And I
Gotta
tried.
realize some of us is wires. We gotta ask why something is up.
Yeah, he caught me slipping. I tried to get him some. I was trying to figure out if he might need some, technical gear for
Right, there was so
podcasting.
many things. I
Are
was
we
like, why is
talking
she
about?
asking me so many questions? I said
Right now, we're
something up,
tapping,
man.
Masked.
You said right now we doing what?
We're tapping to 5K.
Mhm.
Tapping to 5K.
Yes, sir. Then we
Before we
gonna
get
get on
the
this topic right
conversation
now.
started.
Mhm.
Oh, you just came on.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Them
Get the
Dang,
crickets
he
is
shares
got
going.
cricket,
Y'all
crickets.
can get.
boy.
Is that crickets? He must be in the south somewhere.
They are hollering for that rain, ain't it? That's what they used to say. Crickets hollering for rain.
I want to know if you
Um,
made your goal.
how do you know? It's up top by his profile picture. It'll tell you how many
Likes.
likes.
Oh yeah, it's like 24K, right?
2.4, yeah.
Yeah,
Trying to get
25K.
to about 5K before we start this topic.
Are you
And if y'all
tapping?
can get these shares going, right? I don't
I
even see his
was, but
name popped up. We see you.
Wait,
I
are
see
you
you.
new to TikTok, Masked?
not new, but I'm not like
On there a
equipped to
lot?
like. Yeah,
Okay, don't worry. We gonna teach you a little thing.
Right.
You take two little fingers and then you just tap that little screen right there. You'll see little hearts pop up, and
I
then you
see them
keep.
coming up already.
Are you the one that's helping them go up?
Nah,
Nick.
He said, as long as I see it, I ain't doing nothing.
He said no.
am I not participating? I don't know what's really going on then.
Wait, do you
It
okay?
ain't your voice making it go.
When you tap when you use your fingers and you tap the pic like tap Candace Owens' nose, right? There should be little hearts that pop up. Do you
Nah.
see, you don't see
It
them?
says send a gift to reactivate your
Oh, you
rewards.
holding it. Yeah, you holding the thing down. Yeah. You just want to tap fast. You don't want to hold it. Just keep tapping fast.
Tap fast.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
There you
Ah!
go. There you go. Broke his tap genity.
Yo, we
Broke
broke
his
his
tap
I'm about
genity.
to do this for a long
virginity.
time, but I'm liven it up.
Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead.
that's all
Crack.
that
Yeah, I'm gonna do
matters,
this. I'm
He
gonna do
got
man.
this.
his.
This is
He
nothing.
cracked his. He cracked his tap genity. Now let's
Ain't
go.
nothing.
Don't be out here. Don't be
Bruh,
out
read that
here
whole line, though.
Don't
tapping
be
everything
falling in
around here.
love. Don't fall in love.
Right. He gonna get addicted to it after that.
Don't be scared of it.
Just be aware of it, right? Don't pass out. You might
Don't
pass
pass
out.
out. Yo.
So why
Oh,
do
Okay.
y'all
y'all
know in a
told me?
matter of seconds,
Why
this
would y'all
stuff on the
tell me to
fly.
do this if it's not healthy?
It is what
Just
if
you
it's
don't
not
want to do it
help?
everywhere. You want to find the right ones that you
Think their
committed
muscles are
to.
working. That's really
Nah,
good.
hell no.
Keeps you from
Y'all all
having
black, right?
arthritis.
Are
Yeah.
we all black?
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
What
No.
does
No.
that matter?
Yeah,
Don't. Hey,
cause
hey,
Oh
you can't
man,
No.
why does that
for
matter?
May.
I
I
both
ain't
got
gonna just
colored.
be. I ain't gonna waste my little thumb
Oh, you don't
energy
tap for the
on.
white man.
Nah.
Mm.
Oh my god. Okay, I see where this is
Well,
going.
motherfucker, you're in the
I'm sorry, that made me laugh. That's
got your
all.
Oh,
ass. Go back to working like I told
Oh
you,
God.
like I used to do back in the days.
boy, you gotta add
Now
the
you right
boy,
where we want you right
boy.
Right, boy. Right, that's they word.
Yo,
Boy.
I like
God
this.
darn. God darn.
Yo,
Darn,
hilarious.
darn, darn, darn. Alright.
Yo, we
Yeah,
laughing now.
we are all chocolate gods and goddesses in her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, on TikTok, we all fam.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Well, some of us I don't like some of these other
And well,
Brother.
other
until we
colors.
But
start this
why?
dag
Why won't
nagging
you like? Why don't you
conversation.
like people that you will never ever meet in your
I
life?
I see how I work and operate. So you got my respect when I first meet you
What
because I
up,
ain't got
my
no reason
brother?
to not respect you. You earn my disrespect as the
No.
time goes on.
Mayonnaise, elbows on
Yo, look.
mayonnaise.
Yo, look.
Hey yo.
Yo, look.
I like
Let's
it.
not
I
take it
like it.
spiritual. Let's not take it
Yo,
spiritual. But do people believe in God?
Hey man,
yo, do you,
Did
yo,
she really
only,
say
people
mayonnaise though?
believe in
yo,
God, don't believe in
no,
colors
wait,
though.
you
That's
ain't.
all I'm saying.
Did y'all
That's
see
what
that
I'm
video?
saying.
Y'all didn't see that
We
video?
don't care about really none of that.
Yeah, I know exactly what
It's
you're
just the
talking about. That's
people.
what I'm
I
over here
know,
like.
but they don't know. Why the others don't
Yes, baby.
know?
Baby, get out of
Mayonnaise,
my bag. Get out of
all
my
on the
bag.
elbow, all on the elbow.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I think I seen something like that.
Yeah, I'ma send it. Kev, I'ma send it to you.
Yeah, it was like it was like a meme or a video or something. I think I seen that. All on the
Yeah, it was
elbow.
like he was part of
Yeah.
the homeowners association. And I don't know, he was confronting a
Because you got
guy
mayonnaise all on your elbow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
elbow
do remember that. Yeah, 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 yeah.
because he's married
Oh,
to a YT lady.
I'm in the
Oh,
Oh,
wrong
that
place
dude
right
sound
now.
familiar. Hold up, what was that on? That dude sound familiar. I remember that.
I'ma play it. I'ma play it. I
Yep,
got you. I
I'm in the
Who
got
did
you.
it?
wrong
yeah,
Nah,
we
I
all
don't
the
wrong
remember
same.
who
place.
did it. I remember after that. I do remember that.
Mm-mm.
You got mayonnaise all on you. I do remember that. That
Yeah,
shit was
like yeah, it was like a 2 months ago.
funny.
Kev, I feel like it's my time to go. Yeah, I don't know what the hell going on in here. Damn, who outside?
Me.
Oh, what the hell going on? I was like, oh shit, oh, that me? I know I'm out here, but damn, fuck
Is
that
it?
shit. Nah, you
I'm
good.
just
Nah, I just heard it. I was
yeah.
like,
I'm taking a
oh
couple
shit.
shots. I'm just chilling with the crickets.
Them
My
crickets is
dog keep
hollering
coming
for
up
that
Yeah,
here.
ain't nothing
rain.
wrong with that.
Do your
Yeah,
thug
yeah, I'm just
too.
relaxing. I ain't gonna hold you. My ankle hurt. I feel like I'm getting
Oh,
old
I
or
do
some
remember
shit.
that. Right. Oh yeah. And she muted whole entire time playing it. That's the funny thing about it.
Just cause you got mayonnaise on your elbow.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
do
yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's it.
I
Yeah.
too remember that. Right.
Cause you got mayonnaise on your elbow.
Bro,
Get in your get off of me, mayonnaise. Get you home,
I
mayonnaise.
like how he was wearing the suit talking that shit.
Cause you got mayonnaise on your elbow.
mayonnaise on your
Oh
elbow.
yeah, I know what y'all talking about now. Get in your
Cause
car.
like when
Get
you
in your
hold a
car.
girl, yeah.
You got it back for me. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Hey yo, he had that shit in his heart the whole
What you
time.
gonna do?
He don't like
For
him,
sure.
her, or something. He don't
Mayonnaise
like
on top of
something.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Mayonnaise.
He's
He
just
couldn't
mad.
wait to get that out.
Yeah.
All on elbow.
He
I
All
just
couldn't
had that
on
on
wait.
All
standby.
over. All on your elbow.
the elbow.
That was funny though.
Hey yo.
Bro, that's
Yo, he couldn't
horrible
wait.
Hey
though.
He
yo.
could
That
not
is
wait.
sad. On your elbow? It ain't my fault. It ain't
No,
you know
Yo, as funny
this
as
why I
it
ain't
is,
fucking wanna
it
let you
ain't
out.
right though.
what does that even mean? Man, it ain't on the elbow.
Yo,
They know what it means. Of what? Of the
Oh
old
shit, y'all.
elbow.
Hey, I'm finna. I'm still here. I just gotta run and grab something real quick.
You don't own, I own this
Is
house, sir.
that
Whoa,
keys in
whoa,
here?
whoa, whoa,
Afro
whoa.
keys in here?
Who's you telling something you ain't in trouble.
Not
You.
Afro keys.
Mayonnaise on your
Hey yo,
elbow,
hey
bro.
yo,
Afro keysy.
uh,
yo, everybody on this app black, right?
Yeah.
dang, we still ain't on 5K. What happened? Tap, tap,
Wow.
tap, tap the live, y'all.
All right, man. My
We had
finger got
five.
tired.
I thought it
You
was
only got
5:30.
you only like 500 taps away. Listen,
Mayonnaise on the
is everybody on
elbow.
this app black?
Mayonnaise on the elbow.
I want to give niggas an idea.
Wait, what?
I want to
Excuse
give.
me?
I want to give.
My name is Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
and I can't confirm nor deny. I cannot
She said, my
confirm
name
nor
is
deny
Rachel.
my skin color.
You don't have to. Your name is Rachel.
Oh, really? Wait,
I
what does
don't
that
know any
mean?
black people named Rachel.
Oh my gosh.
Cause it's mayonnaise. Man.
Oh my god.
All right, watch out, y'all. This it's about to be time.
Y'all better
Y'all
Yo.
duck
know
and
dealing
I
with
know,
this
cover.
topic, the
right.
room go
It's
clutter.
all fun and games now.
Better duck and cover.
Till we get that mayonnaise on the elbow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yo.
He seems to quite like mayonnaise on my sandwiches, and little
Baloney.
Yo.
cheese, little tea on
Maybe
the
Yo.
Rachel. Who
side.
said maybe Rachel? Oh,
Yeah,
La
La
Rochelle.
Rachel.
Lorraine. Oh my gosh, you
Oh
guys.
man, I got
You
tears in my
guys are
eyes
just
right
so
now.
right,
I
Hey,
guys.
y'all,
can't
you see my
believe
new
it.
name I got for K now? Aphrodisiac.
Aphrodisiac.
What
Wow.
that mean? What
Cute.
that mean? What that mean? That's an inside
Raquel.
You know
joke.
what? I'm sick of y'all. I just wanted to
Yo.
know that. I'm sick of
Nigga
y'all.
said I'm
Like,
sick of y'all.
I'm officially sick of y'all by
Aphrodisiac.
this time. Cause ain't no way. It ain't no way. How the fuck is we still not at 5K?
Wait,
Come on
we
now.
not at five. We at
Is
five
it
It
K.
about to
says you
change
at
your name?
5K. It
All
says
right,
That
we
shit
we
is
hit
past
5K
Oh,
too,
5K.
my
sir.
bad.
hit
Oh,
5K.
Okay,
oh, I ain't know shit. I was
hey.
looking. I ain't see it. That's all right.
Celebration. Hey,
Mayonnaise.
mayonnaise on the elbow.
I'm gonna go in lives and start saying this shit to people.
Hey, hey, that don't mean don't stop tapping, but all right, let's go.
Yeah. All right.
Get the
So
party started.
About
let's
time.
see what this questionnaire is before I want to decide if I might participate or not.
Mm,
Let's see here.
mm.
Yo, him and the crickets is tearing me up. Like,
Yo, my thing not
Protect
even
the
lighting up. How that
feelings.
y'all even hearing the crickets?
it's not lighting up because
Nah.
you gotta mute your mic. Oh,
Nah,
how
but
we
look,
hearing?
when I talk, my box
Oh
light up.
shit.
What you think the crickets are loud enough to light up the
The
box?
crickets are louder than
You
They
So
you.
they
got
hearing
so
it?
they took away
smokier
y'all's
phone.
expressions and just gave us all y'all emotes. It's crazy work.
DCK said making my ears hurt.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little cricket
All
sound.
right,
All
are
Yeah,
we
y'all
about to
don't know
start?
peace, man. Y'all don't know peace in nature, man. Y'all used to hearing gunshots, police sirens, ambulances.
who is y'all with this
Well,
we?
first of
I
I'm
don't
all,
this.
speak
I
this
love
language.
Ah,
music,
sir, that sounds
We
pretty
all black.
racist.
the
We all
cicadas,
black.
and
That's why
all
I
that.
like
Not that
crickets.
sounds pretty.
Well, sir, I don't
Just
know
makes
why
me want to
you
go to
think
sleep.
I'm black, but
Hell yeah, that's a troll page. I
I
could be
can't
anything.
confirm nor deny.
Look, I could be any one of these people in this picture. You just never know. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What makes you think? What makes you think I'm
Except for the dog.
African? What makes you think I'm Afro American, sir?
Are you having a
Hey,
East
problem with
North
the
babies,
Korea.
crickets?
mama.
Excuse me?
Are you having a problem with the crickets?
Oh wow. I mean, I feel like everyone's had a problem with the crickets.
I didn't ask you about
I mean, that's
everybody
not
else. I asked
fair.
you
That's not
about you.
fair. That's not fair. Yes.
Hmm.
I actually I love the sound of the crickets. You
So
know,
now,
it's
what you talking about? You should have been silent.
I
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
understand. I
whoa.
don't understand
Wait.
how what this has to do with my skin color.
A lot of black people
Cuz
they don't
I
know.
like mayonnaise.
On my elbow.
I do like mayonnaise. Oh
Hey,
my
I met
god.
somebody that laughed like that today too. That shit was crazy. I was
Oh
like, "Hey, bro, you
my
good?"
god.
Nah, like, oh
Rehabilitator.
man, what you happened? Kev, where you at,
Yo,
man?
Kev, where did you go? We gotta
Go here.
start this up.
I'm in the
Oh, all right,
mayonnaise.
Oh
Ladies and
my.
gentlemen, welcome in to Laugh or Learn.
Got the
Kevin.
revertiligo. That's the
Oh
Oh
my
my
opposite reverse
god.
version. That's what that is.
Yo.
Oh shit.
Oh my
Yo, y'all
Oh.
goodness.
killing me tonight.
No, we
Attention
unaliving it.
shoppers, the store is now open.
It's
Yeah.
now open.
Request up, you guys. I know there's a
Hmm.
few Candace Owens.
Monty,
Huh?
here, come.
Ain't Candace Owens the one that be like real blunt, with, like
Yeah.
direct
Correct.
with her answers and shit?
Correct.
Yep.
I feel
I
like
like her.
I could be the next Candace Owens.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Ooh.
please.
You know,
Please.
I don't
Who?
even
Boss
Wait.
disagree
now,
with
boy.
that. I can't even disagree
I
with
can
it.
see her
Kev,
transforming to her real point
Kev
though.
would
I
be
can
the
see it.
next the next Godfather out here, cause ain't
Charlie.
no way.
I'm the black Charlie
Oh,
Kirk.
Kevin Samuels.
Yo, look. Why do people
Nah, I'm a
always
black
think
Charlie
they?
Kirk.
Why do
I ain't
people
I
always
ain't
think
as
they could
disrespectful as
replace
Kevin
other
Samuels though.
people?
He wouldn't
Why?
disrespect
Why is
him.
not? Why
Nah,
don't you
he at
just be
times he was
your
being
own
disrespectful.
way?
I ain't gonna lie.
He wouldn't.
Because
We were
we're all
just.
clones.
I was just joking,
Hell yeah.
Mass. Because I
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
mean, like Mass, I can't even really be
Hell
Candace
yeah.
Owens because I'm a YT woman. So,
Oh,
Come on, you think
That's
I
because
don't
you a
hear by your voice,
mayonnaise.
Rachel?
the
excuse me.
nerve.
Excuse
Is
me.
this
Actual
Rachel?
nerve.
Is this Rachel?
Yes.
I tell you, I knew you was YT by your name. Just
Oh,
like
oh my
hell.
gosh.
Just
You
like
got
hell.
it
Just
correct.
like.
Like, wow.
All right, but just like how when you hear
Uh huh.
Shaquisha and you hear
Right.
certain names, yeah, all
Oh
right.
my
So then
gosh, you're good. You're really good
I'm good at what?
at deciphering like the voice,
Got the
like
mayonnaise alert.
because you knew
So
I was
what
like
are
because
they
like, you knew I was
saying that's
YT.
so
Like you're really good at that.
dangerous?
Like because you say things like.
Oh, oh man, I totally gave myself away.
So
I
Sorry.
totally get yes. You totally keep doing it.
Oh my god, I don't know how to stop it. Like I mean, it's me. I'm just
uh
being myself.
so what are they saying that's so dangerous?
Nothing. We like white girls.
Hey, how do we do the timer thing? Cause all I get is
Can
the
can
countdown.
we should probably get the conversation started.
I mean, Kev
We
just said the
passed
cut like a
five. We passed
band-aid that's
five.
being healed. You know what I'm saying? We
We
good.
might have to reset.
All right, it went up and
Nah,
down.
I
nah,
know.
we good
We
here.
were
We,
still
we wasn't
talking about
talking about the
Conversations.
mayonnaise on
live.
the
Yeah.
elbow.
We was talking about mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise on
Oh,
your elbow.
on the elbow. Oh my gosh. I'm
It
gonna be
did.
saying that like for a
I'm
long
telling you, I'm
time.
gonna walk in somebody live and be like, hey, now you over there with that mayonnaise on the elbow. I seen it.
Hmm.
I
And
seen
since
it.
I'm YT tonight, like, yeah,
Oh wow.
I
So
feel like I'm gonna win the lottery or something.
if you identify as light, then I'm going to identify as hold on. 5
What do you mean
minutes,
identify? I am.
5 minutes. Oh, oh my bad. Okay, well if you're
Excuse
that,
me.
then
Like I have used a lot of white privilege in my life.
yo,
Yes.
diabolical. All right, we gonna go with Benny the Bell. You know what I'm saying? His name would
Okay.
have been Bernie, but
Let's. I'm really interested. Interested to see what Mass thinks about the topic.
on the green props on you, my brother.
Masked. Mr. Masked.
He found out your color. He ain't about to talk to you.
So CC, what you got? What are they saying that's so dangerous?
Yeah.
Well, personally,
Let me get
in
some
my
adversity
opinion,
there.
Oh
I don't
my god. I
understand
feel like there's
what is
another white
dangerous.
Oh my
Hi,
god.
Joanne. Oh my goodness. You know, but no, I don't know what is dangerous for what they're saying. I don't know. I mean, there are some little question marks here and there, but quite frankly, and the things that I've seen personally, I mean, you could take it with a grain of salt. I just think that, we just gotta. listen with our ears and our hearts sometimes and not really take everything so, personal. Just in my opinion, just me personally. I don't know if that was good. But
Oh wow.
Uh, personally,
Totally.
y'all know, hey, how y'all doing? This is Twan speaking.
Oh, people
It's
like
Cat
Candace
Twan.
Owens.
Uh, how I see it, let's see what they said. I don't think they said anything that's dangerous. They do kind of pinpoint things more so in one, spectrum or group. However, I don't see nothing that they were saying as dangerous. Just my opinion. It's one minute.
Mm. Mayonnaise.
You know what? See, I'm about to bring out the heat.
So hard not to say it now.
I'm gonna get quiet. Right.
I say that when somebody in here, they finna start some shit. Like, you got mayonnaise on the elbow. Just gonna throw the whole conversation off. Mm. Rachel, what's your thoughts on
What?
what do you think they're saying that's so dangerous?
I mean, there's a few things that could be perceived as dangerous in the sense that it could mislead people into agreeing with certain stereotypes that may lead people to treat people differently. Um let's say there may be a few times when he was kind of speaking on the intelligence of BLK people. But like even though in the full scope of the conversation, it that was not I don't believe I think in the full scope of it, I think it was kind of like a tit for tat, kind of being petty. It's kind of like when you call somebody dumb because
Mm.
they're coming at you. But I think he's intelligent enough to know that um by saying the things that he said about prominent black women, that it's going to be perceived a certain way as an attack on black women as a whole. And that's it.
Mm.
Okay, Kev,
Okay, mayonnaise.
you know what? Kev,
Let's see. Let's see
what's your
what we
thoughts,
got
brother?
going on. So, what are they saying that's so dangerous? The truth. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I can't tell me nobody can never point out what they saying so dangerous. They can tell me what hurt their feelings. That's about it. But they can't say what's dangerous though. They always call things that hurt their feelings a dangerous rhetoric and all that other stuff or whatever. But nobody can really tell me what's so dangerous about them two. All they gonna say is that she's probably a coon because she dating a YT man, and they gonna say he's racist because he's telling the truth. So that's all they got for that part on that one though. So I don't see nothing dangerous. I believe they hurt people's feelings, but we already know the feelings hurt. I mean, feelings gonna hurt, So I mean, feelings. That's I don't know if they want to consider that dangerous. Then I guess that's what that is. I guess the people that's attacking them is the dangerous ones because they can't take a different perspective, or can't communicate or try to understand it. So they take that and do dangerous things with the information that they done got and cut it out and make it be something that it wasn't. So I think the people around them is the dangerous one. So all right, yeah, that's what I'm gonna rock with that one.
are we done?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Mhm.
yep.
Yeah,
Y'all can
I'm
tell me
still
like what
trying to
y'all know about both of them, or what you
like.
believe they stand.
Oh yeah, for like Candace Owens, I've seen some of her videos. It's like, but I never was really into politics too much, so it didn't really like cross my mind. Like I said, with
Yeah.
Mr. Charlie. I didn't even know, like my husband and my daughter was like kind of, watching him because of, this Christian views and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even know, and it was like shock. I was like, oh dang, I seen him, but it was kind of just like, oh okay, you're watching him, okay, you see, okay, but it's like then when this happened, I started like actually, trying to like see some stuff because I'm like, wait a minute, my daughter has been watching him, and if this is the case, then what has she been watching, Because my husband's really good at making sure that my daughter is watching appropriate things. And I'm like, if this is the case, then what is really going on? But I still haven't seen anything like you said, Mr. Kev. It's just more so like you can't tell people the truth. But then, they want to be able to tell truth about others. I just think it's just
Hmm.
bias. Like they would like to say, "Oh, this is how these people are," da da da. But better not speak on me. Better not try to tell me nothing about myself. And it's like you're so hypocrites. What they say.
So,
But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
It's true.
Oh, we got
all
three
right.
new, great new
Yeah, we got three
participants.
new people. I guess they can answer.
All right, it's all right. Got it. All right, so Jeremy, and then we gonna get Bridge Mom and Nicole in. Jeremy, what you got for me, my brother?
I got a Holy Bible sitting right here on my leg. I'll flip it to a random page and read you a random verse if you want me to. If not, I'll just leave the panel.
Okay,
Well, let's start flipping.
I got you. Right
Let's see
now.
here. We got
I'm taking option two. I'll take option two. All right, so
Bridge Mom, how you
Bridge Mom,
doing?
what you got for me?
Mayonnaise on the elbow. Mayonnaise on the elbow. Um,
I like how she did
lost
that.
my train of thought.
Mm.
Hey yo.
Uh, um, I had to look. I had to read the message here, but yeah, that's a lot. But I'm gonna just go with the green.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say when it's asking like, what are they saying is so dangerous? I don't really feel like a person can actually say something that's dangerous. I feel like if you get that wrapped up on somebody's opinion,
Mm.
is just too deep. Like it's like you don't have enough going on when you worrying about somebody else's opinion. And if you try to stop people from sharing their opinion, like you pretty much just saying there's no need for us to have rights. Our right to freedom of speech. That's one of our amendments. So if somebody feels some type of way, they should be able to speak on it without somebody getting super offended. I just feel like people be taking too much to heart, especially coming from people that don't even have anything to do with your life.
Mm. Okay, I like that. I'll take that. Hold up, let me get a bias clap in real quick. Go ahead and take it good while we got it good. All right, so Nicole, you was next. What you got for me, Nicole?
Hey, good evening.
Good
I'll
evening.
just, I guess, respond to the green part.
Yeah, we on the
I
green.
don't think it was dangerous what they were saying, either Candace or Charlie. I think it was the fact that they were affecting the youth that higher ups thought that it was dangerous, right? Because at the end of the day, you affect our future generation and it affects our nation later on. So it was the fact that they were debating and making a point and educating the younger generation and giving a voice that younger generation that they thought that they didn't have to just stand still and not do anything and just listen to everybody's BS and go with it, and they were able to think by themselves and come up with a conclusion by themselves, which was making a change.
Okay, okay, take that, take that. All right, the sweet. What you got for me?
Hey, just a quick question for everyone here on the panel. Did anyone know, because I did not, did anyone know of Charlie before he passed? Like, I
Yeah,
didn't know of him.
Yes,
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 yeah.
yes, I did.
I watched him some years ago.
Did,
Yeah,
did you
I
know him
started
from
watching
years?
him when he first
hmm
started, when he started touring with Candace when he was like around
Right.
18,
Yeah.
19.
there's a few of them.
That is so crazy. I never ever knew about him until he
Ben
got shot.
Shapiro, very similar.
I knew
Oh, I
about
love
Ben.
Ben Shapiro.
I knew
You
about
ever heard of
Ben.
He's
Matt
more
Walsh?
savage than Ben is.
Ben and Matt Walsh.
Matt
Yes.
Walsh, yeah, I mess with him too.
Yes. But not Charlie. I never heard of Charlie. But okay.
Mhm.
So as far as the prompt, I just wanted to hit on the last question. Can you really love love if you don't like interracial dating or marriage?
Oh,
I feel like
No, we don't on that one. We on
yeah, we're not on that one. Also, your mic is a little muffled. I'm not sure. You have to speak a little closer to it. But we normally run down
can you hear me
one
better
at a
now?
time. Yeah, it's much better. Yeah, so we run down one at a
Okay,
time and
which
then we
one are
have an
you
open
on?
panel. We're on the green.
Understood.
Hmm?
Oh, she only came up to answer that one.
Okay, that's cool. All right, Lolo, what you got for me?
What are they saying that's so dangerous? I feel like they changed their stance on Israel, and I think that that has a lot to do with it. I mean, Candace pretty much lost her whole Republican following when she switched her stance on Israel and what's going on there. So, and Charlie was kind of doing the same thing, and they didn't like that. Mm.
What's up, Glitching?
Hmm. I'm sorry.
Hold on, give me a second. I think my screen glitching. I don't know what the heck is going on.
We can see it.
I don't see none of y'all moving. Hold on, give me a second.
Oh, okay. And then we have I lead, she follows. Interesting profile name. Babe, did you
Thank
want
you.
me to go to the next person?
There you go. I'm good now. All right. Yeah, I had to reset my internet. All right. So, who Ali? He just got in here, right?
Yep, I lead.
What you got for me, Ali? She follow? Sound
What
like an
are they
alpha man up in this
saying?
thing. Okay, do your thing.
What are they saying that's so dangerous? Absolutely nothing.
Hmm.
I agree with the messaging. I agree with the message. I think it's needed in this day and time. I think it's actually promising and hopeful for the future.
Mm. Okay. 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 Why do you? I guess the opposite way to ask this then is like, why do you think people believe that these people are dangerous? What they say?
Because it
Because
contradicts their lifestyle.
people have been living.
Mm.
Oh, I thought you was my bad.
I'm sorry. I wasn't
Because
going
they
there.
are, and they tell us that they are. They show us that they are.
I think the reason why people think they're dangerous is because for the past 30 years, we've created this bubble, this safe space that make people feel like they feel like that nothing bad should happen to them. Life should be an easy road.
What's up,
So they
man?
so when they
The
start hearing
safe
comfort,
space is a
so when they
weapon.
so when they start hearing confrontational language, they get afraid.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. I can see that. I can see that. So, Max, I don't think we heard your point of view. What you got for me? What you doing up, mom? Go to sleep. How you doing, mom? All right,
Um,
all right. So Max, what was your point of view? What you say? What you was saying? I don't even think I heard you. I thought you was muted earlier. I don't know what happened. What was your take on this?
If we talking about the
yeah, the green one.
The green one. Yeah.
What are they saying that's so dangerous?
nothing that they saying, everything that they saying is dangerous because it sparks something in your heart. Like if you're a BLK person, it sparks something in your heart. So that's the wrong that he was saying. But at the same time, if you just like a good like God fearing person, citizen, yo, listen, it sparks something else in your heart too. So I don't feel like he should have been killed.
You're
But
alive.
I mean oh yeah, sorry. I don't feel
Hmm.
like he should have been unalive, but a lot of his rhetoric was racial was like super biased. It was everything that people are saying. I just don't feel like they should be celebrating his death. I mean, oh my god.
It's cool. It's good. It's cool. It's cool. But okay. All right. You said, oh, so you do feel like he was like, what made him biased? I guess. Why you say that?
Real easy. All he did was talk about like BLK people. He didn't talk about all the white tea crime. He wasn't talking about that.
Do
He
you
wasn't
do you
focusing
believe he
his
was
thing.
talking about all? What about all the people that was that felt like they was oppressed or crying? Which was the main ones he was kind of talking to, from what I noticed. Like the LGB and the
That
and
was
the and the
I don't
BLK.
majority of the
classify
Those the
them.
main two.
I don't classify those people as smart. So I don't care
Come
about their
on,
opinions or how they feel.
The thing is like, I'm sorry for putting my
mayonnaise.
2 cents in real quick. The thing is that he debated with people who came to the mic, right? So
Yep.
it depends on who comes to the mic, and he puts his 2 cents in based on the conversation that they started. Like,
That's
he's not just coming left field talking about BLK or talking about any community. It's based on who comes to the mic. So if we're being honest, if people actually do a deep dive, like a real deep dive, and find out what he's talking about, you'll understand like this whole
He
racial
was
thing that they try to
he
put
was
in as like a rhetoric that he did this and he did that is not even like that, because he's helped a lot of BLK and to succeed in life. So this whole mentality that he had like a racist background and he's a fascist and da da da. I feel like people need to educate themselves and actually finish a whole entire video from beginning to end. Because at the end of the day, it's like reading a
Mm-hmm.
Bible. You ain't gonna read a Bible and just get a part of the verse and not understand what God's talking about.
Mm.
Like, I'm sorry, it don't work like that. You can't just pick and choose what you want out of the Bible and be like, oh, that's what it's about. No. Start from beginning and end it, and then we'll come and talk.
Context.
you
Context.
made you might have made a point, but at the end of the day, he was a I don't even understand how we could put these two words in the same sentence. He was a racist Christian.
No, he,
Wow, that's
honey, I
why do
really
you
crazy.
think
want
he
you.
was
That is
I really
racist?
want.
crazy.
Look.
Why
I'm not
why
trying to be
wasn't he?
condescending. No, look, I'm not trying to be condescending, and I'm not here to educate you at all. But I really want you. Like, I really want you to actually sit there and go
Watch
through
the
his
whole
videos
thing.
and
Like, what
start
the
watching it, because there's people who are BLK who didn't even know who Charlie was, and then with all the controversy that was going on, they're like, all right, let me look into it. And when they start looking into it, he's like, what are y'all talking about? Like,
Right.
y'all just coming out of left field,
Can I
They
ask
because
you
See,
a
just
look,
question,
everybody,
Matt?
that's
hold
the
on,
Hey,
problem.
Matt.
everybody is
Hey, can I, hey,
propagandizing and
Nicole, can I?
using this to push their rhetoric. Because
Hey,
at the end
Nicole,
of
let
the
me
day,
ask
what
Matt
you
a
see in
question.
the news is them pushing, oh, he's a fascist, oh, he's this, oh, he's that. Because what he wasn't doing, he wasn't coddling people. He wasn't being like,
Yep.
oh, baby, this is the best way to do it. He wasn't giving you the ice cream and the sugar. No, he was giving you the meat and cutting it and telling you what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I
Hey, Matt, let
do
me ask you a question right quick, Matt.
okay.
Just tell me what you heard that was racist. Give me what you heard verbatim, word for word, what you heard
Yeah.
was racist.
Good
Quote.
question.
I cannot give you verbatim word for word because I'm not I'm not really listening to Charlie Kirk. I just hear
But
what he
Wow.
say.
I
Okay, so
just
hold
want
on. So
you to
give,
be
so
Hold up,
give me,
okay.
so
y'all.
give
It's not
me,
even for
Let her
so
me. It's
finish
give
for
up
me
real
what
quick.
you heard.
yourself.
So
It's for
give me what
yourself.
you
It's to
heard.
educate
Hold up. Let
yourself.
So give me.
Nicole, hold on real quick. Let Ali finish because
So
he about to go
what
now.
y'all trying to tell me is that I can't listen to a 3 hour podcast of Charlie Kirk and not get a feel of what he's saying?
What I need
No,
you,
And
but
if
what I
I'm
I
want you to
like
do is
something
the
that he
thing he asked you.
says,
You
I
gotta answer
won't
this
listen
question
to
though. You
another
gotta answer this question. He
three
literally
hours
said
of him.
he literally asking you, what did he say? I think everybody want to hear that part. You gotta because you can't just call somebody a name without giving no evidence of why they are that name.
Yo,
So what did he
listen,
say that was racist?
listen, I'm not gonna bring up anything that he said verbatim. You could look it up. But
Oh my god.
he does like when he talks about the percentage and he's like, yo, well, black people make up this percentage
But
and
it's a
they do
fact.
this and do that.
so,
But
No,
it's a
Mass,
fact.
Mass.
no, it's
Hold
not.
on
I,
1 second, Mass. Hold on
this
one
is the
second,
crazy part
Mass.
that
Hey,
that
Mass. Hold on
any
1 second, Mass.
BLK person will sit there and be like, yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a
So,
fact.
Mass,
You
we
lost your
should
fucking
no one in
mind.
this conversation. Hey, Mass, no one in this conversation should take you serious. And I'm gonna tell you why they shouldn't take you serious. Because you made an accusation that you want the panel to believe, but you refuse to back up your information, your
What do
statement.
I want them to believe?
You're making a claim that he's racist.
He is.
Okay, so now we're asking you for proof of your claim.
Look it up. You know him better
No,
than I do.
sir.
I
No,
see.
sir. No,
We
sir.
seen
No,
the
no,
video
no,
that
sir.
y'all showing off.
No, I want you. No, we don't know what he's seen yet. What I want him to do is tell
You
him
don't know
what he's
what
seen.
he said yet, so you don't
They
know
they
No,
gave
Charlie
no,
Charlie
Kirk
Kirk a
that's
just as
day.
much as I do.
no. What I said to you is, we don't know what you have seen. So we need for you to tell us what you have seen.
All right, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Listen to hold on.
Y'all know that they gave Charlie Kirk a day, a national day.
Yeah, they did it for his birthday. So his birthday, I think, is
Hmm.
like October 13th or something like that, and it's like a
Hmm.
Memorial Day.
Is that gonna be like a yearly thing,
I think it is, but it's just gonna be like
like a MLK Day type
it's
situation,
not gonna be like Labor Day or anything like that. It's just gonna be like a Memorial Day
like
for his
Memorial?
sacrifice type thing.
Yeah,
Because
that's
like
deep.
regardless of what it was, regardless of what his belief was, in my opinion, it's somebody who was unalived for his for his Second Amendment rights,
Hmm.
and it's something that should be monumented, regardless if
Yeah.
it's
Same
left or
thing
right.
happened with
It
Martin
don't
Luther
matter.
King. Same thing.
Yeah, we not. Yeah, I feel for him because it's the same situation. But I do feel like the reason why a lot of people are like putting him out to be a bad guy and this, that, and the third is for like the same reason why they did, to Jesus. Anybody that says
Yep.
something about the Bible, because that's Candace Owens like point maker. She always refers to scripture, and Kirk
Hmm.
would do the same thing.
Yep.
And the LGBT, that community would get pissed because he would more so try to push the family unit together and try not to have so many abortions and things like that. That's more so what he would speak on for hours on. If you really watching him, you'll see hours of that. Now, if somebody come up and try to make stuff, and I have YT friends, and a lot of what I noticed that people don't speak on is when you're younger and you haven't been a part of like the whole Jim Crow era, and you walk in some situations and you feel nervous, or when you're around the like BLK black people, because you feel guilty of what somebody you don't even know or somebody from your past did, and a lot of people don't speak on that either. But just because somebody gets unalived, no matter what they speak on, or it's just no cause for it. But I do know for a fact that that was always their point makers. They always like to refer to scripture. And the same way I'm not saying they're like messiahs or anything like that, but I'm saying anybody that's going for that type of message,
Hmm.
when they die, they treat them dirty. They put all kind of dirt on their names because they don't want you to believe that anybody is
Yep.
living off of that word.
Yep.
So,
And I
Hold
think
up,
that
y'all. I
in
see my
that
baby raise her hand. Hold up, y'all.
Only because I was doing a little research because I'm trying to just keep it balanced. You know what I'm saying? I was looking for the dangerous rhetoric, but every time I look and I find something, it's always something that has been taken out of context and literally blatant lie. So there was a time when they said that he said that GAY people should be stoned.
Oh right, I seen that.
Yeah, they put it on X. And I have the video of and actually the guy who said it, he had to recant what he said. And so I wanted to play the video
Mhm.
of the situation, right? Hold on one second.
Mhm. I had literally seen that too. That's crazy. I seen it.
Saw it too.
Yep, I saw it. Good. I'm gonna put you on big screen.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh, you want to? Oh, is it
No,
a
no,
video?
it is a video. Yeah. Oh.
I'm just talking as Rachel. And she goes, the reason I'm this way is
Rachel.
because I'm Christian. And in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor.
Okay, he was replying to Miss Rachel, who was talking to the kids.
Okay.
Takes off the
That's
Miss
ironic.
Rachel costume and the uniform.
Oh
And
wow.
she comes back and she's like, now I'm just talking as Rachel. And she goes, the reason I'm this way is because I'm Christian. And in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor. And really, I approach people in love. And if you're not doing that, I guess you're not really following the Bible. She didn't say that part, you're not following the Bible, but that was kind of the underlying piece there. So Charlie,
128.
what's going on with that?
Well, let's let her say it. 128. I'll respond, and then I got to dash.
I've shared prayers on here before and said, God bless. And that's because my faith is really important to me. And it's also one reason why I love every neighbor. In Matthew 22, a religious teacher asked Jesus, what's the most important commandment? And Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. The law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. There's no greater commandments than these. I believe it's mentioned 8 times, love your neighbor. So yes, everyone belongs, everyone's welcome, everyone is treated with empathy and respect. It doesn't say love every neighbor except. There are so
These
many
people don't
reasons
understand what
I
love
stand
is.
strong in love. I stand with everyone. That's who I am. And the love back and the God bless if you disagree is genuine.
Andrew?
So
I
what
was
was
just to Jack's point. I'm dying to know, like, what do you think when Miss Rachel quotes scripture in that way?
I mean, Satan's quoted scripture plenty.
It doesn't just say love your neighbor, though. It does say love your neighbor, except in a sense.
That's like
So,
Charlie Kirk.
she's
Oh
not
my
totally wrong when
God.
she says, first of all, the first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
So we should just stone LGBT. Okay, I'm with you.
Where did
That's
he
not
What?
what he said
where did
that.
But
He
he
where
just
did you
say
get
said
that
that?
what the
from?
Bible
He is
said.
just
That's
saying,
all.
why
Crazy.
would you bring the
That is
Bible up if you're
absolutely
not
what
going
he
to live
said.
by it?
It's not what he
Dang,
said.
there's
He was
people that
just telling
really.
her
Wow,
that
it's
you
like
should read more in depth other than saying what you're saying. Read the whole scripture and take it the whole thing in for what it is and not half of it is what he's saying. That's all he's saying. He's not saying, well, we should do this. No. And by the
What
way,
did
He's
he?
I've
saying
seen
it
some
verbatim.
videos.
What did he say?
I've seen
What did
some
he say
videos where he
besides
talked
what I
to,
said?
I've seen some videos where he
You
talked to some
said that he said
LGBT.
that he should stone. We should stone them. That what he read, what he was saying was a passage in the Bible that you can go and read yourself. So if I hear you say it, that don't mean that you feel like you should do that. That and a lot of those passages is like him just letting you know it's wrong. You
that's
don't
how
have to
serious he
do
took it.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the thing is Miss
So what
Rachel was
did you
quoting.
say
The
that
thing is Miss Rachel was
discredited
quoting the
anything
Bible.
what he said?
What?
He didn't say
What did
stone
you say
anyone.
that discredited anything that he said? He said
Because
just
right now
stone
he
him, get him
literally
up
was
out of
No,
here.
he
quoting.
No,
did
he
not
did
say
not.
that. He
He
read from the
quoted the
Exactly.
Bible. He
Bible.
didn't say do anything. He said what God said in
At
the
this point,
Bible.
you're just being disingenuous. I don't think
He
you're
a
just
that.
said
mass,
what
a
God
mass,
said
a
and get
Nah,
mass,
him up
he's
out of
This
a
is
here.
mass.
what
What
we're
Dang, he
you're
done
dealing
doing
with.
right
made
This
now,
is what
a
we're
Afro
dealing
mass,
with.
Afro
This is what
Kizia
we're
come
dealing
up
with.
now.
I
That's
can't
serious.
believe that.
a mass. What you're doing right now is the reason why I didn't believe your first claim that you made, because what you just heard shows that your listening skills is kind of off right now.
Thank you. Amen.
I'm gonna
What
take
did I
it.
miss?
And
He been
it's
drinking.
just
What do you
from
mean? What did you miss? Honey,
it's
it was Miss Rachel that made a statement, right? She made the statement. It wasn't him. It was that she made a statement. So it's like you saying, hold on. It's like you saying, hey, I'm not going to drive, right? While I had this drink. But then like 2 minutes later, you're like, but I smoked that. oh, but hello, you just smoked that, but you still driving. That's what he's trying to like imply. Do you understand it now? Is it like a little bit more like your style for you to get it?
No, say it the way you was trying to mean to say it.
Oh, I can't.
It's hard to communicate with people that don't want to listen.
No, no,
She
it's
can't
it's
Because
not
say
it's
what
not
she
it's like
mean
the
to
heart
say.
is closed, but
I
God
don't
said
know
it will
how
She
more I
happen.
can
can't say
just.
what she mean to say.
Okay, okay. You let me try it. I'm trying to see.
No, you don't try. Don't
Like
even
Say
try,
it.
Nicole.
I just
Say it
can't.
how you
Nicole,
meant to say it.
I
Nicole,
just
don't even
can't.
try. Don't even try, Nicole. It's not even worth it.
I just can't. Like I just like it's just like I feel like putting it down. Like you know when we're in second grade and the teacher goes, "Hold the door," and the other person at the end of the line is the one who closes
Nicole,
it.
I honestly think he understands. He's just
Just
being
plain stupid.
disingenuous. Yeah,
I'm
so that
sorry. Is
he
that
can
It's a
Did
wrong?
not
clip.
make
I ain't
it
trying to call you
stink.
ignorant,
It's a
but I
clip.
just
It's a
like
clip.
if
It's a
this is
clip.
a generation
yeah,
that
so he
like
can
we have
push
to
out a
deal with. I
narrative
understand
for
what my
the
grandparents
people
said.
that refuse to
I don't have
believe that
100
they are
followers. I
taking
don't have
things
a
out of
It's a
narrative to
clip.
push.
It's a
context.
clip on YouTube or TikTok.
Yeah.
One or two. It's a mother. It's a mother holding a hot pot, trying to give it to her daughter, and she's telling the daughter to grab it by the handle, and the daughter sticks her hands out to grab by the bottom, and the
Ugh.
mother says, "It's hot," and then the daughter reaches for it again and grabs it by the bottom. She says, "It's hot," and then the daughter still doesn't get it, so the mother said, "It's motherfucking hot," and then the daughter grabs it by the handles, which means she's not listening. You're
Yep.
doing the exact same thing right now, Max. You're just not comprehending what's happening in the conversation, and we know you're not comprehending because the words that you're repeating back, even what Nicole is saying, she's trying to communicate to you that Charlie didn't say what he was only quoting. He was only, excuse me, addressing what the lady said. He was using the text that she used, showing her how she was reading out of context.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't make a statement. He only clarified her statement so she could understand it better. But you're intentionally trying to get this wrong right now.
If he didn't make this statement, how is he trying to clarify anything that she's saying if he's not even in agreement?
Because he's trying to
I
prove that
think
her
my bro
statement was
toasted. I
not.
don't know. This is the topic for him. He saw he toasted.
I should take my own advice and I didn't try to communicate with this dude because he still didn't get it.
Yeah, we
My
could do
fault.
this. Hold
Take
up,
my own
I got
advice.
you.
I
Yeah,
just
cause I
can't. Like I don't
ain't
get
gonna do
it.
this to him. I ain't gonna
Like,
do that to him. Cause I
like I
think he just
understand that
toasted.
there's
That's why.
people who
That's why I
aren't
don't like to go
educated.
down people's neck and stuff. I don't know what they going through or whatever.
No, but like I get it that people sometimes like could see something and and misconstrued it and like grasp because at the end of the day it's perception of like certain circumstances. But like this literally broke it down.
Yeah, it don't sound like he had his right mind state though.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just what it is. But
Yeah, I only brought it up because I looked up like, okay, what are the quotes that they are saying are dangerous? And literally they wrote like um Charlie says that GAY people should be stoned.
I think it's the one
Or,
I heard this
or
morning too. That's the
says
crazy part.
or Charlie says stoning GAY people was the perfect law. That's just crazy.
No, it
Mm-mm.
really is. Like I'm telling you, I've been watching this guy and I love it because like I don't get me wrong, I've been watching Charlie Kirk for years now, but it's interesting to see like somebody's brand new perspective of it. Like they're going in automatically with a bad rhetoric about what he
Yeah.
stood for. And it's like they actually do the deep dive and they're like, wait a minute, like how are you even coming up with this rhetoric and him being a fascist when that's not even the case? And it's like at the end of the day, regardless if don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things that he said that I probably didn't agree on. But the way he was handling himself and the way he did it, I had so much respect for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this too, and I'm gonna let Kay in a minute. I mean, my bad, I'm at wrong name, wrong name. Aphrodisiac, I'm gonna let her in a minute. But I wanted to say that the thing is, and this is the reason why I just relate with him so heavy because like both of them, Candace Owens. The thing is, no matter how, it's gonna always be people like this. And after this happened to Charlie, I really don't care. I ain't gonna even lie because it's gonna be people that's just going to be them. That's the reason why even when y'all was going back and forth, my man's like, I'm like, let them be. You know where to put them at. Like some people, you cannot force them to understand the way you want them to understand because some people just like that. Some people are just so stuck in their flesh and what they want to do, they're gonna try and find anything to stay in denial. So the thing is, like, that's gonna happen to a lot because me and Rachel, we speakers, right? We come on this app, we you know, expand minds, we talking all that stuff. But the thing is, it's gonna always be some people that know that we're talking against their behaviors, and they're gonna take whatever we got out of context. Especially the more we gonna keep pushing on here and the more we keep growing and stuff over here, it's gonna be some people that's gonna purposely try to take us, make us look bad and all that stuff because we made them feel bad. You see what I'm saying? So they're gonna try to make us look bad to whatever to shut us down to make us look like the bad guy because they feel bad. You see what I'm saying? So that's gonna always happen. That's just literally gonna happen. That's what happened to you know them. That's why they always got a bad look. They say that she's a coon or whatever because she dating a white. They always try to find one story, and yet I see the same people that's sitting there praising this other guy on this app that's dating a YT girl, but he's saying all the right things to to pander to these women and stuff, but they ain't saying nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? But people are selective, just like here go another one with Kevin Samuels. Like everybody was like, oh, he couldn't keep a marriage, or he was oh, he did this to a woman or something like that. But then you got what's that other dude name? Jack, what's his name? Dang, what the freak? What's that dude name? Derek Jackson. He same thing.
Oh
He
wow.
got some stuff you can go tit for tat with, but they wanted it because he's pandering. They like, oh, that was just his past. That was just no, he didn't really mean to do that to. He didn't really cheat on his wife. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. People is going to use things to invalidate because they're gonna, like I said, they don't want to admit that this person is right. That counters what your lifestyle is. It's kind of going to make you feel guilty, and nobody don't want to feel guilty, so they'd rather be living in denial, and that's just always been happening. That's why makeup is around. That's why all that stuff. People gonna stay in denial. That's just what it is. They don't want to admit and make them feel, to take humility for that. So let me get K in real quick. Then I'm gonna go back to open panel. Oh, now I gotta get original roll into it. But go ahead, K. What you got for me?
Yes, so I'll probably be counterculture to what's being said. I don't think that what he said was dangerous. No one was being harmed or anything like that. But I do not agree that the majority of what he was saying was factual. I think that it was his belief system. I think that it was an opinion. And I think those things have to be acknowledged. I think one of the most viral videos that's been circulating the internet lately was the Jubilee debate that he did. And he said the primary reason for the wealth gap within the Black community was fatherlessness. I have not seen any data to suggest that. And I think that's an arbitrary number to give for a wealth gap, right? In that video, he had also implied that it's poor schooling because of unions. But we know that there is a documented correlation between strong unions and the quality of education that students get within the public school district. So that also is not true. He also mentioned the under policing of the communities, and you can easily go to like Prison Policy Institute or UCLA, I think it's Anderson School of Law, and a myriad of other websites, and they will show you that Black communities are over policed. Even something as simple as MJ, for example, Black people are 3 times as likely to be arrested for MJ use. Yet, if you go to the NIH, and you look at the usage of MJ, it's the same across all races per capita in terms of usage. So the fact that they're being arrested more for it is unfair. And then I think the last thing that was mentioned was like DEI, and he hoped that people like Kintaji or Michelle Obama or like a Black pilot was actually qualified, when again, that's perpetuating myths about DEI. The whole point of DEI was to dismantle discrimination that was happening in the workplace against people of color. They were not lessening or they were not weakening the qualifications, saying, oh, our initial qualification was a 3.5 GPA. Now we're going to make it a 3.0 to get these people in. That is a false narrative. And I think pushing false data can be in a way harmful, but I will not call it dangerous. I just think that if you're going to speak on something, you should make sure that it's the absolute truth, not taking your opinion or belief system and calling it a fact.
Well, you don't think that?
I
Because I
don't
thought
recall.
I thought he had a good job of kind of breaking that down about the DEI or whatever. You don't believe they wasn't just letting people in because they were black?
Absolutely not. If
They
you
had
go
to
to
have skill too.
Business Review, they talk about how DEI was used and how it was actually an asset to the majority of the companies, that it was helping boost business. They were not using it and saying, hey, we're going to make sure that this person went to ICDC college and this person who's white, he went to Harvard, and we're going to accept both. That's not what was happening at all.
So
It's
what's
just
the point
myths
of it
being
then?
perpetuated.
What's the point of the program if it's still like a fair thing based off of skill then?
Because
If they're
there's
not just hiring off of
discrimination
your
within the
skin.
workplace. Like, for example, they have documented that even by name, they can tell by name if you are more likely to be a person of color, and they will discriminate based off that. And when they have done colorblind hiring processes, they have shown that equal people of both races were hired. When they did not do colorblind hiring processes, there was a discrepancy with the races of
Yeah,
the people
I
who were
think
being hired.
I think
But
the key
there
thing
was
he said was hope. All he said was I hope that they're qualified. That's what he had said. So it's not like he's not saying they're not. He just said I will hope because he know that some of the time some people will just get let in off of because of what is DEI is for. It was more of a
Yeah, that's a myth,
race
though, and
based
that's
thing.
perpetuating that's
Well,
implicating something that's very
Wait, but
that's
there
not
was
true.
also
well,
airlines and
when I,
other facilities that came out and even stated that they wanted a certain amount of percentage of employment to be BLK and women,
Right.
regardless of their merit. So the whole point was to remove it and to be hired based on your merit and what you had to back it up, not to use
yeah,
racial, any type of orientation, be based on your hiring process. That was the whole point
That's what
of
I'm saying.
him
What's the point
even
of having
yeah,
it
mentioning
if it's gonna
DEI.
be a
well,
fair
I got
game?
a
That's what
So,
I'm
question.
saying.
I got a question.
like, and
I
when
don't
got
get
a
I
me
question I
wrong,
want to
and
was,
I
ask.
don't get me wrong, I understand that a lot of
I got
people,
a
and that
question.
there's
Can we?
stuff proven that,
no, I want,
white T
Yeah,
So,
women
before y'all go, I do got two other people I gotta let go real
so
quick.
th- first of all, I would give a shout out to Kev. I want to give a shout
Motivation,
out.
what's the deal, my
What's
brother?
good, bro? How you
Bu-
doing?
Oh,
Doing
good.
fantastic,
Hey,
brother.
but before you go, I gotta let original go. Then you right after. You literally right after though. So original, you there? And then we're gonna
Yeah,
go right
yeah, I
back to open
appreciate
panel
it.
after motivational go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. I just had a question for Kay. How could you,
Oh
after
no,
everything?
no questions, because that's gonna
Oh,
start a whole nother thing. We gotta do that for open
okay.
panel.
That's fair.
Down
That's
your
fair.
question though. Write
Rhetorical
it down.
question. A rhetorical question then. She don't have to answer. Just rhetorical question. I'm just curious, after everything she said, it was strange that you would say so the effects of what he did are not well, you said not dangerous. You said you thought they were harmful but not dangerous, but you can clearly see what the effects of that kind of rhetoric are. So I just found that interesting, and then I land. That's it.
He said, I ain't want to say, okay, that's all you want. Okay. All right, motivation. What you got for me, my
Hey,
brother?
first
Then
of
I
all,
guess I gotta
bro,
get Reese, and then we gonna start. CC gonna start the open panel because he said
absolutely.
she.
First of all, I just want to give a shout out to you, Kev. I want to give a shout out to everyone on the panel.
So I
This
appreciate you,
this
man.
is what I would like everyone to think about. First of all, and I actually watched the full clip, and the brother actually shut. If you'd have watched it, he actually shut Charles Kirk down because he was talking about the initial man down the corner. He was initially talking about the number they want to get to was about 40 to 50%. But this is the thing. First of all, it's going to happen gradually over time. Let's think about that. First of all, this is individuals that have to be qualified at this certain level with a certain amount of training, all these whatever the different qualifications, they're going to have to be qualified because they're going to be flying an airplane with human beings on those airplanes. Let's think about this. We're intelligent, smart human beings, so let's think about that. They're not going to put underqualified individuals in a pilot in an airplane to fly human beings across the sky and then allow them to lose their life. Come on now, to be unalived. So this would gradually happen over time. And the man he was debating proved it. He said, okay, so their goal is this, but they're currently at 6%. And it wasn't like in 3 months, all of a sudden they're going to be at 40%. Stop, please. So if we actually use our ability to process information and think through, we would actually be able to understand that. See, what's happening is with Charlie Kirk, he was so polarizing and he was so influential. People just took his words and ran with it instead of doing their own research, instead of looking the information up for yourselves. Charlie Kirk said it, so it has to be so. That's the
Wait, so let
problem.
me ask you this, motivation. So it seemed like, so this seemed like that's the same way they be doing us on the app, though. It seemed like so one, if he wrong about a few things, that make his whole message. They just disregard all what he stand on.
So Charlie, so bro, listen, thing. I'm not saying he was wrong about
Because we all gonna be wrong sometimes. I mean, we all gonna
right.
be
But
wrong.
this the thing. This the thing, bro. He knew it. This is the thing. He knew it, but he kept on pushing that. See, because the reality is this was his bread and butter. This is how he made his money. This was a paycheck for him. There's a certain agenda he pushed for the paycheck. The other aspects they might have been very accurate, and as far as certain biblical principles about God's standards, yes, I would not disagree with some of those God standards.
Motivation.
Yes.
Motivation. What was his purpose for mentioning the qualifications for a pilot?
There was no purpose to that. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't agree with that. There was not a purpose except saying that based on this is my problem, my issue. Based off skin color, think about the talking points, Kevin. Think about the talking points. If you remove it and slide back the time 50 years, you slide back to 1930, 1940, individuals would have these same type of talking points. See, what the problem is the talking points, and then once you align it and say, hold on, but we're in 2025. That's the problem, and that's the issue.
So do you think that he didn't want black pilots?
Brother, what I think is he was simply utilizing that to
No.
push an agenda.
Can I?
Okay. No. Hold on.
Did you
No.
guys
No.
already
No.
watch
No.
the
Hold on. Hold on.
debate?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
That's
Hold
all
on.
I'm
Hold on.
saying. It's like it's
One second.
one thing
Just
people heard.
one second. One second. One second. Based on his words, the words that he used, did he not want black pilots, or did he want black pilots?
Brother, I'm not saying he did not want black pilots. But what I'm saying is we're making a suggestion simply off of someone's skin color if they are qualified. But let's do a Uno reverse here. Hold on now. Wait. Let's do a Uno reverse. Now, based off that statement from this point forward, we say we see all white people in certain positions, and we say, hey, I'm automatically gonna assume they're not qualified for that position. What does that sound like? Does that sound reasonable?
He said that.
Does that sound reasonable?
Can I play because I'm not sure. So, motivation, are you saying you did watch the debate?
I did watch it when he debated with the brother, and I watched the whole thing. And the man brought up that they were currently only at 6%. Now there's the goal they want to eventually be at, and where they're currently at. And this is the problem. Charlie Kirk didn't say their current percentage. He said the ultimate goal of where they want to be. So now,
Correct.
so think about all the people that's thinking, oh my gosh, they're at 10%, 50%, 20%. No, they're only at 6%. What are you talking about? But Charlie Kirk didn't say they were only at 6%. Why didn't he clarify that?
I thought he did.
No, he didn't
But
say
I
that.
see. Well, I
It
can
didn't
play
make
the
a
video.
difference.
I can play the video, but
No, you know we fact checking.
Cece has her hands raised.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was that I think I watched a similar video when he was debating about that, and what I got from it personally was it wasn't even about the color of the skin. He was just basically saying the way I looked at it in my head was that okay, if me and hey, I say Mr. Kev, if me and Mr. Kev are going to college, he may score higher on the testing than I may score, but we're both looked at as equal, and that's not fair because I just did half of the work and I made it. At least I graduated and he graduated, but he did well more work. And yes, he's well more qualified than I am. And that doesn't matter the race or the skin color. It's just a point of just being fair and right because why would I have the same ability because I got an 80, Kev got 100, but we both deserve the job. It's like that's not fair. I have did my job at school. I have did my work at school, but I'm guaranteed the same job in the same position, the same qualifications. That's to me, that's not fair because I wouldn't want a doctor that is half did they work at school and half listened or half paid attention, didn't really score high on their exam, they tested what have you. And then I have another doctor who did, but they got don't worry about that. He at least he graduated. He got his he got his degree and everything else. Don't worry about what his scores, his credentials look like, and all that stuff. Don't worry about none of that.
Okay.
Just worry about the fact that he got it.
Okay. So
Literally,
based off
literally,
that, hold on.
literally, what happened was what he was saying in that video was that DEI was saying that we need to get equal amount of people in equal amount of spaces, and he was saying that's a terrible idea to follow. We need to follow actually with merit based. It wasn't about race. It wasn't about. It was about merit based.
Okay.
So what the having qualifications that lower the standards that people come in just because of skin color is
So
crazy.
So
you
can we
can't you
hold on? Wait,
can't
wait. So
you
let's go to
can't
that.
you
Hold on.
can't
Locational, do
you
you mind
can't
if I respond to him real
you
quick?
can't
Because that
you
was one of my
can't
other
er-
issues. He was
you
making it
can't
about skin
erase a
color when statistically we know that the majority of the applicants or the majority of recipients of DEI and affirmative action since the 1960s were white women. Even with affirmative action, 40% of affirmative action with regards to college admissions
which is why
exceptions,
he said it.
No, he
went
was not
towards
making it
white
about
teen
skin
women. And
color.
you can look
No,
that
he
up.
wasn't.
He
No,
was
which is
he was not making it about skin
he
color.
really
In fact, that was the exact antithesis of his argument. It's
it
because
was.
DEI was supposedly for black people, but black people used it the least, which means we don't need it. That was his entire that was the point,
He
right?
was saying
So
DEI in
when it comes
general.
to
And he was saying
madam, we're
quotas
talking
were
about
being put for
yes,
getting certain people.
because quotas by nature are not merit based. I hope you know that.
That's
That's not how
false. That
life
is not
works.
true at
No,
all.
no,
Wow.
they are not. How
You
are you
can
if
you
you
can
have a
get a
quota,
quota
if you
for a certain
madam,
amount of people and make sure those people also meet the qualifications. That is not true.
but that only amounts to if you're actually checking to see if they're equally qualified and actually meet the quota.
They,
That
they
only
are. They
counts
most
if you're
definitely are. Again, I think a
hold
lot of
on,
people have
hold
not
on,
read the data
hold
on
on,
this.
hold on, hold on. I'm talking about quotas by nature. I'm not talking about individuals and how they actually like use the quotas. On
Right, that's what I'm
first and
referring to
foremost,
as well.
DEI is a bad idea because it just adheres to one. It hold on. Am I lagging?
I think they specify black people and women. They kind of specify that.
It was
So
all marginalized
DEI is a
groups
bad idea.
because
So DEI is a bad idea because it just substitute one. Because the problem that it's trying to fix is DEI itself at its core, right? It's substituting one type of discrimination for another one,
So
right? That's
so
all it
uh,
does.
I'm
It
so
doesn't
glad you
actually.
said
Hold
that,
on, one
Reese.
second. One second. It doesn't actually fix anything, especially because there are certain jobs that you don't want DEI hires in. I don't want my doctor to be a DEI hire. I'm so
why
sorry.
not? Why not? Can you
Because
expound on why?
I can
quotas
get it.
are not merit based. They are
They
not.
definitely are.
Especially no, they
I
can
Let me
need
see
the
be.
if I can
best
You
find
can
skill.
make
where
I
sure
don't
that
care
the
about
So
no
so
you
real
can
merit
make
quick, real
sure
balance.
that
quick.
the people you can make
So
sure that the
Reese,
people that
Reese.
are that you have to meet the quota do are in fact qualified. But I don't want people who just like you stated earlier.
So so
They
Reese.
should they also meet quota, right? I want the most merit based person in the job, point blank, period, in all cases, all cases.
Okay. So let's speak on this. Okay, Reese, I'm talking to you. So let's speak on this. So when people are automatically not being considered for a job based just off of their name on a job application, regardless of their qualifications, are we good with that? Are we okay with that? Even though they very well have the qualifications for the job, but because of this name, the sound of their name, they are automatically not even considered. Are you okay with that, Reese?
That's what courts are for. It's not that we're not back in the
No,
days anymore
no,
where you can't settle things and call for
that's not.
discrimination. So we got courts now for that.
But so how can you prove? How can people prove then that based and there's are people that are in those positions that look at applications and see the people that look at applications
How
that
do
are
we prove
witnesses
they
to
doing
this?
that?
How can they prove? How are the people
Exactly.
that get dismissed because their name proved that
We
they were
don't know
dismissed
that
and
on
not
either
considered
end.
for a
We don't
job
know
because
that.
We don't know. We
There
don't
are
know if this is
studies
even
showing that
happening to begin with.
ethnic
That's the
groups are
problem.
less
bro,
likely to
stop
be
playing.
hired.
That's the problem.
Really, Reese?
That's the
Really,
problem.
Reese? Bro,
That's the
bro, there's
problem.
no point talking to me, bro.
The same argument.
Stop.
No, the same argument that you're using can be used against you. Because if
Right.
we can't prove that this is not happening, you can't prove that it is happening. That's the problem. You can't
Yeah.
prove that
If
it's
there are
happening.
people that have made, if
Yes.
there are people that have made YouTube videos that have witnessed this, that have saw this happen, what are you
If
talking
a
about,
course
sir?
Then why they
correction,
didn't
Because you
report
haven't
it then
saw
if
it,
that's the
sir.
case?
yes, but
Whatever,
there are
Reese.
people that are reporting this
Okay,
happening in
whatever,
the
dude.
job
Okay,
market. No,
sure,
there are
sure,
people
Reese.
that are reporting this happening in the job market. Period. Right? There are white people that say that they go to somebody that's black that has a job offer and they're getting overlooked because they're white. It depends on who you're talking about, right? This is the problem. You can't speculate the subtle problems. You can't do that because then it's all up to interpretation, right? All up to whoever interprets it. So if like let's say, for instance, it's men and women,
Oh
both of
Lord,
them
So
his
so
Trojan,
so
right?
so
your
everyone
thing
is getting
keeps
a fair
going
shake.
off.
So I
It's
know.
You keep
glitching,
One,
Reese.
one
you're
second. One
glitching.
second.
You're
One
It's
second.
glitching,
glitching.
Reese.
You're glitching.
Uh,
And can y'all please stop real quick?
Yeah, just so we get this video
Oh
over
my
with, because y'all got to
god.
go back and forth.
And also please after the video can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right, let me tell you exactly what I said, okay? Thank you. So this was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people of color. Currently, they're 15%. Okay. So they want to go from 15% to 50%. Mm-hmm. A conversation then ensued about how every time affirmative action is employed, standards have to be lowered. There's not a single instance where that does not occur. So then I said, boy, if I see a black pilot, I'm now going to wonder, is that individual qualified? Or were they selected because of their race? Comma, but that's not who I am, but this makes me think this way. And I stand completely by that statement. Okay. Secondly, let me just finish. Yeah, sorry. DEI and affirmative action, what it does is it lowers the merit, it lowers the threshold of standards and increases things that do not matter, such as skin color and ethnic background. So that is what I said. Okay. Now, a more important question to ask me is, Charlie, do you believe that black pilots can be qualified? Of course, any individual can be qualified. I want a hiring quota and program that only cares about qualification, not skin color. And thirdly, I would say, why does United Airlines care so much about the color of the pilots that are flying them? Shouldn't they just want the best pilots? When you guys are flying from Vegas to Dallas or Vegas to Chicago, are you going to feel safer and more comfortable when you hit turbulence if you have a diverse pilot, or if you have a cockpit of the most qualified people that are there that have proven that they know how to land and fly planes?
How do you feel about legacies in that regard? Because legacies obviously have a leg up in getting into certain institutions just based on who went there before them that is close to them.
How do I feel? I think legacies are somewhat against merit, to be consistent.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean,
just want to make sure you're consistent.
But I will say, though, that the study of legacies have been done because their parents are smart. They're usually actually pretty smart. And so the moving average is that legacies aren't nearly as unqualified as some affirmative action people, but there are plenty of unqualified legacies that get into the Ivy League institutions, to be consistent. All right,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yep, I understood that. For me personally.
Baby, you better get your
Okay,
I
turn,
hold
don't
baby.
on.
understand.
Okay, hold on one
I
You
don't
second.
already know
understand
how
who
this
has a
is.
problem with that.
Hold on one second, please. Okay, so it's correct. So just because you're a DEI hire, it does not mean that you are not qualified, right? But the standard is lower. I know because I am a great DEI hire through VA, right? And then also I worked with the NAACP of Snohomish County, and the president basically worked at Boeing where they needed to diversify or whatever. And so they were basically looking to meet that quota, right? It's not that that person is not qualified, but it's that that person doesn't have to be the best, right? Because when people, there's a whole bunch of people that qualify, right? They went to school for it, blah, 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 right? But the standard is a little bit lower as far as like, I have to meet this quota. And so, yeah, a person who may be qualified but may not be have as much experience may be hired ahead of somebody else, is what I think he was saying. And that the perception is that the person is not the best. It doesn't mean that they are not, it's just the perception.
Yeah. He specified that. He asked, that's why he asked the guy, he said, would you want somebody that's hired through, what they say, affirmative or whatever? And then he also said, or do you want the best qualified one? And that's all he really was trying to make, prove a point on that situation. That's why even what Kay is saying about, well, they are qualified and all the other stuff, but I'm saying they have the program for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It still have to be some type of cause of why they making this. It got to be something where even if it's unfairness, right? Unfairness does not mean that you're qualified. You know what I'm saying? Or it don't mean that you're as good as the rest. You know what I'm saying? Because they're making an exception for you for whatever before for the I guess the unequally or unequal whatever the reasons why. But it is a big difference between those two, and I can get the difference of what he's saying though. It's not saying that neither is neither. He's just saying which one you would want or prefer. I mean, if that's what he said, he would prefer. What's wrong with what he preferred the best? And it could be any color. He didn't say it was a certain color either. So I don't know why he's making it a color thing. It's just DEI has turned into a color thing, even though y'all said it might originate it. Just like it was something else that started off. Oh, y'all talk about feminists, how that changed. It's another thing that y'all say how it evolved and it changed to something else where it started off for some what about what was it the what the frick is it with the man, I be forgetting about the smaller stuff though. With the orange card and all the other stuff, I'm trying to think about the where y'all be getting the freak. I can't think of it. Let's go. I cannot think of it.
But just till you figure it out, though, this is part of the conversation. This conversation lets us know that we hear what we want to hear too as well. Because someone mentioned earlier that he didn't mention what the percentage was before, and then he only mentioned what they're trying to get to.
He
after.
He didn't mention.
He did. He said 15%.
That's why I said this conversation really proves that people hear what they want to hear.
Sir, I watched the video, and it was a different conversation with a black gentleman. So I watched the video, sir. I could send
What's wrong with that video?
The YouTube video to whatever your damn page is. So I watched the video, and Charlie Kirk says what the airline wanted to go to, and the African American gentleman he was just talking with actually said the actual percentage, which was 6%. So while you're suggesting you think what video I watched and what I didn't watch, what I did watch, sir, you can't assume what you don't know. But good try.
I was speaking.
Do you not agree with the video that we had up there?
I was speaking. Hold on. I was speaking to the video we just played, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm speaking to the video. I'm speaking to the video I actually watched.
Listen.
Oh, so I see what's going on. Okay, that's cool. I was about to see what's going on, though.
Hold on. I got it. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, please. Give me 2 seconds, please. I wasn't addressing what he said at all. Wasn't. I don't know why he think I was addressing him. I was addressing what said in this conversation earlier today. And so, earlier, a few minutes ago, in this video that was just played, it showed he mentioned the percentage before and what it is after, what they're trying to get to. Continue, sir. Thank you for letting me those 2 seconds, please. Thank you for those 2 seconds.
I was about to say, even from this point, I could tell, because we just showed a current video. I think sometimes if you got your mind made up or you feel this way towards, and I get it, though. That'd be like that with certain people, though. If you got your mind made up and somebody might have said something that made you rub you wrong, or and that's with anybody. Sometimes we will have this bias and we can care less what they said later because it's like, whatever. I'm on F you mode type situation because it's like the fact that we just played that whole video and then, I guess he still focused on the whole video. It is what it is. I don't even think it's no trying to, he got his mind made up. He probably don't like him or whatever. It is what it is. So it's all right. Everybody don't gotta like him, but everybody ain't gotta dislike him either.
The thing that I've noticed is that a lot of people, like, we see the world so much from our worldview, and our experiences shape our worldview, absolutely. But a lot of people need to take more objective looks around life. Like, for instance, something that he said that a lot of people have a problem with is when he states that, like, black people were more together back in Jim Crow, or black people had a better community back in Jim Crow. And, like, a lot of people, like, hear stuff like that and just, like, automatically, like, assume that he thinks that black people should just go back to being, like, segregated against and, like, enslaved and stuff. And it's like, that's not the case. That's not the point. The point is, back when we had less,
You're breaking up again.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're breaking up again. I'm gonna say that
Reese.
For me, for me, it just sounds like you get a trophy, you get a trophy, you get a trophy. Everybody get a participation trophy.
He was doing so good and then it just got really bad.
I know. I
Yeah,
really
I
I don't
know
know
wonder
they
if
don't
you're
what
want to.
he's
moving
gonna
or something,
say.
but stay
That's what they
still.
doing to Charlie Kirk. They piecing them off.
He might
Yeah.
have to drop. Reese,
This
try
is the thing.
dropping and coming back. It might work better.
I don't ever believe in participation trophies. But okay, so let's say this. So do you think there's certain doors? Let's be honest. Let's be real. If certain people wanted to, how they want to, there are certain doors you would never get in, based regardless of you being qualified, regardless of your level of intelligence, regardless of how hard you work. There's certain doors you will never get in because they don't want you in
Saying if I see a
based off
black
of certain
party,
things.
I'm
Hold
gonna.
on now. Wait, come on now. We can pretend all we want to. But if we're talking about even the corporate world, it's called a glass ceiling. Now, even when any common sense knows about it, it's called a glass ceiling. It's a certain level you just don't go past. That's why when I talk to people, I say if you want to become a CEO of a company, make your own company. Because
Right.
no, hold on, wait. Because I said proof. If you want to see, if you ever seen a black man that's intelligent or a black woman intelligent, highly talented, just all the things they're supposed to be, excellent. They are excellent. They're achieving. They're hitting all the marks. They have never been promoted to CEO of a company created by a white person. Never, never. It has not happened ever, ever. Now, ask yourself that. Ask yourself the reason for that. If you ever had an African American be a CEO of a company, it's because they have created the company. But for other white team men, they can become selected to be CEO of a company that they have never created.
Why it seem like we
I'm
want to
not the
be
only
accepted
person.
so bad by people that don't like us? I don't know. I always moved in life like whatever. That's day session. I'm not about to force myself into a situation because that's like trying to make your boss like you. Once I got a boss that don't like me, I'm not about to be like, why don't you like me? You need to treat me fair. F that boss.
But
I'm gonna
Kev,
go
that's what I
somewhere
Well,
else
here's
said.
where
here's the
This
thing, you
That's
guys.
what I
why I
find.
said
What I
create
find.
your
What
own
I
Look,
company,
find.
Kev. I've
This is what
always
I,
said that.
this is what I find
wait, hold on.
crazy.
Oh, hold on now.
My
I
grandparent.
heard.
My grandparents.
Okay, because I could have sworn you heard motivational start speaking, and then I started speaking, and then you started speaking. Just hold on one second. Motivational, go ahead, and then I'll go after you.
Like this is why I've always said, Kev. I had this conversation with my wife. I said it does not make any sense to fight for a seat at someone else's table when you can just create your own table. That's always been my push. Ownership. Like we've talked about before, Kev.
I agree.
Creating a product or a service, creating our own companies, having ownership, where we're serving the community, we're serving people, and obviously how business works, right? You have a service or a product, you exchange it for a decided upon price. But what's so crazy is, like you said, we're so busy fighting for a seat at someone else's table that they don't want us at.
Uh,
Okay, so I just wanted to say, fudge. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Here's the thing. One, like Charlie Kirk was just saying that he doesn't believe in it. He doesn't want it, and I thought he made it clear exactly why, and I didn't find anything like racist or that crazy about it. And then, the other side is saying, no, DEI is necessary, which I agree with that side. I do think DEI is necessary, right?
Hmm.
But the thing is, why are we labeling this man as racist off of that opinion? You get what I'm saying? Like, he just thinks it would be better to not have it. That's from his lens. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's anything too crazy. But anyways, I just so the video that you did see motivational, you said there was a black guy. Did he have a short hair?
It was an African American gentleman. It probably looked like he was in his, I think, 40s, uh, maybe 30s, 40s, or mid 40s.
Heavy set bald head. I saw him.
Heavy
Bro,
set African
hold
American
on,
man.
wait. I was asking motivational. I'm sorry. Can you
Yes,
say that again?
yes.
What was
It
he
was.
wearing? Was he wearing like a black? It looked like a black smock.
I don't know what his exact clothing was. I
Okay,
know it's.
here. Let me
Yeah,
just check. Let me just
yeah,
check. Because I'm trying to see the video. Is that him?
yeah. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so can I play it for y'all?
Let's get it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I seen this on TikTok too.
said if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I mean that is correct. Yeah.
That's correct. Okay, so can we both agree?
What was the context of what I said though?
What was the context? I don't even want to get into DEI because your opinion on DEI it doesn't really help in this case. So, if the context between what you brought up was that you believe that
Because they were being hired because they were black.
Okay, so can we both agree that every single pilot, whether black, white, whoever, has to go through FAA certification?
No, actually,
We can't?
new lawsuit shows that black pilots and female pilots have the standards being relaxed.
No,
for them.
sir. Can we agree at the time of February 29th or 2023 when you said it at the time? No.
No, actually, I said it. That's why you don't know the context. Is that new lawsuits were showing that they were relaxing the standards for air traffic control and pilots in order to meet the standards.
The context of that was diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that have to do with hiring?
Everything. DEI definitionally is that we will hire more of a race versus a different race. So, for example, United Airlines said that they want 50% of their new pilots to either be women or black.
Okay.
Currently, just so you understand, it's like 8%. So they want to go from 8% to 50%.
Okay.
And every time DEI is implemented, every single time, the lowering of standards occurs. Every single time.
Lowering of standards?
Correct. So can I prove it to you? We both want excellence, right?
Okay.
If you and I said, hey, we want 50% of the new people going in the NBA are white.
Okay.
Would the NBA drop in its standard?
No.
No.
The national basketball.
Yeah. No. If
like
we said
the
50%, if we say
if 50% of the NBA dropped and it was only white.
No. I
you're
said.
saying would the standard go down?
I'm not hearing what I'm saying. If 50% of all new people going in the NBA were white by decree, would the quality of play of the NBA decrease?
Would the quality of play in the NBA decrease?
Yeah.
No, if they're the same standard of basketball.
Hold on, let's talk realistic.
Well, what are you saying realistically? You're asking me.
75% of the NBA is black. 75%.
I said if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like.
All right, that was it. I just wanted to make sure we clear that one because I know that was a disagreement earlier. But go ahead.
I don't see the difference.
He was just trying to prove a point, like they were lowering standards, right?
But
so like for an example,
8%.
right? Let's say to be a lawyer, right? You had to do a certain amount of hours of community service, and for them to meet their merit, right? For them to reach their goal, let's lower the standards of community service and the hours that they have to do so that those could meet them. Is what he's trying to explain.
Right.
You understand? So like
where,
how
where
he
was the
tried to
data?
explain it with the NBA, right?
Okay,
Like,
let's do this then because I see what's
where
going
was
on.
the data? The
I
back.
see what's going on.
It was
we ain't
him
gotta
trying to
look. We don't have to
explain
do
it.
that
It's
though.
not
I'm gonna
data.
say this
It's
though,
for him
right?
trying to dumb it down so people will understand.
No,
That's why
no.
he put NBA as an example.
I know y'all hear me talking. That's crazy. I'm not
sorry.
one of the panelists. That's crazy. All right, so I'm gonna do this real quick, right? So, because I see where the debate's going to, and I'm just trying to hurry get this out the way for real. So, say if we do play a Joe route, right? You and K route. Say that if the data was wrong and all that stuff, right? What do you believe his intentions of saying a lie like that for? What was his intentions for?
Because
if he's lying,
no one's gonna contest him, Kevin. Kevin, we are heard on
no, I'm
this
saying
panel.
what would, okay, that can't be the base. That can't be the base.
Bro. No one contested what he said, even though he didn't bring any source from the information he was saying. See, Kevin, would you agree?
That's not what I asked.
Hold on. Okay, so what's your specific?
I'm saying, what do you believe his ultimate goal is to lie about something like that? For what?
To what? To push
just to make black people look bad?
To push the narrative that we are dumb, unintelligent, and we
okay, that's what you believe. Okay,
positions.
Okay, there you go. I just wanted to see where your because I didn't see that, but I just want to see where you coming from. So, Kate, you same thing. You believe that he just pushing a narrative that BLK is not smart. That's the person. That's why he's lying about a stat.
I think that he's trying to push a narrative to the base that he's speaking to, and a lot of them do believe in these myths that DEI was for that purpose. And
okay.
That class action suit that he was talking about was from over a decade ago, and nothing became of that.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just saying,
I don't
even though
know what exactly he's referring to. All he did was make an analogous statement. He did not bring any hard evidence.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say he was wrong. Then he was wrong. Cool. Right. That's cool. So at the end of the day, you said just to make BLK look bad. So okay, then let's say what is the purpose of him having this BOK leadership group that he created for BOK people, since he's not trying to help them. Did y'all look
I
at
have
that?
no
Look at
idea,
that.
but again, that's a red herring. That still doesn't detract from the fact that what he said in that moment was not
Is that how we
factual.
operate
So
today, or
I'm
something
not
like that?
sure.
We stick on something that hurt
Kev,
our feelings and
no,
never
no,
look
I'm
at what his
saying
dude's
it's a
purpose is.
it's not
What
about
did he
skip.
say that wasn't
it's
factual?
Oh, okay, so let me ask you a question,
No, wait,
Kevin.
young K, but young K though, young
Oh,
K.
my bad. Yeah,
Like,
okay.
no, I just wanted to clear. Like, what did he say that wasn't factual?
He was saying in the video he was referring to a class action lawsuit that happened well over a decade ago. Nothing became of that.
In
That's not
2016.
relevant to what's happening now with pilots. There is no qualifications that have been decreased. So again, I
No,
don't
but
know
he
why he
didn't
would
say.
refer to
He
that.
didn't say the. Okay. Okay. But he did say that there were new hiring protocols. Right. That's what he said.
Right. If you go to the website, though, I think it's for it's been a while since I actually researched this, but I think it's the FAA, whatever
Yeah.
group does. Yeah, there's been no changes. And I
Hey,
think
you know
even
what? I thought
Politico
about this.
Fact and other groups have fact checked him and said it was false. I'll double check it right now.
I thought about this because
Just to make
y'all keep
sure.
going to the origination, right? Like y'all with the origination of do y'all because like this, do y'all believe some things evolve and change, right? And I'm gonna use for example, right? Just like that what's that blood your body thing? I forgot what they call it. Oh, body positivity, right? Did we know it originated with like the people what people couldn't control with their body and deformities and all this other stuff or whatever. So now we got big people that done threw themselves in there now. And they changed it up to now. Now they talking about love your body or body positivity. That so can we not admit that some things have evolved and changed and has been specified or grew to cater to certain groups now,
So,
even
so
though it might
Kev,
have originated for the YT people first, but now it evolved so much. Now it's like more mainly focusing on the groups that are probably either more their emotions with things or whatever it is to make them feel better.
so Kev, if you're specifically talking about body positivity, that was an overcorrection. That was absolutely an overcorrection. Again, Kev, the things I speak of is not a thing of me being emotional, whatever. Can I agree with someone's talking like sure? Can I disagree with others? Absolutely. Based off the simple fact, now we're going from a place, and again, he did not prove the source of any of his information. He just said, and people took his words as truth. This is the problem. Kev, if we're on this panel and I say the sky is green and you know the sky is blue, but I don't have any proof. I feel like inside, like I believe the sky is green. That's just a problem and an issue in general because I'm not backing up with any real actual information. I'm just saying a statement, and then you're taking me at my word. This is
Have
the
you ever did that
problem.
before? I know you a speaker yourself though. Have you ever miscorrectly said something or
It
you don't
wasn't
mess up?
misspoken though.
I know that I'm just trying to put it in a way. I'm just trying to
Right.
put it away if it was.
I use my
I'm trying to
words
play
very
in his field a
carefully.
little bit. Like
Yes.
say you said something and it got took out of context, or you was just wrong and you thought it was right.
And then I
Retraction.
would own the mistake and admit to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool, right? But some
Called a
people, there's
retraction.
some stuff you're stern on, and you're not changing your mindset on how you feel about it. Do you feel
So
like somebody should demonize you or look at you a certain way from taking effect of your whole purpose? Which I can see your purpose. Like I don't know, it's crazy because I'm like we all. I could have sworn a lot of us as Christians and stuff. How can we not see his main focus was Christianity and pushing Jesus? Like that's his main thing. Every time he opened his mouth, he will mention Jesus, or he will actually push that out more than. And even a lot of his opinions and thoughts were biblical. It was biblical. I don't understand how these Christians that claim that Christians don't understand or see this guy. They really get their feelings hurt so bad that they only stick to certain parts and don't realize his whole mission. That's why I say if we really I think, and I ain't gonna I ain't gonna even put it that way because I would say if people were really did their research, they would realize. Just like when I be saying about people that read the Bible too, they be like, "Man, this stuff is dangerous. This stuff not." I'm like, "Dog, there's no way you read it deeply. You couldn't have read it deeply because you would not be saying all this. You actually probably would have developed a deeper connection if you really understood the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I don't be understanding. I think the main people that should understand this guy is Christians. It just
Kev,
throw me off.
Kev, you know there are people that try to put him on the same level as Jesus, right? You do understand that, right?
I don't care about the people though.
How
Right,
are
but
you
this is
gonna
what I'm
do
saying.
I care
this?
about his message.
Okay, can I the whole DEI thing? Because the thing is, a lot of times when you are debating, you get what I'm saying? Like you say, oh, research shows blah 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 blah. Literally nobody cites their like source and says 2022 blah 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 blah. That's for the person that's listening to go and further research. But anyways, I'm gonna read about the thing. It says the ATCTI program, established by the FAA in 1991, partners with educational institutions to prepare students for careers as air traffic control specialists. Traditionally, graduates of the program were given a head start in the FAA hiring process, provided they meet specific criteria, including passing the air traffic selection and training exam. In 2014, the FAA revised its hiring protocols, introducing a biographical questionnaire as a preliminary screening tool for all applicants, regardless of their ATCTI background. A change which, according to the claimants, had the effect of nullifying the preferential status previously afforded to ATCTI graduates in the name of increasing workforce diversity. In November 2016, Andrew Brigida, who is YT, and a Native American Matthew Douglas Cook, both ATCTI graduates who were not selected for the ATCS position under the new hiring process, filed a lawsuit against the FAA alleging that the 2014 hiring changes constituted intentional race-based discrimination in violation of the Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Following several years of legal twists and turns, including amendments to the original complaint in February 2022, Judge Dabney Frenchridge granted class action certification, a decision which opened the door for approximately 1,000 claimants to join the suit.
Yeah, I'm
So
about to
is
say,
that
I
case
don't know if
still
people's attention
pending?
span that long.
Like it's still
You
going
would
that
say
case?
nothing became of it because if you actually
Yeah,
go
does it?
through and read the questions that they gave them during the interviews, nothing would suggest that it was about race. How would you describe your ideal job? I have some of them
So
here.
from this point, it's nothing you could
I
pull up
paid
now. I
for it.
guess.
I paid to get the
I guess
questions.
whatever information they got was right, and what we every time we pull up something that's wrong. So it
No,
is what it
I'm
is.
saying
all I'm
I
saying is he
paid
wants
to
I'd
to
get
like
the
to jump in
assessment.
a moment.
all I'm
I
saying
paid to
is
get the assessment that was put in during the Obama administration, and I'm
I got
reading
you.
some of the questions here.
You
And
got
it
the correct
says,
stuff.
more
I'm just
class
saying
persons would
I'm
remember
just
me
saying
as,
all that
like, these are not
I'm just
race-based.
saying what he said was there were some changes in the hiring protocols. He did say that. I'm just saying what he said was not incorrect. He didn't elaborate. That's for y'all to go do. But I'm just saying he was not
Well,
incorrect.
Right, if you can, go look up the actual question. There are hundreds of questions they gave these guys. It
you
was
do know that when he did debates, right, and someone contradict him, and they're like, "Oh, well, my facts say," and he literally tells them, "Okay, what did you guys use?" And they're like, "Oh, well, I don't know." So you know that he's coming because, like, let's be honest, he didn't come to school just popped up. Like, he just did not pop up. Like, you knew he was coming, and he showed up, and you showed up to a debate wanting to show your tail, prove a point, and did not come prepared.
Okay, so based on what you just
Hold
said,
up. We know Sweet trying to get in. She been trying to get in like crazy. Then I got you that next
Uh,
motivation.
Thank you, family. I appreciate it. It's been a civil, pleasurable conversation. So I just wanted to touch off of I guess facts. And you guys see it all the time that we are in this, like what they say on TikTok, anti-intellectual movement right now where people don't want to research. So kind of piggybacking off of motivation and Kay, when people are making statements and claims, yeah, it is their responsibility to provide the resources. And it is our duty to actually go look it up rather than taking their word for it. And I think that's kind of where the disconnect is coming from. So, host, you were saying there's nothing that
you guys could do to pull it up. Well, it sounds as if Motivation K are actually reading this stuff.
No, that
Now,
was me.
some
That was
folks.
me. That was me reading it because I'm a
No, no,
big
no, no, no,
believer.
no, 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 not what you're saying. You were the one who made the claim that said people don't actually go look at the facts. And I'm saying that's part of the problem.
No,
So
No, I said that. She didn't
no.
say that.
Okay, so what I
Everything that Motivation said or that Young said, Rachel has gone up to prove and like to
Every
say, hey,
time
you're
they
just
said
getting a
it, they
little
brought
piece
it
of
up,
it. You're not getting all of it.
and then they
no,
said
no,
that ain't right.
I'm getting there. So I heard what you just said about the FAA. So even if they might have I don't changed the requirements or whatever the case, putting that they changed the requirements in the same sentence as black people, that's harmful. That's harmful. It
Do
perpetuates
y'all know
no,
anything
but
else
he
besides
to
Were
with
to
you?
Charlie
see
Kirk?
the debate, how that the debate works, people go up. Like he doesn't just come out
I
and
know how a
say,
debate works. You
The-
make a
I know,
claim, you
but he
prove it, you
doesn't.
refute it.
He doesn't bring up the race like people bring up that.
Correct.
No, no, but there has to be a
That's because they
basis
don't
for them
watch
to
for real. That's all I
respond
said. They did
to.
the same thing with Kevin Samuels. Like
No, no,
But
people
no.
who
really
is the
don't
I
watch
teacher
for
did.
real.
No,
that
hold
asked
on,
him
hold
based
on,
on the
hold
They
on.
race?
watch
And
the
the man
clips
I
and then
did
have
go with
watched.
that.
Hold on,
You,
I
do you know
have
how many
watched
Charlie
an
Kirk
episode of
clips I
Charlie
watched?
Kirk.
I
I have
watched full
watched
videos.
two,
It is
and I
not.
decided it wasn't for me. It
Okay,
was way
this go
too
back to
much
that one thing I
negativity.
was saying. I think some people that might have already a dislike for certain people, they will watch for whatever bias that you have. Because I noticed that, and that's just with people in general. Because I ran into people because this ain't my first time doing this topic, but I noticed some people like, well, I did watch, right? But some people watch because they want to find every reason to make this person look bad because
Yep.
whatever it was that this person stood on, this person just did not like it. You know, that's just what that is though. Cause it's like my thing is like a lot of the times he explained his stuff thorough, you know, the best way he could. And some people get it, some people didn't.
Yeah.
But I don't see like this junk is so funny because it's like the same way we would want somebody to do that for us and not take things out of context for us. Somehow we cannot do it when it goes against whatever. I don't know what everybody got in their mind or something like that was going
So,
on. But I don't see how this y'all make it seem like this dude is evil. And y'all going off his
no,
one thing this dude said, and somehow he just demonized because of this one fact. Is let's say if it was a lie, all this other stuff that he said, nobody never bring nothing positive he said. It's just this one thing, and we
Well,
just
what
gonna
did he
hold it
say
against his head.
positive? That's really also why I came up with
Wait,
what did he say positive?
wait,
Because
what did he
I'm gonna
say
tell you
positive?
why
Oh
I
my
am
gosh,
not.
I'll bring up a
Wait,
list.
hold on.
so
I'll
so
tell
so
you why
Kevin,
I'm not a fan of
I get a
theirs.
list then.
It's because of the videos that I actually did watch, the 45-minute videos, hour videos. It was nothing but negativity. I'm not
That's where you
about
messed up at.
that. No, I'm not about that. I'm about solutions and positivity. Do I agree with the general? Because they're not the only ones who have stated this. They're not the only conservative or
so,
Republican ones who have stated things about, the crime rate,
so
marriage rate, AB, all of that. All of that has been known facts since at least the 70s or 80s. I understand that. I agree with that. And I don't, as you guys stated earlier, I don't live those lives. I'm married. We don't have children. I've graduated from college twice. We have a home. So I don't even fall into those statistics. It's the fact that I'm about solutions and positivity. So for every claim they made of negatively about BLK men, there should have been a follow up and a solution. I never saw that. So if you could provide that
accurate,
with me,
1000%
I'm
accurate.
okay.
So Kev, again, bro. Again, if someone just like what you, if someone just always talked about the negative side but never brought a solution to the table, again, Kevin, me and you, we've had conversations. I have great respect for you as well as everyone else on this panel. But as you would know as well as I said I'm always solution oriented. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
cool, we know what the problem is, but how do we find a
What are the
solution
solutions,
that
right?
gets us to where we need to be?
Right.
Now, there's certain people, they make their bread and butter off of just
Mm-hmm.
highlighting the worst parts of our
Mm-hmm.
communities.
And that's the
Now,
issue.
yes, did he talk about Jesus? Absolutely. But okay, we could say that Satan manipulated God's word when it came to Eve. Now, did Satan know God's word? Absolutely. Now, did he tell the full truth of God's word? No, he did not. And he utilized that to manipulate Eve, and she fell for it. Now, am I saying that he's Satan? No, I'm not. I'm simply saying just because someone talks about God or talks about Christ or talks about Christian related topics sometimes doesn't necessarily make them a Christian. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like sometimes the word says even the very elect will be fooled. And
Mm-hmm.
my major concern is the very elect, we're too easily fooled.
I think the reason why
So what
I ain't
makes
gonna
him a
lie though. I'm gonna put it
Christian?
this way. I'll take his version of Christian against a lot of people that others version, right? Because I think, and I was talking about this earlier, right? When you still based in color of a skin or something like that, I can't take your Christianity real. I just can't. And I think and the whole point of Charlie Kirk, and he explained that plenty of times. He just said he wish he can erase race. He wish he can because it's like the thing is we just have to address the issues itself. Even God himself, he don't. It's not about to be no color, no skin when they go to heaven. And I don't know why people still think that, but
Yeah.
whatever. That's I
But
guess some
I
people
never
Israelites or
said
whatever
anything
they
about
Motivation.
they
a color
they,
of a
they love that
skin.
stuff. But my thing is when you so focused and you're tying your emotions to because of, oh, he said this about black people and white people and all that stuff and missing the whole context behind it and really think this. I didn't get none of that stuff out of it as much as I've been looking at his stuff or whatever, realizing that he did do work. I don't know why we told. That's why I said I know that everybody claimed that they that's why I said they claim they watched them, but no, if you look at other videos, he have programs for black people. It's the ones that's mainly crying for real. He got programs for them. He been helping them out and all that stuff. I mean, it's all type of stuff
Wait,
that
what are the programs and where are they? I'm
I got you
genuinely.
right now. I got you right now. Since you could do research on everything but this, I got you right
What
now
Hey,
is
because I'm tired.
hey, hey,
I can't
Kev.
prepare for this too though, because
Hey, Kev.
somehow everybody just half what
I
they.
want
What's
I
up?
want motivation when
Hey
you get a
Kev,
chance.
are
I
you
want
talking
motivation when
about?
you get a chance.
Hey Kev, are you talking about the all black young leadership
Learn leadership. Yeah, yeah, yep,
young leadership convention he had, and how
yep.
he personally paid for 100 young kids their flights and everything to go to the White House and go sightsee in
Well, it's no
DC
way
and
he's spending
everything,
his money because he's just trying to
as
earn money.
well as
That's all
as
he's
well
doing.
as
It's no way he's
Blexit.
spending his own money.
He literally hired, his company literally hired 40 black folks to help out with inner city with the Blexit program in Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Chicago, amongst other things. Like, what
My
else
bad.
does he
We
have to
doing
do?
research. We ain't
He
supposed to be doing research.
he
Have I
he
ever
got to
said he
jump.
does
He
Are
got to
nothing
supposed to
do
be
for
it.
doing
money?
He got to
research?
do a
Hold
summer.
on, dude. I'm writing
He
this
got to
down.
do a somersault and go back and like do 5 front flips.
The
Well,
issue is that the
no.
majority of what
What are
you
we
guys are
doing?
seeing are
The
his
guy's done
debates.
far more than what we've ever done for the black community.
Facts. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. Are
Facts.
you
We be on.
addressing me?
No, I'm just saying in general.
And
Like
they got the nerve to call
a
him a
lot of
fake
people
Christian.
be
That's
talk.
crazy
A lot
work.
of people be talking, and a lot of people ain't even like put together no program.
Mm-hmm.
He got 2 or
Good
3
thing I'm
of them.
not
He was
one
a
of them.
family man. That's the next topic too. I'm doing too. That dude was a family man.
He
He
literally
been
has
he stood on truth.
people in the alphabet. He literally hired people from the alphabet community. They're in his
Mm-hmm.
on his team as well, and
Well,
they're
that
black.
community is not my concern. I'm
No,
what about
they're
you?
he's black.
Mhm.
And I think once we start putting our pride to the side and humble ourselves, we can
So,
actually see the actual message that he has. Though
so,
I
so
think a
let,
lot of times we
And
keep
what
putting
I'm
our
saying
pride in.
is his message is not new. That's what I'm saying. I know the message. I don't
Yeah, but
Can
y'all
I
find
just
subscribe.
play
every
this
last
But
reason
his
to try to
video?
message was
disregard
to
this
Fair.
dude. Like
educate
that's crazy. He's
those.
still doing more
Can
than
I
these
just
people
play
that
this
y'all be
video,
praising, like
Kev?
Michael Jackson and all this other stuff. I don't,
What?
I
I
don't
ain't
Now,
know
never
what's
come
going
on
praised
on.
Michael
now. Now,
Jackson.
see, you think so little of people to be thinking
Kev,
people praise Michael Jackson
I
or
ain't
anything.
never praised
And I'm
Michael
just saying
Be
Jackson.
that
for
don't be
real.
crazy. Y'all be
See,
like
well,
that's
then,
King
how little you
Von,
think of
But
black
let's
people.
King
see,
Von,
No,
and
no.
all
Kev.
these other people,
So,
and then
so
you
let's
got
be
a
Kev.
Be
clear.
guy.
for
Let's be
real.
clear.
Y'all don't question them type
Let's
of people though.
hey.
If I've ever respected anybody, it was someone with a character like a Martin Luther King Jr., not a King Von, not a Michael Jackson, not someone
Yeah,
considered a
That
celebrity,
I'm
none of
saying
that.
y'all
Angela
got
did
him at a
this,
high
and
regard,
But
which is
Martin
he
Luther
crazy. Like
You
I
do
King.
think
know
he,
Martin
I
Luther
Hold on,
think he
time
King.
at
out.
least
Y'all
he
do know Martin
I
Luther
tried.
gotta.
King wasn't a
Hey,
At
Kev,
Christian.
hold
least
on,
he
Kev.
tried.
I want to say this, y'all, real
James
quick.
Y'all do know
Brown.
Do
Martin Luther
y'all
King Jr.
realize
He
y'all?
wasn't a Christian.
Hold on. I just wanna lay this out, y'all. So we motivational. You talk about the type of Christian, right? You realize David, who was a man after God's own heart, literally slept with
Oh,
Bathsheba, another
I
man's.
know the word, brother.
And
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
okay.
he stole
So
another man's
and
wife.
right, and God
And the
and put her
child paid
husband.
for it.
Hold on, that's not the point. The point is God has used people who are imperfect. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's saying that every single thing that came out of Charlie's mouth was always the best way he could have said it. That's not the
Right.
issue. But to disregard the good stuff and say, well, he made mean tweets and he said some things mean and it hurt my feelings.
Like
Sir,
the fact
when
is,
it comes,
was it
I'm not a person that necessarily cares about feelings, sir. So if we're talking about feelings, I'm not talking about feelings.
We got to if we only can mention
No,
one
no, no,
thing that
no,
he's
no,
saying
no,
and
no, no,
stick
no, no,
on.
no, no. See when I speak, I'm talking about the implication or suggestion based off of skin color. I'm stupid. I'm unintelligent. That I'm not capable of.
when did he say
That's my
that?
hold on. That's
And
my
that's
problem.
one
That's my
video.
issue. It's the suggestion of. So what I'm saying with everything else, when he spoke out
Let's
against the
discuss
LGBT,
that.
That's not to the
sir.
black
So when
community.
he spoke out against that, when he speaks out against things that are clearly wrong for a moral standpoint, I've never disagreed with him on those aspects. Let me be
Gotcha.
very clear.
Gotcha. Okay.
But when there's pushback on certain things, I don't skip over those things and ignore them.
Okay. Let's discuss those motivational. Can we discuss
Can
one
I
of
just
those?
play the video first?
Oh,
Because
go
I
ahead.
know people say like
Go ahead, Rachel. Go ahead.
he never says anything positive or
Oh, go
does
ahead.
any.
Go ahead,
It's
Rachel.
Oh,
so
I got a bunch. I'll
there's
put a whole
so
list
many
on them.
videos where he is like he's so kind
Somehow they
and
just blinded to all the
positive
good videos. I didn't never see one. I'll show you.
and he tries to talk about the solutions. Yeah, like they're like, come on, he debates like all the time. It's
Oh,
every debate is not going to be a conversation on solution. Like we have these panel discussions all the time. Every time we have a discussion, we're talking about a solution. That's not true. Okay, but anyways, let me play this video.
Kid that is. What a beautiful kid that is.
Thank you
What a gift
so
from God.
much.
Yeah.
She truly is. She is the biggest blessing. Hi, I'm Andrea. It's so lovely to meet you. I'm really grateful that you came out to our campus. Something that kind of has me like on the fence of whether or not I go kind of like full blown more like conservative or moderate is just seeing how
Give it up. That is a gift from the Lord, everybody. That is just beautiful.
Say thank you. But something that like I've seen and just reading things from like Candace Owens and seeing how like welfare has like really like destroyed like the family unit. I see that, you know, we're starting to save a lot of money from things such as like Doge and what they're doing to minimize government. But do you think that some of that money should go back to maybe like reforming the way that welfare is done to help poor families who do want to kind of pursue that American dream?
Great question. The number one objective of any social welfare program should be how do we keep the family together and put dads back in the family?
Yes.
That is the number one priority. We don't have to overthink it. Every number gets better for every community if dads are around. Every number gets worse when dads are not around. Unfortunately, in the black community, dads are the most absent of any community. About 2/3 of all black youth will be raised without a stable father around. And I know it's crazy, right? And that little precious angel of yours deserves to have a father around. And you know, for daughters and for sons, it's different things. For a daughter, that's a father figure to look up to say that is how a man should act and someone that I ought to one day marry, someone that will protect me from a vicious world, and someone that makes me understand what strength and not brutality looks like, what justice but not revenge looks like. To have a father figure is a silent way of forming a child to be a mature citizen. And unfortunately, as we've removed dads from families, government has come in and has taken the place. So some people need help and they need social assistance. All of that should be about incentivizing the dad staying around, not the dad leaving. Unfortunately, with welfare, you can get more money for single mother assistance.
This is very true.
And so right, you agree. We're actually subsidizing single motherhood more than we are subsidizing family formation. And so I'm glad to hear about the Fatherhood Initiative. And if I may speak to the men out there, you are a coward and a petulant child if you impregnate a woman and abandon her. You have a moral obligation to stay with the women of your choosing, hopefully in the confines of marriage. This idea that men can just abandon women and, you know, leave the consequences without any responsibility has been a catastrophe for our country. So that's my answer. And I'll say this. The Democrat Party does not talk about dads at all. The Republican Party, we are talking about how men need to be men again, in the home, take responsibility, provide for your family, and with strong families comes smaller government and a better country. What a beautiful kid that is.
Curious on what they heard on this
That
one.
Red Bull.
Okay, so
Can you just make a
it's not
small
terrible.
comment with a comment that somebody made downstairs, like down on the bottom? I just wanted to say something.
Why you ain't text him?
Because it's too long.
They're,
I
they're,
was like, I don't feel like writing all that. They're just stating, oh, if Jesus was here, would they agree with Charlie Kirk? You do know that God is a God of vengeance and a God of wrath within sin, and they call out sin. Like that's the whole point, is forgiveness and redeeming yourself, right? It's not about let me put my sin under the rug and I do it and continue to do it, right? Like that's the whole point, is to stop sinning and cleanse yourself. So it's not to avoid it and not talk about it. I just want to say that.
so to be on specific on the video, I don't disagree with anything that Charlie Kirk has said. In fact, I've said this on my lives many
Right.
times before.
Me too.
So again, what he's saying is not like I don't.
But he did give
I
you
would
some
say I don't
answers,
care about that
though.
because it's been
He
said so many
did,
times. Like it's great he said that,
but he
but
talked about a solution.
well, I'm simply saying we're aware of that. To repeat something that has been repeated already so many times by so many different people
That's
in our
crazy.
community, I'm saying I'm just saying like
No,
And
that's
did
messed up.
and to
No,
not
I think
acknowledge that
everything we
2
talk
million
about
that's
every
children
day
crazy.
is
right,
repeated
right.
That
No,
is
again.
that's
so
I just
messed
want to
crazy.
up
throw
for
this
real.
fact
That is
out there.
so
You can look
crazy.
it up.
No,
Uh,
that's messed. That's a
Okay, so
crazy
he
bias.
said all of that, but
Baby,
he
you sound
didn't
muffled or
acknowledge
something. I
the
don't know why you sound
2
like that.
million black children being raised by their fathers. Maybe their address on the census is their mother's, but there are a plethora, millions of black children being raised by their fathers. And that's the damaging part, perpetuating a narrative, focusing it on there. And of course, the little black girl
That's
with the
not what he
child, and I
said,
didn't
though.
see
That's
a
not what
ring
he
on
That's
her
all you
said.
finger.
got on that?
Anyway,
Dang, this is crazy. It really is people that's okay,
what
that's
you
cool.
So
what you
how?
mean?
He
That's what I'm saying.
So
That's the
he
hurtful
literally
part.
he
okay,
Perpetuating
literally
these
he
did
literally talked
I'm
about
stereotypes
literally
okay?
and
acknowledging
What
what
not
he
about
no
said.
the
he
correcting it.
talked about fathers
Oh
Right.
who would
man,
not take care of their kids.
incentivizing fathers
Yes.
through
Right,
the
right. I
system,
got
and
that part. But he also
yeah,
said
but
to
you
the
got that
lady,
part,
But
and
he
you didn't
also he talked
unfortunately,
about
No,
no,
you got
he
that
he
said
part,
to
talked
but
the
you
about he
lady,
talked
didn't
about
care.
unfortunately, black kids
No,
have the
you.
highest fatherless rate. He
That's
said something like that
crazy
in the
work.
beginning, right?
You got
And
that part
that's
and didn't
false.
care.
That's
Well, I
false.
mean, what's the difference from okay? And
That
that's
is
what's
that
funny
is
though.
true. I
But
think
if a
that's the
woman say that,
It
right,
is
and
true.
if a woman say that nobody have an issue when they say that, especially the divestors, they quick to throw that stat out there like ain't that many fathers in the house, and they giving hand claps and everything. Now a white man
Who
said,
is
nah, it's an
saying
issue.
that?
divestors are saying it.
Listen, when there is an
Going back to
issue,
the
like
critical claims from the
I'm
divestment
sorry.
move, it's like it lacks efficacy, right? I think the whole point here is that is true. I understand where Sweet's coming from, though, in the fact that yes, those statistics talking about fathers not in the home also does not include widows, divorcees. It doesn't include men who are involved in the lives of their children and just not living in the home. But even if you include those numbers, it is still overwhelmingly a large amount. I don't
He
agree with
was
his
only
premise here, but this was
he's only
solution oriented and
speaking
it was positive. I will give him that.
he's only
you
speaking about
give
me.
Young
He's only
K a
speaking
hand
about me.
clap, because honestly, like this is crazy work. Like literally, y'all was like, he doesn't say anything positive. He doesn't
No,
bring up solutions, and then we show you a video, and you're like, we all do that.
That
If
That's
ain't
y'all don't
nothing.
like that
so
I
video,
am
I
not
got
saying
more.
that,
Like
but
I
that
said, I
ain't
got
nothing
I,
plenty.
Sister Soldier didn't say in the 90s. Like I said,
I'll
this is
force
a
these
clearly
good
I
videos
clearly
down your
said
throats.
oh my god, this is
I'm just not easily
I
impressed.
But
clearly
the
said
problem
Sorry.
that
was
I clearly said
he
going
wasn't talking
to
about good fathers. He was talking
impressed.
about
The
bad
point
fathers.
is, the
so
point is,
hold
And then
y'all
on.
if we Christians though,
comparing.
why don't we forgive? I'll be
Y'all
over
are
on
So
everybody.
no, hold on.
comparing.
So Eileen, this is the thing we realize in any community, but especially I would say in the African American community, there will always be a percentage of men. What they have a nickname, right? The Pookie and the Ray Ray. There it's a percentage of men, and this is the reality. There's certain men, they're just that's not how they're built. That's not their character. They're the men that go out and have sex with women without protection. They will create the babies and they will never stick around. I'm not saying that's okay. That's absolutely wrong. But that is a small percentage within the BLK community of men that will do that. That's not the majority. That's the
You sure?
minority percentage. We understand that and we know that. I'm
I mean, I
simply
think if
saying that.
wait, how many other I don't know. The reason why I can't believe that, why I believe that's not true. Like, name. Think about the women we talk to on this app. Majority of them do not have their fathers in the house. I have not heard a happily
That's
married.
why you gotta
That is
get in
rare
the
to hear
room.
a happily married couple that be popping up on these lives.
Oh, oh,
For
Because
oh,
because
wait, wait,
the
wait, hold on.
reason
Hold on.
you
So
would
let's
have
talk
to
about that.
what
do
Happily
society
married. Okay, Kevin, we're gonna speak on that. Then we got to talk about the divorce percentage, and that 70% of those divorces are initiated by the women. So when you talk about a
Yeah,
father's home, hold on. It starts with a father in the home, but when someone initiates a divorce and
I,
now the
I
man
feel
can
it.
no longer be in the home, they're in separate households, that's not necessarily on that father. He
I
can't be in the
feel it.
house.
It's many different reasons. I get that point. The point, but he was saying right there. I guess for everybody that missed it, it's just that fathers is needed. That's all he was getting to. That they needed. We need to find
Right.
a way to keep fathers in the home. That's all that was.
Right. And we didn't miss it. It's just
And
regurgitated.
so
And then
why
when
is
you
we? Why do
actually
we
go
go to
out
the?
into the
What about if this
community.
happened? It's no point of saying that. It's just what was his main point. That's like little lot of stuff. We can. This how we. And this how you vet people, right? Or how you try to get to understand somebody. You just pay attention instead of because a lot of times we do that, right? When we all communicate with each other, we may get triggered. We might feel a certain way, like hold up, but you trying to throw shots. A lot of times that's just projecting from things we might not heal from a while ago or whatever. But the thing is, when we take the time and really try to see what is this person reason and why would he do that? Like what is his main focus? What is the common thing that he keep repeating and all that stuff? Then you will find out about a person just like me, right? Some people will, if they have a bias against me, they gonna take out my worst person and just say whatever they feel, whatever. But the people that know me, they know my basis is more about accountability. It's more about taking or get rid of the entitled mentality or knowing what love is, forgiveness and all that stuff. And that's some things I always repeatedly say.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, even if I want to speak about Jesus and stuff, like all this stuff, it's repetitive things. Sometimes you're going to catch me. I might say something false. Some things I get corrected on. It is what it is, but I shouldn't be judged off the couple things if you know my whole base is trying to help people. You know what I'm saying? So that's I think that's how we need to start viewing certain things. We miss the whole entire message, the whole purpose of certain people because of maybe a few things they say. But I think if we, especially if we speakers and we're motivational, whatever it is, that's funny. This name motivate, but I'm just saying because like a lot of us do motivation too. But it's just like we got to put things out to get people to move forward. You know what I'm saying? To let them know that okay, now that we state this, and I'm gonna mention this thing too though, because I know somebody said, um, these things are nothing new, right? Everything we repeat today is literally repeated, right? But it's this
Mm-hmm.
thing where some people need to be reminded to focus, right? It's just no different from like when they say manifesting things, right? Or meditating. Well, that's a biblical thing, meditating on the word, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you have to keep on. That's why God even told us, right, with the meditation thing. We gotta repeat it because we're going to shift. We're going to shift in life. We're going to forget like things I be having to remind myself on. Like, all right, okay, this thing might happen in my life, but God got my back. You know what I'm saying? Or this thing might happen or something like that. But I gotta remember, stay positive, stay this because life is going to hit, right? And a lot of us going to forget. So yes, just like they repeat all this negative stuff in music and all that stuff and tell you how many times to pop that thing and twerk that thing and suck this and suck that, that stuff, it works in people's mind and they keep on, they internalize it. So maybe we need to repeat things that need to be pushed into like accountability and different things so it can be internalized until people start making them changes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
So
just how that
highlight
is.
those voices and those platforms over divisive platforms or people who make millions of dollars regurgitating divisive stuff.
Yeah, what's wrong? I noticed that too. What is up? Why does this dude pockets like any matter of yours?
No, it's not this dude specifically. It's people in general making all this money saying hateful, disparaging rhetoric.
Interesting. Okay.
And
All
then
right.
you say, and especially if they're supposed to be Christian and they making all of this money,
Yeah.
not giving back. I'm not saying him
I
specifically,
can't.
not
I
giving
can't
back
see
to their
Jesus saying it in
community.
no different way. I go there. I go there
No,
with that too.
sorry.
I can't see that. If Jesus like bring more fathers in the home, what's so harmful and hateful for that?
There's nothing wrong, but hateful for me. This is just me. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing hateful, but let's also
Like I think we call everything harmful. That's what I
I
don't
mean,
like
there's
when
no.
we do.
Let's also, as we are acknowledging the need for more fathers in the home, let's also highlight and uplift the initiatives that are already in place that are being funded in our community. Some of us are funding it out of our pockets, and the people who are already doing the work. They never talk about that. That's
I
my
can feel
personal
that
issue.
though. I feel
I
that
know
though. And
too, though.
some I can feel that, but sometimes you have to address a problem or speak on a problem to fix it. That's just how that happens sometimes. You can't correct
Or did
nothing
he
if you keep
influence any
uplifting
of you
everything.
all to
You see what happened when they
fix the
uplift your
problem?
body all the time. Uplift your body while they 300 pounds and stuff. Like everything can't get uplifted all the time. You got to address certain things.
So
Or
Kev,
did he influence any one of you to help
Kev,
in your
I don't.
community?
My bad. Go ahead.
I was just curious.
What's
So
that
Kev,
again?
I don't disagree with
Oh.
that. So Kev, all of a sudden I start speaking on hold on. If I started speaking, I said, we usually know by just looking at the stats. That usually the pedos are usually middle-aged white men. If I started speaking on things like that, and they say, well, hold on, that's why you always doing that. Well, I'm just bringing something to light. I'm simply saying this. It's usually, and I'm not. There's nothing wrong with what he did. But I'm saying it's usually one-sided. It's usually one-sided. Kev, I'm simply saying, let's talk about it on the other side, right? We always talk about black on black crime, right? But we don't talk about proximity a lot of times, which is the problem. It's proximity. Yes, that's a problem. African Americans committing crimes on African Americans, but the problem is proximity, because 80% of the crime white people do is white on white crime. It's
Do we
proximity.
not like being talked about?
So no, I don't have a problem being talked about, bro. What I'm talking about, okay. What I'm simply saying is this, Kevin. Do you think that media, like big media, big news, is controlled? Do you think it's controlled? Like far
I
beyond
agree.
the bigger picture, it's controlled. Like that,
I agree.
okay. So there's no such thing as like free speech. It's controlled. So even the narrative, even the perspective in which we are viewed, is specifically done a certain way on purpose to have us have such a horrible self-image of thinking we're stupid, we're unintelligent, we're a bunch of criminals, YNs going around doing a bunch of crazy mess,
I
and that's
can't let you
all we
bypass what
do.
you just did. What do you
Hold on,
mean
sir.
there's no?
No, no, no,
What do you
no.
mean? What do you mean there's no free speech?
What?
What do you mean by there's no free speech?
I'm talking about. No, I'm not talking about on TikTok. I'm talking about the national news. I'm talking about the big time newspapers, bro. Stop playing with me.
No,
It's
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
controlled.
but
You
I'm
go
talking.
through
national
an editor.
news
Stop
don't tend
playing with
to
me.
get like they try to get your attention, so they try to look at what's more controversy.
I
Just
can
like
see
when
that.
you see the clickbait, like you don't see all these people like talking, just talking out of their ass, and you're like, do people really think like this? And they're like, no, they're just trying to get clickbait. It's just like watching Jerry Springer. You want to explain to me how Jerry Springer was one of the top shows that people would see in the morning, and it was the most nastiest thing and the most disgracefulest thing that you could see, but people would still watch it. It's all just to get views. It's not about what's right or wrong anymore on the media. It's just about to get views anymore. And that's what we have allowed as society to capture our attention.
The only reason why I wanted. The reason why I mentioned that motivation because free speech has nothing to do with media. It's free speech. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I said that inaccurately. Free speech protects us from the government, not from like TV and media. So I want to make sure that that's not what you were saying though. If I misunderstood you, then I did not fall back.
So yes. So if you're talking about free speech, yeah, it protects it from the government. Yes, and fortunately, we still have that. Absolutely. But that's why I was clearly making. Okay, so I was clearly making that distinction for this. The reason why I was simply saying that big media is controlled and the perception in which they create, because it all goes downfall. It's the perception in which we have about ourselves and the perception which others have about us as well. Like this is if we did this. This is chess, right? This is a chess game. And so far, individuals that don't like us because of what we look like, they have been playing a long game. We have been playing checkers the whole time. No, I don't want this to be about race, but I understand from the aspect of seeing it's been created that from an other side that I cannot control. That's
If we don't want it to
outside
be
of my
about,
domain of
if we don't
control.
want to be about race, why we don't get rid of DEI?
EIA was more just about race and jobs. It was about accessibility, inclusion, making sure there was nursing rooms in the airport and the job force,
Can we
making
do that
sure
without
girls had
DEI?
access to tampons, making
So
sure
Kev, what if I said it like this? What if I
making
said it
sure
like this?
fathers have
Christians should not be part of
paternity
our
leave.
DEI.
Come
No,
on now.
no. I'm
Y'all
saying, can we do not
focusing.
do that
Yeah,
without
but
DEI?
Kev,
it
what
was
if I said it
all
like
like an
this?
umbrella. It was
Yeah.
like race became like the biggest part, the biggest talking point. But that's not all that it did. It's no different than when people say,
oh, Planned Parenthood does, ABs. That's not all they do, but they make it that talking point because it is money driven
because
and
I'm
politically
saying, what's the
because
purpose
AB
of the? I'm
because
just
because
saying,
So
we
so
can
AB
do
is
Kev,
the
all
most
these things without
dangerous.
hold on,
DEI.
y'all.
So, Kev, what
Can
if I
we
said
discuss
this?
this? What
What if this just give you the opportunity for the
JB
interview
for
if
real.
you qualify, right? So this is the thing. Okay, it's not no, you don't get hired because you're African American man. You don't get hired because you're African American woman, but you at least get an opportunity for the interview if you qualify. What if we did that? So you can't
Yeah, you don't
automatically.
need DEI for that
that's
though. That's
already
what I'm saying.
in place.
Okay.
But listen, hey, you said AB. You mentioned Planned Parenthood, sweet. Um, can we discuss that for just 2 seconds?
No, because I don't want to discuss it tonight, but the other panelists can. I
Okay.
was just making
Now,
a point.
I got you. Well, but your point is moot because that's the main thing. So that's the main thing. And Planned Parenthood and AB has been the number one destroyer of our population
I know
out
the
of
talking
everything.
point. You got it,
Right.
Chief.
No,
You got it.
no, Miss Sweet. It's not a. But hold on. Let's be respectful here. It's
I'm
not about.
respectful.
It's not about having anything. We always talk about. We keep talking about the black people. Us. The it has done more detriment to our population than any other thing combined, including HIV/AIDS, including police brutality, including um, crime. Crime in our communities, violent crimes, heart disease, cancer, everything combined, car accidents, and everything. Millions of us have been unalive in our mother's womb. In New York City, there was more black babies being AB than being born. And y'all talking about genocide in Gaza. We Gaza times 50. Genocide on our race.
Mm-hmm.
We make up 13, 14% of the population, but account for almost or more than half of the ABs. That's
Look how many
numbers.
Mm-hmm.
look how many illegal immigrants are
You
here more
got
than
it.
black people. There are more illegal
Y'all
immigrants than
right.
there are blacks.
Y'all talking about getting rid of the party. Y'all against the party and saying they racist because they saying let's put America first and we're Americans, and they're saying that the illegal immigrants are coming in. Not all of them, but a lot of them are taking our jobs. They're bringing in more crime. Kamala Harris took away the DNA requirements, which when somebody coming over, they're making claims that they're the father of these children when really they're trafficking the children come across the border. What are we
Mhm.
talking about here?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did anyone on this panel, maybe I missed it, claim to be
No, that's
a
not what I'm saying,
yeah.
sweet. What I'm
Right.
saying
So
is
you said y'all. I
no,
get it. I agree
no,
with
sweet,
everything you're
sweet,
saying. So
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, you
gonna
don't,
go back
because
and forth.
you said, what did he say that was good? He was against all of these things and advocating for these things on colleges. He was the one speaking against these things and bringing awareness to the college students about it and giving them an open platform to debate him and to bring their facts. And he brought their facts, and he justly told them to let's do it. And when the crowds jeered at them and disrespected them, he told them to be quiet and let them say their piece, even when he was being disrespected and stuff thrown at him with death threats. What are we talking about here?
All right,
And
hey. If that's your
motivation,
Messiah, go for it.
who? No, listen, you trying to you. I don't know if
Wow.
you gaslight. You saying a
No,
Messiah.
no.
My
I've
Messiah.
already explained
No,
my position.
no, sis. Let's not be ignorant here.
I'm not far from it.
Just because I'm speaking up for somebody based upon y'all claims or speaking against y'all claims don't mean somebody's my Messiah. I don't like that. I consider him a brother in Christ, and
Hmm.
and he was assassinated. And when people are trumping up charges of him against him that aren't true, that's my brother. I don't care what color he is. And a lot of people on here been talking crazy all week long and praising this man death and everything else. And so stand on it. Y'all up here talking about it. Don't buck now. Don't run now.
Oh,
So
I
Stand on
so
what
haven't.
y'all
That's
so
talking
why I'm
so
not
about.
going to argue with
so,
you
so
because
let's be
I'm
clear.
going to
I
remain
have
in my
never.
position. I said what I said, and I'm standing on it. I hear what you're
I have.
saying. I agree with a lot of what you're saying pertaining to our medical history and our family unity and everything like that. But I said what I said.
But
And I'm
it's stuff
somebody
that
who
he
does the
talks
work in
about.
my community.
Yeah, me
I
too.
said what I said.
That's fine. Me
So
too.
that's
So
why
and he
yeah.
did, too. But what I'm
I didn't
saying
see him
is,
in my community. I didn't see him in Oakland. I
man,
didn't
So
see him
just
in
because you
man,
didn't see him in yours,
ma'am,
it doesn't mean
right.
he wasn't
ma'am,
touching
do
all
you?
50 states, right?
He literally
I
He
land.
literally listen. He literally right. Let me help you take off back again with your airplane. Let's do this. So he literally had a program and a company and a part of his company that hired 40 black people to oversee Atlanta,
Philadelphia, and Chicago, and maybe one or two other cities. So regardless of what you're saying about your community, there's 50 states in the United States in the mainland. And so again, motivational, something you said. You said, well, I don't want to be that kind of Christian. What kind of Christian was he that was contrary to the word of God?
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
didn't
a
say
good
that. I
question.
never
No,
mentioned.
No,
so
not you,
my
sweet.
specific, hold
Not
on,
you,
no, no.
sweet.
Sorry,
So
my apologies.
let's keep it in context. What I specifically said was this. I said within God's word, it says that sometimes that people that we will be fooled by certain individuals. Now, I didn't say he was. I didn't say he wasn't. I simply suggested I try to ensure that I'm not fooled by certain individuals, regardless of what image they give off. That's all I simply said. Now, you can agree with that. You can disagree with that.
Got
Either
you.
way,
No,
I'm
Did
good
you
with
read
it.
the
I
verse,
don't
know the
care.
fruit by the
You
fruit?
understand what I'm saying?
motivational. I agree
You
with you
understand what
on
I'm
that.
saying?
No, listen, I agree with you. I agree with you on that, fam. Right? We get it, but that don't like let's not imply that we too shallow to see. Because we not the ones who going with the media. We the ones who in 5 second clips. We're the ones who actually going and
I
looking
don't
at
watch
later,
5 second
later
clips.
minutes. I got you. I'm not
No,
talking
no,
about
I'm
you.
good, bro. No, no,
But
you real slick statement. I don't watch 5 second
no,
clips.
no, it's
Let
not
me be
about it.
clear.
Yeah, I mean, y'all come. That's fine. But what I'm saying is,
Okay,
what? How do you're making a claim? You said sometimes people are, I guess, doing it under guise or wolves in sheep clothing. That's basically what you're implying, right? And saying that some people be faking, which I agree with you, right? So I'm asking you, is there any sign? We're talking about Charlie Kirk here. What did he do, or what did he say in context that leads us to believe that we need to have our antennas up? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer of know the fruit by the fruit. I could have sworn we read that in the scripture too, and so I'm just gonna leave it like that. So.
the program, I love the program. Fantastic. Wasn't aware of it. It's great. He did that. That's fantastic. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. The statements again, the statements he said on the black community. I've stated those statements before. Many other people have. It's nothing new.
Farrakhan has, and Killer
Nothing
Mike
new.
has.
I'm
Right,
simply
but
saying nothing
right,
new. So
but right,
okay, it's fine.
but if
I
that's
don't have a
something
problem.
that's plaguing our community, then we need to reiterate it, just like Peter said. Peter said, "I said it to y'all before, but I thought it necessary to remind y'all and stir y'all up in remembrance, because people forget." That's what he
And
said
and
in the Bible.
and to be clear, okay, and I pray that would have never happened. Like I said, I pray that that happens to no one, including an individual like Charlie Kirk. I hated that happened, and I was against it from the very beginning. But if he that did not happen, he lived to be another 40 years and said that, that's not what's going to create the change. Let's be clear. What's going to create the change is us. It's us going into our communities, dealing with these men that move like this. And hold on, I'm gonna go even farther. It's women not dealing with the men that move like that.
I, yeah,
Hold on, brother.
yeah,
The men
I
of low
agree.
quality. Because at the end of the day, this is
I agree.
reality. Men have to start protecting their seed, and women have to protect their bodies, protect their wombs for who they give access to.
I
That is
agree.
And you
that
know
is
who
where
else
this whole
said that?
problem
I agree with
starts.
everything you said.
You know who
Farrakhan.
else said that?
Charlie Kirk.
Farrakhan. You're never gonna get me to admit about this white teen man.
Sweet Harris. He just said it on the
Sorry.
video. He just said it on the
Yeah,
video. And
I watched the video.
Well,
right.
sweet, you gotta be a
So
believer first to
I
even
wonder.
understand
I
anyway.
so
Though
wonder.
we
I
talking
wonder
believer.
if.
Yeah.
so motivational. So I agree with everything you said, fam, and that's a fair assessment. Okay. All I'm saying is, bro, what I'm saying is that yes, we've been saying it, but you said we gotta um you said that we gotta actually be in the communities and hold each other accountable, etc., which I agree, and that's what he was doing. So social media is a platform that he was streaming on, and that's how I learned about it, and that's how we learned about him, through social media. And so the Bible says faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. He taught the word of God on live and on his platform and at churches, and he brought awareness. So the first things first, right? So Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of these people started off by talking to people and showing by example. So him showing the example of his family and him being a good dad and speaking about it brings awareness, and that awareness creates belief and faith. Him speaking about talking points, showing other black people that you don't have to be limited and feel oppressed,
Mm-hmm.
and that you can do everything that everybody else can do. That's bringing awareness to the people in our community to help them think and jog their memory. Because remember in the Bible in Acts chapter 2, Acts chapter 10, and all throughout the Bible with the Ethiopian eunuch, it started off with somebody saying words and challenging their perspective. And guess what happened? It says they were cut to the heart when what? When they were told what to do and when they were exposed on their behavior. And then they said, men and brethren, what shall we do? And he said, repent and be baptized for the remission of sin. That's the same thing that brother was preaching in our land.
This
I'll
be
just
so
say my
funny. I see why I never make it through the prompt. This could be so deep. I swear we never. But let's keep going. Let's get it. Let's get it.
And I don't have an issue. Like I said, he stated something that many knew was already a serious issue and problem within our communities. I don't have a problem with him doing that. That's fine. It is what it is. Because I said at the root cause, it goes with us being involved. It's what I said before. Like it's they those folks can say that, and it's actual facts. Yes, but it's us getting involved in our communities, dealing with black men, dealing with our black men, finding out how they're broken, like what happened, how in which ways they're broken, and getting them to self-reflect and to come to a point where, hey, you have to do better. But some of those people, the reality is, unfortunately, we know because hey, everyone can't go, everyone will not do better. But it always it's going to come down to
I don't.
again men protecting their seed and women being more selective and not giving certain men access to their body because it's just not going to end well.
I want to speak to this one minor thing. I want to speak to this one minor thing you just mentioned, motivation. I think that whoever helps me can help me. I don't care if you're black or white. I grew up in a single parent
Amen.
home. My mother was a crackhead. Never knew who my father was. I can tell you there's been 4 men instrumental in my life that made a difference. 2 were black, 2 were white. And I didn't care that when they came along into my life, I didn't care what color they were. I just cared that they poured wisdom and knowledge into me. That's all that matters. Race doesn't matter. We make race bigger than what it is.
We do.
I listen. I don't have a problem. Okay, this is will be. I will go with this stance. I don't disagree. Whoever is willing to help you from a sincere place, from a sincere, authentic place, awesome, great. But my perspective, whether you like it or not, I would love to see black communities as a whole rise up and be empowered. Now you can feel however you want to feel. That's your right, sir. I respect that. But I
We
want to
can
see
feel that.
black
We
communities as a whole
we can
be
feel that way,
empowered
but
Hey, let me
and
ask this
rise
though.
up
What?
and do better and create better results.
but the problem with your statement though is that, and I'm not sure if you're a Christian, so I'm not gonna put that on you if you're
Yes,
not.
I am a Christian, sir.
So this is the thing about this is that even from a biblical perspective, we do not fight against flesh and blood.
Nope.
So when we make this about flesh and blood, we
Principalities
lose
and
sight.
spirits.
Hold
We,
on. Okay.
when,
Okay. Go.
when we
No,
make
finish your statement. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
when you make this about flesh and blood and not and focus on the flesh, you're we're being just as racist as those who we talk about. Because
Okay.
when we
So
get to so when we get go ahead, I'll finish. I'll let you take
no,
over.
no, no.
Go
Go ahead. Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm pretty. That's it. Go
All right. All
ahead.
right. All right. So okay. So from the talking point of financial literacy. Okay. So I'm gonna say this real quick. I'll be done. I'm not trying to go on a rabbit trail. Financial literacy is important, right? So I talk about getting life insurance policies, ensuring they're set up a certain way, seeking out understanding how to set up a trust, a family trust. If you're gonna have family businesses, if you're gonna own businesses, have it in the family trust. Life insurance policy connected to the family trust. I talk about these things and finding the certified individuals know how to set it up and get those things set up. Having life insurance policies because this is the beginning of creating wealth. Now, why? Why is that important? Because we need resources. Now, the word says it's better to be the borrower than the lender. So this is the thing. Hold on, financial literacy. Too many of African Americans, we don't have it. We are financially poor. We lack financial literacy. This is serious. Now
So
the
to make
word
a
says
statement,
it's
so
better. Hold on,
Hey,
the
let
word
him say
says
that though. But let me ask you this though. Cause yeah, imagine Kirk saying that y'all would have told him up. But let me
I
say
wouldn't
this
have
though.
no.
For
So he was like, yeah, black people lack financial literacy. What the? He's right. I know. But I was about to say, what is your? Because I heard you say about sincere, right? All that matters is they sincere, right? How do sincere? Like, how do you prove sincere to you? Like, how do you identify who's sincere or not,
Kevin,
off your perspective?
I'll simply say this: many tactics aren't new, they aren't original, and they've been used time and time again. So a wolf in sheep's clothes. I'm not saying that's him. I'm saying a wolf in sheep's clothing comes in, gets positions themselves, and then destroys a system from within that could elevate and empower people to where a people can get to.
Your motivation. That was my question. That was my question. My question was basically just saying that off your tactics, how do you vet a sincere person? What do you do? Like, what's your tactics to
Through
figure
my
them out?
through my interactions, reading their body
Give
language.
me some examples. Yeah, give me some examples. Like,
Okay.
say if it was just all voice and you didn't see their body language and all that stuff. Say it was a voice of how we just speak on here and
All right,
stuff.
for
Like,
instance, Kev,
go
the
ahead.
consistency between our engagements,
Hmm.
how you carry yourself in general, overall, in conversation, and just as a decent person in interactions. That's why me and you have been dealing with each other quite some time on TikTok. You're a very authentic, original person, and you don't pretend or play to be something that you're not. But I could tell because your conversations have always been consistent. Now,
Yeah.
I will, Kev. I'll be the first to say, I didn't live next to Charlie Kirk. I didn't go to his church. I didn't go to school with him. I didn't grow up with him. I wasn't best friends with the man. I don't know him. I never said I did. I made assessments the same way he makes assessments about black pilots, the same way other people may make assessments. I just made an assessment. But whether people like my assessment or not, that's okay. You don't have to. Whether I agree with your assessment or not, you don't have to. I don't have to. I still respect your perspective. And I still
Yeah.
think there are some solid points to what you're saying, just like the gentleman I was just talking to.
Yeah, I like that you use that though. So that's what I'm saying. And I get that, right? So don't we can do that same way how we identify sincere and do that by actually researching people, right? And actually just paying attention to, or even if you have to take hours, right, to really see if a person is sincere or if they're fake. Don't that take time, like listening and catching them at different. Let's talk about Kirk, right? If catch him at different debates, see what his talking points is, see if he's saying the exact same thing in different ones. Is he just switching it up because of new people around? Even though I love how them two videos got played and they sound almost like they about identical. I don't even think he switched his talking points on that. So I feel like that was pretty sincere. And also like just different things. Like I think I agree with you. That's how I could tell if people are sincere based off the talking points. If they change it up or switch it up or something like that, if they stand on something, this is really just them. We might not like that it might just be them, but we can't say that person is not sincere because they're genuine in what they believe in because they never switch it up. And this is just how their mindset is. So we got to realize that, yes, just like me and you and a few other people, some stuff we might agree on, some stuff we might disagree on, but that don't take away that we are sincere in what we believe in. And sometimes we might have to admit that we are wrong, sometimes, or wrong or right, whatever. I mean, sometimes it be like that, but that don't take the fact of what's sincere, especially according to the definition that you gave or your perspective. Because like I said, I do agree with that. And that's how I could tell. I could tell people's basis too based off of how constantly or what they preach on and what they, just like I could tell, like one of them lies they be talking about, I'm solution based. And then next minute you see them, these men ain't ish and all that other stuff. Let's cry, wham, 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 and all that other stuff or whatever. It's like, no, you can say that out your mouth, but what you consistent is bashing men all day. So you're not sincere. You know what I'm saying? So that stuff like that, that's what I'm getting to about that. It's like you can tell people is living up to what they speaking on, or are they contradicting based off of action? You know what I'm saying? So I think I will give y'all a mission. Everybody's feel this way against Kirk, right? Because I don't know why we acting like we gonna get a trophy or something or freaking a whooping if we are wrong about this situation. I would just say look even more, look even deeper, if, especially if we don't truly know what to, until it gets to a point where we're confident as to say that, oh yeah, for sure he's a racist, or for sure that he's a child of God, or for sure, like until we be able to actually and then put multiple things together instead of one or two or three videos, put multiple things from when he started, or not, you don't even got to go when he started, but just say that, different time frames of where he stand at, and then just then put them all together and see what his base is. You know what I'm saying? I think you could do it that way. Anybody. That's how I look at that. What's that? A book up
And
there?
what part
Oh
part
yeah,
also being
I just
sincere too.
no, okay. Yeah, so before I know one thing that I had an issue with regarding Charlie, which I told Kev, was that yeah, it seems as if he's only talking about the BLK community, and if it is one-sided, I don't agree with that. You get what I'm saying? So, but for me though, dang, cuz your mic. But for me though, I like to dive in. I actually went on his website. He has the Charlie Kirk show. Anything that somebody put out there, I dove further and tried to find the whole thing. A lot of the debates have been clipped. You get what I'm saying? So um he has a whole show where he talks about so many different topics, and it's definitely not just about the BLK community. What I'm realizing is people are putting up all of the sensational things, the sensational topics that he talks about, but he does talk about like America as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like so many different topics. And it's not revolving around the BLK community. I'll tell you that. So that's all
And
I
I,
had to.
hey, look, and this the common thing you're gonna find in each and every last one of them, right? Jesus is Lord. He's going to always mention it all the time. Now
Yep.
that's something that he's sincere at, that he mentioned no matter what he talk about. He's going to bring up Jesus because he bases his stuff around religion. And that's why I said we can learn the core based off of taking, you could pick randoms, right? Even if we was pick out random stuff out the Bible, right? It's a core to it. You realize it's about obeying God. You know what I'm saying? If you ever noticed that, and loving one another and loving yourself, literally you could break a lot of these things down and get to the basis of a lot of things, but I think we complicate things more than it really is. But that comes with vetting. Like I said, that just comes with vetting. That comes with building understanding, and taking your own emotions out of things to understand something outside of ourselves. That's just how that works. You know what I'm saying? So
I
I
was
mean,
listening to the
I
conversation
understand
tonight.
everybody at different levels with that, but that's one thing I
And
really kind of me myself, I would say that I kind of set my whole platform and my mindset on is trying to understand other people. I know many people don't want to do that. A lot of people want to teach. A lot of people want to push their narratives and all that stuff, and ain't nothing wrong with it. But me myself, I have because I found it so much easier to communicate with people or try to connect with people. I always prioritize trying to understand who I'm communicating with or talking to or who my crowd is. All that's what I always wanted to do though, because I had to start understanding myself, understand why my triggered a certain way. Well, understand, the same thing we talking about when we talking about loving ourselves and all that stuff. I had to understand myself, and I do the same thing with people the way I had to do myself, and then also holding myself accountable. So yeah.
yeah, and this is all free. Like the access is free. It's on the website, the Charlie Kirk show. So that's when I found out about the episodes, because when somebody wrote that, they took his quote. What was it? The empathy quote? Like empathy is.
Yeah,
The
empathy
gut
instead of
about the
sympathy, or he wants sympathy instead
the
of
Second
empathy.
Amendment.
That's
Yeah,
what he was
but
talking about.
somebody put it on their prompt and totally distorted the whole
Yeah.
quote, and to make it look like he was saying like empathy is like destruction or some crap. And I was like, oh, okay, let me look into the quote. I looked into it, and the man, it was a whole. Honestly, actually, it helped me when I actually listened to the full podcast where he explained why compassion is far more important than focusing on empathy. And anyways, that's it. Just
Hey, that's funny, babe, because that's funny. I didn't even know you did all that. They looked it up later, but that's funny. I
Oh,
literally
you
was
know
talking
I'm
to you
always
that
in
night
it.
before that. That's funny, and that's exactly what I was saying. That's funny because I had to learn it myself. Somebody taught me that, and I
Yeah,
ain't even
me
really turned.
too.
Yeah, I ain't even learned that from I didn't even learn it from Kirk. I learned it from this guy that was in my live actually. This dude named Elo or something like that. He told me about the difference between compassion and empathy. And then that's when I had started learning that, and then I started trying to teach other people. And then I ended up telling you about that one night. Then looking at the video, and now I see that Charlie Kirk even saying it. I was like, I didn't even know
You
that. I was
talked
like,
to me
wow.
about it too. Yeah, I was like, no, like empathy is very necessary, and that's not what he's not saying. He's not saying it's not
Mm-hmm.
necessary. He's just saying
Right.
like we're far more too focused on empathy and prioritizing empathy.
Yep. Yep. Uh-huh.
My
I
thing is that when before he
give a
passed, he was
perfect
asked what he
example.
wanted to be remembered by, and after everything that he's done, honestly, to change in the last few years, all he said was he wanted to be remembered by his faith
Well,
and
that was
his
the most
preaching.
important thing to
That was the
him, you
most
know.
important thing to him. It had
Mhm.
nothing to do with his debates or anything. It wasn't Trump in office. It wasn't who else he
And
got in
people that actually
office. It
watched
was
him would
his
know that,
faith.
you know what I'm
And
saying?
and I have a question, motivation. It's if it was a BLK that talked about um the situations that are happening, would you feel more comfortable with this since it's coming from a white tea person? And again, these are
I've
situations that are
already
debates brought to him, right? These are situations he's not going out looking for anybody. These are people who are looking for him,
Well, we
asking
got a
him
black
on
woman
his
called
opinion
Candace
about
Owens
that.
that do that.
Exactly. So I'm
first of
just
all, she
and
hold
the
on,
thing
she
is
is
that
not black, bro. I'm not claiming that. No,
okay, but and
Of
then
not
on top of
course,
that,
of
Sweet was like, "Oh
course.
well, what has he done?" And I'm like, "Well, I feel like he's done a lot more
We the only group of
than
people that do that
the
too. We just try
BLK
to
in the
dissect it.
community."
no, no, no,
Like,
no. First of
Wait,
all,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Can you repeat that?
because you mentioned, oh well, he says this and this, what's he giving as solutions? And they told you like things that he started to help the community. Of course it could not be in your community at the time because again we have 50 states, and he
Mm-hmm.
was just starting and his goal was only to reach 20,000, which now he got more than that. But at
Mm-hmm.
the end of the day, you're complaining about this is not a person in politics. This is just a random Joe who decided to open an organization, speak his word, and bring information to young adults, right? Something that the majority is not doing. Now, you
Maybe
stay,
not the
hold on now, hold
majority,
on,
but
hold
I
on. Now
said
you're stating what
50%.
is he doing for your community? Who are the people that you guys put in power in your community doing for your own community?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
You want
so
me to
So
answer
you're
that, or you
attacking,
just
hold
that
on, you're
rhetorical?
attacking a man's belief and what he was
No,
pushing
I
on
never
his side and what
attacked his.
he could do. Well, no, you're questioning somebody's
Mm-hmm.
I
motivation on what they're
Right.
doing to try to change the mentality, right? Because that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to change the mentality of this generation, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be more, I guess you could say, um, following God and going based on the morals starting when everything started in the United States, going from the principles that we started, right? That was his goal.
Listen, how did Turning Point get
okay.
started? How
Can I
did
have
that get
this sweet?
started?
Can I please
Oh
just
yeah,
real quick?
go for it.
Okay, so hold on. So hold on, Nicole. Since you asked me, I want to. Hey,
Correct.
okay. So first of all, I have the right and the freedom to question anybody and the reasoning behind the authenticity of what they do. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. You can completely think opposite of my perspective. I have the right to question. And in fact, I should. Because if I don't question, then I'm just taking someone's word for it and I'm a sheeple without lacking the ability to think for myself, utilizing my intelligence and my ability to look up information myself. So I will do that every single time.
No, I'm
That's
not
what we're
taking
not.
that away from you. I'm
Nobody's
not telling you to not question.
nobody's
Of course, you should
arguing that.
question everything because in the Bible it says to question. It says to do your research. It's not telling you to just take your pastor's word for it and keep going. I'm not stating that at all. But like for an example, things that you brought up, Rachel brought up, and she was able to tell you, hey, based on what you said, negating. Let me go back and say this is the whole. You get what I'm saying?
Again,
So as she's trying to rebuttal you, she did, and then you still come back with it.
no, 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 no. I watch full clips and I acknowledge when there was positive things that were done or a program that was created to work with certain individuals. I acknowledge that. I never did not acknowledge it, and I did not I didn't skip over it.
You
I
did.
I I acknowledged it.
You
No,
acknowledge the fact that he was able to do certain things for your
And I
community
said that was
based
a
on
good
his
thing.
based on
you
Hold on, y'all.
his.
said
Nicole,
Mhm.
I think he's kind of conceding to us, but he's just saying the challenge, right? He's just saying that he still should be open to challenge. I mean, the guy, I think we need to get off of him in so many words. Like we're going back over what he did earlier, but I mean, I can tell that he began to like challenge his perspective as we're talking and pointing certain things out at the same time. Sweet hairs, I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't know about
motivation.
Sweet. I ain't gonna
Harry.
lie. Sweet ain't budging a little
Mm-mm,
bit, not even a little bit. So I
mm-mm.
do.
But I will say this.
That's a
But I
good
will say this though.
perspective, a good view though. I did notice that a little bit, even though he might not be
Yeah, yeah,
directly
yeah.
saying it
He's
though, but the
okay to
way
be
he's speaking, I
skeptical.
could tell that
He just
yeah.
listen. I would be listen, bro. This is what I'm gonna say. I was a Democrat my whole life. I'm from Broward County, Florida. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up in the black community. You know, I'm talking about drenched. I'm talking about great aunt was Martin Luther King Sunday school, literally, and I think she taught and babysat Elijah Muhammad because she's from Sandersville, literally. That you know what I'm saying? Born in 1896, 97. I grew up with her though. So until she passed. And my great grandma went to church with them. So when you grow up and your whole life you've been told that there's a certain system at play and the powers that be are you know are trying to get over on us and we told the white T man this and that and this and that and the Republican Party is this and these other people are for us and you've been told that your whole life when you do get people who come out we think that they're just like a face to try to like dupe us for votes and they're not being genuine. And so you are kind of skeptical when your aunts and your moms and your dads and your cousins and everybody think a certain way. You have preconceived notions and preconceived ideologies and prejudices. And it takes a very open-minded person to be like, okay, let me truly see this from an objective way, from a standpoint. I just got into it with my mom the other day about this like literally. So it's hard to dismantle that. And the only way I was able to dismantle certain ideologies is because when I was had long locks in my head at the church, this white preacher took me up under his wing, and I went to Kentucky with them, and again my whole community was like, man, you going to Kentucky, bro? You know what they do? And I get up there and the white folks, the nicest people I ever met in my life. With me and my black wife, you know what I'm saying? Like, and all the other black folks I've seen around there. I'm talking about like everybody showing love, and they introduced me to conservative, and I'm like, what? I said I ain't no Republican, and he said, I bet you are. You don't even know it. And I said, well, tell me what they believe. Well, we're this, we're that. Hey, I believe in that. That's biblical. Well, we against this. Well, I'm against that too.
Hmm.
And I'm like, hold on, I'm against all of this stuff. Then he started
Right.
showing me. Then I started looking at them. I said, I'm not finna vote for these people no more. They're diametrically opposed to the will of God.
Hey,
And then you know what I'm
What do
that
saying?
what you
y'all?
saying though? That literally happened to me this year. I never realized
Yeah,
that. I'm like, hold up, I never dug deep because I always grew up because I'm black. That means Democrat. You know what I'm saying? And then I was afraid to go against what the family think and all type of stuff. And then the more I just started listening and looking at and paying attention to all these, the lives and looking at how they, I'm like, what the heck? These and then because I'm a speaker, right? And I realized the group of people we go against and the ones that's for us, I realized the ones that we against now we more on self-discipline and all this other stuff. These the more the people that vote Democrat more than anything, because it's all about feelings based. They always come with a fear tactic
yeah.
to get people in. It's skin
You
based
you
and
know
stuff.
what?
It's
And you
like
know,
all that stuff. It's
yeah.
not biblical. And then they allow
What are
so
y'all
much
gonna
stuff,
do?
and I'm like, wow, I did not know that like
And
majority of the
you
Republic, or at
you
least this year, the Republicans
and you
more
know
What
on
y'all
what
like
made
think?
pushing
me?
the
You know what?
Bible and saying it's
What
two
are y'all gonna
genders
think?
only, and I'm like, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
And you
yeah.
know what else too
What are
though?
y'all gonna think? What are y'all gonna think when
Oh,
y'all
no, real
find
quick,
out?
I cut off one. Okay, I gotta let him finish.
Okay,
Now
okay,
you
all right.
you good. So now I was just gonna say what made me also look is I was looking at all of our communities and how we vote Democrats and even my own community, and I looked at how our black leaders did us and how the black officers did us in our own communities and how they mistreated us and how they took all the money for themselves and how all these black Democratic preachers, how they were operating and pulling up in Rolls Royces and Bentleys while half the congregation was starving. You know what I'm saying? And then I looked at the black leaders and I look at how dilapidated our school was. We literally voted all these people in, and we can't even get good books in our schools, but they pulling up with suits and ties and Bentleys. And I'm like,
So,
bro, like this is not, something's going on here.
so Team K,
So
I
what
literally
are we
spoke
gonna
on that
do?
before. I literally spoke on that before, talking about and not attacking black churches. But I'm simply saying this: a lot of depending on the church, because you got to closely analyze it and check it out for yourself and do the due diligence. A lot of many black churches, I'm not gonna say all, many black churches, they pray on PREY instead of PRAY, pray for. So I spoke on this a lot of times. That's where a lot of our even the ability to again, this is where I go back to financial literacy. That it's always a tithing, always a tithing. That the pastor or the bishop getting a brand new Cadillac every other year, but you got the sister that been riding the bus for the last 30 years, and no one bought her a car, and they know that she tithes faithfully, she loves God.
That part.
So I
Yeah,
so
them the
I
ones that's actually I noticed that they're them the ones that's getting exposed. Them the ones they get exposed now by this hatred they have for Kirk.
But there was
Had to
actually
throw
a
that in there.
pastor that
Some
was
of
just
them
arrested.
are
Like,
conservative that are getting exposed to, and they
So,
just
I mean,
They
didn't
both definitely
there's,
like what?
there's sin on both sides. We agree. I was just pointing
greed
out.
and sin on both.
Yeah, on both sides, of course. That's
I,
sin.
we
Period.
gotta
But
get
what
to a
you was
place
gonna
where
say, Lee? Lee, you said what we gonna do, and we found out what?
we find out that our civil rights leaders, like Martin Luther King, were not even Christians. We can think the mass of black people when they start hearing that.
Somebody put in the comments they believe Kirk was more of a Christian than MLK.
nah, bro.
Yeah, I
Your
would say.
house is getting
Y'all say
firebomb. Hold on.
anything.
So
I'm
let me
sorry.
ask you a question.
I think he was cheating on his wife and a womanizing everything else. They
Yeah,
said
you
so.
Well, no,
mean
I'm saying
You
no.
mean
I'm
the
not. I'm just
FBI?
saying.
Hold on.
I'm
So
just
you
saying.
saying
I'm just saying
the
that
FBI specifically was focused on him and Malcolm X. The FBI focused on Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X to try to get dirt on them. Yeah, of course. They might have found
Isn't
some.
they
I'm
doing it
not
to
saying they
Charlie Kirk
didn't,
now?
oh,
but hold on. The FBI was targeting black leaders fighting at a time that none of us can even can imagine what they dealt with. Can
wait,
you
so
imagine? Hold on, wait.
you're okay
Can
with them? Like, that's like
wait,
saying,
ma'am? Can
and
you
I'm not,
imagine
wait,
your home being firebombed because of what you're fighting for? Can you
Right,
imagine
I said
that
that earlier.
with his family inside?
wait, look, I'm not negating what he did
What does that have
for
to
the
do with?
community. And that's not what I'm doing. But like, you're justifying him
Right.
being immoral just because he was
I
fighting
am
for your
not
community. No,
justifying him.
that's
Okay.
literally what you're saying. Well, the FBI found dirt on him because that's what their
Ma'am, they were
job was to do.
targeting. Hold on, no.
No.
I
Because
see, ma'am, my
regardless, hold
exact.
on.
They were
Because
targeting.
regardless,
Hold
oh,
on.
so
Why were they targeting, ma'am? Why were they targeting Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X? Why? Why?
again, you're
Why?
still
No, ma'am.
negating
Why were they
Because they may have been
targeting
still
speaking
Martin Luther
truth.
King
negating
They
what
may
I'm
Jr.
have,
and
they been
Malcolm
saying.
speaking some
X?
You're
type of truth, just like
still
they target Kirk.
negating what I'm saying. You're not understanding. You're not grasping what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what he was doing was bad, right? Like, I'm not saying his goal was bad, but him as a person was a horrible person based on what they found. Because
That's what it was. Yeah, yep.
hold on, that's like saying if he was like Jeffrey Epstein, but oh my god, but it's like Martin Luther
Okay, if
King.
Martin Luther
Like, no,
King
no,
was
no,
a
no, no.
horrible
That's
person, then
basically what you're
Charlie Kirk
saying.
was a horrible person.
Since that's like
Thank you.
saying Martin Luther King with the background of
Thank you.
Jeffrey Epstein, but since he was doing good for your
You're right.
community, it's okay.
It's like Frank Lucas was giving out turkeys on Thanksgiving, but he
Okay,
sold
team.
Look,
heroin to
So
the
team,
homeless.
hold on.
That's like a lot of these Christians today. Like they horrible people, but they know the word. I be saying that.
So
Like
let me. Okay. So let me ask. Would you have stood up? Hold on. Oh, so Miss Nicole, everyone on this panel, team one, even you, Kevin, would you have stood up and did what Martin Luther King did for the black community to get civil rights? Would
now
you
I'm gonna
have
do
done
what
that?
Kirk did.
Would you have done
I
that?
would no. I
No.
wouldn't. I
again,
Would
wouldn't.
you
wait,
I
have
don't.
wait,
I
done
wait,
that?
don't
wait, wait.
trust.
Hold
I
on, hold
don't
on, hold
trust.
on.
I
You were
don't.
just saying,
Would you have done that?
questioning.
No,
Hold on.
Mr.
Wait,
Cole, would you have done that? Would you have possibly sacrificed putting your life on the line and the safety of your family for a whole community to get civil rights? Would you have
Yeah,
done that?
I
Please
would.
answer the question.
I
again,
would.
yeah,
A
I
lot of
would.
us know.
Because I
I
have a
would.
military background. So in my
I
mind,
would, because I'm
right?
a Marine
If
Corps veteran. I most
okay,
definitely would
and
have.
I'm not
I know that
again,
for a
I'm
Yeah,
not
but
whole
what's the
negating
point
reason.
of
you
saying
and
that though?
what
That
you've
don't take the
done.
fact that he was
Yeah,
a horrible
okay,
person.
okay.
Right.
What I'm saying is to
You're
some
not
We
people,
you're not
acknowledge
correcting
that
it.
though. Hold on,
Kevin,
we
because some
acknowledge
people
that,
don't
bro.
have backbones.
No, but you
Motivational.
were
Talking big
literally
game, people
just
don't
And
have
Motivational.
how do y'all
Hold on.
know
backbones
questioning.
he was
backed
a
up.
horrible person?
What
You
is
were
that?
just
Hold on,
I
time
think
out.
questioning.
they already exposed that a
Time
while
out.
ago.
Nobody's perfect, right? I'm not perfect and I
Correct.
teach whatever.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is motivational. We're not saying that Martin Luther King them didn't do good things, bro. We're not taking away from that. But what I'm saying is a lot of these, and just like George Floyd, we're making these people martyrs for our communities,
Yeah.
and people are putting George Floyd in the same light as Charlie Kirk. You're like, nobody represented Charlie Kirk. The man was literally on Fetty Wap, and literally putting a knife or pew pew to a pregnant person. Literally,
Well,
has a record of burglarizing and theft.
yes.
And we're
And
and
wait, wait.
listen, and we're not saying listen, we're
But
not saying that.
he paid for his
Listen,
crime, correct?
motivational. No, I'm not saying that he couldn't pay for his crime. What I'm saying is, you're talking
Wait, so
about somebody. Hold on, motivational. I'm not saying George Floyd was a totally horrible person all the way around and that he didn't change his life around. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, I do know that when they found him, he had smugs in his system. Charlie Kirk, far as we know, was sober, was a husband to his wife, a good father, and a community leader. Now, the officer that did that and how he did that, he was wrong. We're not taking away from that. But what I'm saying is we have to consider certain things, and you can't make excuses for certain things because somebody did good. That's all we saying.
Correct. You're
so
excusing behavior because it benefit you.
No,
You're
but
so
the host
excusing,
said
hold
that
on, you're
earlier. He said
excusing
forgive
no. I
people,
behavior.
never.
You're
give people
excusing
grace.
behavior because you were just saying that I have the right to investigate your motive to see what is it about. Okay, so what was his
No.
motive? Oh, freedom. So what? So that what? It wasn't for everybody. You think he wasn't getting anything out of it? You think the elbows that Martin Luther King was rubbing was just for everybody? It wasn't for him. It wasn't the
So
benefit
what
that he
you
was getting.
suggest?
I think
No.
So
Hold
I'm
on,
not
ma'am.
gonna take away
We
from him.
bypassing the
Hold
fact
on,
that
ma'am.
we bypassing the fact that he
Ma'am,
wasn't
you're
even
suggesting that
he
Martin Luther
wasn't
King
he
is
wasn't
making
a
millions of
Christian.
dollars from doing this?
He
Huh?
wasn't even a Christian.
okay,
We
very
so
sure
bypassing
he
the
so
was
fact he
you're
wasn't
making
telling
even
me
a
he
money.
wasn't
Christian.
living well for a
I ain't gonna
person
take
in
away
his
MLK though.
time,
But
right?
Nicole, what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna discredit his actions, bro.
Right. No,
And there
I'm
Because
y'all
not. I'm
That's
go
not
what, and
right.
taking
that's
away
Doing
what
the
look.
he
I
work
think the
did.
whole
is
point
I'm
out of
not
this, though,
taking away
y'all. The
what he
doing
thing
the
is,
did
it
work
and
of
goes
he
white
back.
didn't.
supremacy.
It goes
He
back to
wasn't
like just like how you defended
he
Martin
wasn't a
Luther King,
Christian.
right? Martin Luther King, right? Which I say we know what he stand on, right? But even though that's what I'm saying, we're going off his actual character and compared to Charlie Kirk, we know his. It's like we don't
Well,
know his base, but we
wait,
sitting here judging his character, even though his character was way better
Kevin,
than Martin Luther
Kevin.
King.
But
What? Now how you know that?
wait, hold on,
I
Kevin.
don't know
Was the
that.
FBI targeting
Well, how much
Kirk
dirt they got
24/7 a
on
day?
Charlie Kirk
Hold on, Kevin.
versus? Oh, no,
What
I'm
was the
saying, well, how much?
FBI targeting Charlie Kirk 24/7 a day? Where were they? Were they? Can you answer that?
I'm not even
They
hearing your
didn't have
To
a
be
stuff.
honest,
I
reason.
was
They,
at
they,
my
hold
own
on,
to
hold on,
be
hold
house.
on, hold on,
honest,
hold on.
Very
I got, I
important.
got,
We are
to be honest, the
I will answer
TikTok
this. I will answer
investigators
this
would have
question.
found something already.
yeah,
I will
right.
answer
Exactly,
this
We
especially
question.
from the
got
They
left
didn't
real.
wing.
have to.
Like,
They
you
didn't
really
have
think
to.
that they
They didn't
wouldn't
have
try
to.
to pull something,
They didn't have
especially
to
use
target
it?
Kirk. They
Like,
didn't have to hold on. They didn't have to target Kirk because Kirk wasn't a socialist like Martin Luther King was. He wasn't a communist. Martin Luther King was a communist.
Wait. Are you trying to call Martin Luther King
Man,
a
if it
communist,
wasn't
sir?
in so much
Yes,
as technology,
he was
Charlie
a
probably would have been
Okay.
he was
gone
a
a long time
communist.
ago if that was the case.
Well, sir,
They would have found
I mean,
something
what's
on
the
him
point of having a
already.
conversation with if you call a man that was
There's
simply
too many
fighting
cameras and
for
stuff.
Okay,
They ain't had
civil
that many cameras
rights
back then.
for
can
African
I say something
Americans
after motivational, please?
that you literally called him, but you just called him a communist, sir. So
He
I mean,
literally
what?
was a communist.
So what
He
made him a
literally
communist?
okay. First, he was a communist and a humanist because first of all, he believed in social welfare, social government, providing for freedoms for us. You don't need the government to provide freedom for us. You're using the government to get the things that you want.
So, sir, and how is he a communist? Hold on. How you never said how he was a communist, sir? How is he a communist?
What communism believes in getting the government to get the things that you need to provide for you. That's communism.
That's is Kevin. Is that the definition?
Oh, I'm already
I'm not
looking it
even
up.
listening to this for
I
real. Never mind,
Okay.
because y'all done went into a whole other topic.
Okay. Yeah, it's so hard to like get the real. Okay, it says communism. Dag maggot.
Okay, hold on. Dang, I don't want to use Wikipedia now. Hell no. Okay. Okay, communism, political and economic doctrine that aims to replace private property and profit-based economy with public ownership and communal control of at least the major means of production. Let's see. Okay, communism is thus a form of socialism, a higher and more advanced form, according to advocates. Dang, this is a long thing. Like, I'll come back to
Basically,
y'all. It's kind of it's close to
so basically,
socialism.
so basically, what you're doing, you take it from capitalism, and you take it from the private people, and you take it and make it be controlled by the government, and the government decides who gets what and when they get it. So that's basically what he was. That's everybody he followed. Before, the people at the school with, they taught socialism. The people that wrote his papers, that wrote his articles and his sermons were socialists. Everybody was attached to was socialist and communist. So it's not even hidden in fact. It's known in history that he was a communist and socialist, and that he
Well,
wasn't
yeah.
and that he's not a believer in Christ.
It says Martin Luther King identified as a democratic socialist and held the increased anti-capitalism.
Yeah, it
And
is.
he,
I mean, what's wrong with it?
but you can't.
What's wrong
Okay,
with
so
socialism?
well, first of all, you cannot be American system is not it's not communist or socialist. We're not.
Correct.
Right. It's not.
So that's one thing that's wrong with it. And the second thing, the biggest problem with it, that he's not a Christian.
Wait, no,
I
hold
feel like
on.
it say he's a Baptist.
All you said was that because the current system is not like it's opposite of what
Yes,
communism is.
yes, yes.
Thus,
America's
communism is bad because it's the opposite of the current system.
yes, opposite because the current system that we want in America is not communism or socialism. We want a republic. What's the word I'm looking for?
But it doesn't make it inherently bad. That's all I'm saying. It
No,
Well,
doesn't.
it
it
makes
needs.
it
It
it make
trickles
it make
down
it
to
makes
it
it
because you could end up
it
like
makes it
Cuba.
it makes
Cuba
it
started as
makes
a
it
socialist,
You can
like
end up
yes.
country.
like what?
You're gonna end up like Cuba. Cuba started like as a socialist, and look at even Canada. Look at how
So
bad the medical
this is a
care.
capitalist nation, right? And how has that worked out for the majority?
Why do
Yeah.
you think
Well,
people migrate to us?
Oh,
Why
hold
do you
but
on,
think
this is
people
Nicole.
what
leave?
How has
Hold on.
that
Why do
worked
you
out for
think
the
people
majority?
leave their country, leave everything,
Hey,
their
hey,
family to
Nicole.
come to the United States to make a
I'm
better
not
life for
saying it's
themselves because they
better.
cannot do it here?
So what is what? How high is rent these days?
Y'all go.
$1,900, $2,000, a basic place, nothing special.
it's
Okay,
still
you're
better.
still
It's still
busting
it's
your
still
ass
better.
for it. It doesn't
It's still
matter.
better.
Do you know?
It's still
Okay.
Like,
better
I
than any
would
other
love
communist
for
country.
a lot of you guys to go to Cuba so you can see how people over there live. So you can see what socialism actually brings to the table, what communists brings to the table. Because the thing is that when they sell it to you, it's a beautiful picture. Oh, absolutely. They sold it to Cuba too. Go ahead. Go ahead and look at what it looked like now.
God. Oh,
Like, go ahead. It looks horrible. It is horrible.
So
People
so
are
so
living
so
in
Think,
rundown homes. They
but I
cannot
don't
buy.
think.
You're talking about they can't buy anything. Do you know what it is that they think about like WIC? They
so
get like a
so
WIC
Nicole,
check that lasts
do
them
you think
2
we have
months.
ethical capitalism, or do
That's
you think
not
we have
no.
unethical capitalism?
That's not what we
Hold on,
arguing.
wait
I
a minute.
saw
Do
Okay,
you
he
think
jumping
we
from
have
one
ethical
thing to the
capitalism or
next.
inethical
I was trying to focus on
capitalism?
that. I was trying to focus on how he's not a Christian. That's what I
I
was really
wanted
trying
to
to
go
focus
back to
on.
what we was talking about,
So
knowing people why they.
his legacy should not be
Yeah. Okay.
outed
Can we go
because he
back to
wasn't
the
a
Martin Luther
Christian,
King thing with the
allegedly.
quote? Just real quick. Yeah, about him calling him awful.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
trying to figure
So
out.
based on his standards, right? Or biblical standards, which is what he may be using. He may put like the fact that Martin stepped out on his wife, and to him that's not a good father. Whatever his standards were, to him that makes him an awful person. Which, for me, I don't think you should be judging somebody
True.
like based off of a few things. Because I do also think like Martin is still very much Christian because he is sacrificing himself
No,
every day.
he can't
I
be
think
Okay,
Christian.
the
Hold
point
on,
was is that
okay. My
No, because
point.
he's not
Please don't.
sacrificing
Please don't.
himself for
Okay,
his
I don't
faith.
want.
I haven't really spoken. You know what I'm saying? I'm wait. Okay, so if somebody hasn't spoken that much, you know what I'm saying? Give them a little
I haven't
time.
spoken that much either, but I'll let you have it.
Oh, my brother. Okay, you know what? It's okay. All I was saying is that is just the whole premise is that is just the man's opinion. Martin Luther King is not above reproach. He is still human, regardless of all the great things he did. He is still human. So, and subject to being judged. Like, it doesn't mean that takes away from all the things that he did do. But if I say, yeah, I think that's an awful thing that you did. That's, you know what I'm saying?
On top
Gotcha,
of
Rachel.
disrespecting the
Rachel, I wasn't trying to
legacy and the
disagree with
work
you
that
either.
his wife did.
I was just trying to say,
Yeah.
Rachel, that I wouldn't disagree. We're trying to cut you off. Let me do that. I
Yeah, let
apologize
me
for that.
because I do
So
want
I
to
would
mention
say,
that.
give me. Go ahead.
You got another? Are you going again? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to point out. Someone said that he was a Christian. I'm saying that he wasn't a Christian because
I don't think he was
what
a
makes you a
Christian.
Christian?
Yeah.
Because it's
Well,
because
he ain't
you're
claimed to
Christian by
be a
what
Christian,
you.
but he probably is a Christian in spirit. I think he said it was a Baptist or something
Yeah,
like
he
that.
was Baptist.
He was a Baptist. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Christian.
Baptist
Still Christian.
Baptist
Yeah.
is Baptist is a denomination of Christianity. But
Yeah,
the
I can
point I
see
was trying
that.
to make is what makes you a Christian is what you believe.
What you
So
believe?
he did
Yeah, I
not.
get that.
Yeah, he denied Christ. He denied this Christ was the Trinity. He denied Christ being the Son of God,
No, I
and
still believe he a
he
Christian
did
though.
not. No, you cannot deny Christ and the resurrection and be a Christian.
The
What makes you a
resurrection ain't
Christian is
come.
no, the resurrection's
Did
I mean,
already
not
no,
happened.
resurrection, but
did he believe that Christ is the son of
He
uh
didn't. He
huh?
didn't. He doesn't believe. He
he'll
didn't
get his
believe that.
opportunity though.
Okay, but
He
okay,
did.
who care? Okay, move on from that. Okay, like
Hmm.
I don't understand what is
Yeah,
the point
Yeah, he
of
about to
that.
throw me.
no,
I
he
was almost
had.
about to. Yeah, he throwing me off though
Because you
too.
Well,
got folks in the
so
comments disrespecting his
the
legacy. Yeah.
the reason why we bringing him up because we talking about earlier what's a martyr, and then so we make Martin Luther King a martyr for Christianity, and he's not.
So yeah,
He doesn't have
Charlie Kirk is more
Christianity. He can just be a
Charlie.
martyr.
yeah, I'm glad you about to mention Chuck, because that's what I'm about to compare the thing to though. So me myself, and that's what my topic is gonna be for if I can do it tomorrow, but it might be Sunday. About I do believe that Charlie Kirk is a excellent example of how to be a Christian. And I got the different pointers I put on it. I ain't gonna spoil everything though, but I do believe he did a better job in my judgment, right? As in how to be an example of how Christians should be, and that's just based off of like how he treated people and basically how he moved, even how he lived his life. Not to say that, I mean, everybody got their flaws, but I think that we have not heard nothing about him cheating on his wife or nothing like that, or going against his family or just being under some smug, whatever it is. He actually tried to follow. That's the whole point of a Christian, try to follow. But that's a whole different thing. I would say, and that's what I would get to with that though, is the point of me comparing those two is that a lot of us, and that's why I mentioned earlier, we was talking about especially motivation. He was saying about I don't understand what you say you don't get what Kirk's main goal is, right? But then we say what Martin Luther King main goal is, but then we also can judge him by his stuff and all his flaws that he had, even though we don't really have many flaws. He got talking points that we going against Kirk on, and he might have said it. And even they said that Martin Luther King admit out his mouth that I ain't looked it up though, but that's what people claim, that he admit out his mouth that he messed up or something like that or whatever. Um, but my whole point is that we still can stay the base of what they're doing. I don't see the difference of what they're really doing though, for real. Like both of them are preaching out, speaking on God, and it's like
They
I feel like it's a bias in a way to say that one person is fake and the other one isn't. One
Kevin,
make another person fake and another person real. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm getting
yes.
to about that.
So Kevin, I will agree with this. I don't. First of all, I would have to look the information up myself about Martin Luther
Look
King
at that,
saying that
bro.
he rejected Christ as being the Son of God. I'm not going to take someone else's word for that.
Yeah, I gotta look that up.
I can concede that Charlie Kirk did some good things. I'm not going to deny he did not. I'm not going to agree with all his talking points. I'm not going to necessarily agree with some of his perspectives, and I have the right not to. But the other aspect is this: as we have this conversation, that's the freedom we have. Like I'm intelligent enough to understand. Hey, if he did some things, he did some things that's good. If it helps some people to improve their lives and the lives of their families, and that creates a ripple effect, that's fantastic. I'm always for that. Any positive change, regardless who it comes from, is still positive change. I think that's the key of it all. And anyone that knows me, I'm not racist. I don't care black, white, in between. You've been on my lives, you've been on my panels. I will have a conversation regardless of what your race, creed, or color. It's not about that. It's about your perspective and your views and how you see the world. And if you really want people to do better, or you just simply to tear people down and keep them where they are.
Yeah, I don't. And me just listening, I don't believe it was unrighteous views. So every last thing, even if it was right or wrong, it was still a view to for us to do better. It's not like it was a view to say y'all some 3 of and we better than you. I didn't hear none of that out his mouth. You know what I'm saying? That's what we make it seem like. Because I don't know. Like I said, I noticed that, especially as black people, we hear one piece of thing about us that we just want to harp and the hatred is just straight hatred. It's like, man, we take not take accountability for anything we do. We know we got black issues. That's the reason why that's the reason why I'm speaking on here, because I'm like, I know a lot of course, YT people about to, but I'm like, somebody got to hold us accountable. We always keep running away. I ain't gonna lie, I've been losing friends. No, I ain't no friend. I ain't no friends though. But I'm just
Can I ask
saying
you a
that
question, Kev?
a lot of us, yeah. Before you ask the question, I'm
No,
trying
I
to,
got you.
yeah. Overall, I'm just saying that we know that we have issues, and the fact that we keep making excuses for our issues, and anybody that talk about it is this, and if we mention it, we're a coon. If it's always something that we got to deflect from accountability, just like the women that we deal with. Like we black people and freaking and women have a hard time taking accountability. It's like they so used to being victimized all their life, they just cannot take it. And so if something is, they gonna try to find something to pick at, to not to basically just like if it's a white guy, they go, oh, he's racist, nobody listens to more. Like I said, he's a misogynist, that's why you can't talk about women or so. It's just always literally something. The same thing they did with Kevin Samuels. It's literally something they got to label when accountability is on the floor. And that's what I don't like.
I will look. I will continue to look up information like I have been doing. But if you have something, Kev, or Rachel has, send it to me where he speaks specifically on a problem or issue in the white community. This is my
He
thing.
called out a white
This is
T
the thing
person for
because
calling him a white supremacist.
because this is my
He
no. This
told
is
him
what
up
I'm
too.
saying. When someone polarizes and picks a specific race and not talks about the other and can't find talking points to talk about another race,
Wait, did you not see
I'm
that big
hold
old
on,
list that
Kevin.
Rachel
I'm
had?
questioning something. I'm not saying they don't exist. I haven't watched all the clips. I know this man has been around for quite some time, and I don't watch him 24/7 until he was unfortunately unalived. I didn't start going through and watching all his videos. So
I can
there's a
see that.
lot of videos I have not seen. But if anyone, including anyone on this planet, can send me videos where he specifically talks about issues or problems within a white community, I will gladly watch those videos and become more well informed that he didn't just focus on just African Americans. That's all I'm simply saying.
Say less. I got
And
you.
that's
I
what I
got
was
you.
going to say. Like, yeah, we have a problem with accountability as a whole. But when
No, black
for
people.
those of us who don't have that problem and are doing work in our communities and our families and on ourselves, when you're consistently hearing a narrative from several different people for years, somebody comes along, it don't matter if it's Candace, him, officer, whatever that black dude's name is, anybody, and then they're regurgitating this stuff and making millions doing it. No, we don't want to hear it anymore. It's no different than when you tell a little black child, you ain't gonna be this, you can't do this, da, da, da. You keep hearing all that negative stuff. Yeah, y'all gonna keep them in the same victim mentality. There's no balance. There's just
Nah.
no balance at all. So we got
I ain't gonna
older
lie. No, we
people,
been getting
including some of
pandered
our
all our
own.
life. Ain't no way. We been getting
We
pandered
got
as black
all of
people
these
all our
people and
life.
some of our
What is
own.
black power for? What is
And
all
we
this
don't
other
have
stuff?
that anymore. That's my point. There's no balance.
Damn, we don't need it. What the heck? You
We
see what
do
it
need
happened to
it.
us?
We did have it. We did
We
have it
did
though.
have it, and we do still need it. People need to
No,
No,
know.
we
no,
don't.
but no. Hold on, Kel. Hold on, Kel. That's Charlie Kirk was saying that. He was saying that you guys have the power to do whatever you want to do in this country. Stop making excuses for it because you guys have the intelligence. You guys have the ability within
True.
you to do anything that anybody else is doing. If that ain't
Yeah,
black
that's
power, I don't
true.
know what is.
Yeah, I didn't see any of that. I
Gotta
didn't
lie with
follow
nobody else.
whatever, but
You
yeah.
didn't see
But
it?
that's for all of them, though. That's not just my position on him. That's for the one next to him in that picture. That goes
Receipts,
for
bro.
all of them. So,
I got
Jason,
hatred for
Bob,
her
all
too.
of them.
I forgot she's fake black now.
Well, I never called her fake black, but I don't can't stand her
Man,
either.
Candace is the truth.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
Candace,
People just don't
and
have
watch
this
the
to
is
truth or something.
actually
I'm starting to
like
think like, what's the difference
you
from?
have to actually force yourself to watch episode after episode.
we just want them to sound like Carisha and the City Girls when they say it.
So
Who?
hold on. Let's be
We
clear.
don't like when they speak properly and say it.
Who? Who said that? No, Delia,
They
you
think
don't like them, which
I'm
is
being
why you
funny.
don't uplift them. I hear
I
you.
think we don't like them
You
because they
say
talk against black. That's all it is. We
We
I
that's
we
it. We
don't
don't.
go back
even
to
know
that thing
that
we was
there's
talking
a
about.
whole group of Candace Owens that are conservative, that are family oriented, that are married, that take care of their children, yada yada yada, and don't spew all of that nonsense about black folks. You don't even
No,
know that
what
because
did
that's
she
not
say
what,
though?
Everything
what
is
we
nonsense
uplift.
when it's dealing with black folks. That's
The
the sad
reason
part.
why,
One,
you know the reason why. Hold on, game time. Want to say something, but I want to say this. You know why she does it, right? The reason why they do that is because we always coming for them and attacking them and calling them names. So they say, you know what? They double down on what they talking about because y'all keep coming for them and calling them out their name, and they say, you know what, y'all saying this and that, but this the problem that we face, and this the problem that y'all face. So they bring it up head on because it's not even about being against black people. They're against the Democrats who continue to pander to us, and so they saying that their issue is the reason why they keep talking about race and they keep pointing us out is because the other side keep pointing out race and keep making everything about race. So then they say, well, let's talk about race. We X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, elemental P. And this is what we need to get the YZ. Period.
Right.
That's what,
Well, don't
yeah.
single us
So it's
out for your agenda.
Sweet
That's
Harris,
my point.
Sweet Harris, can you give me the name of
they
that
y'all singled
conservative?
them out. Y'all singled
And
them
I
out
soon
don't
we
and
know
got to
who
called
get
this
them
Sweet
y'all is. I
Paulie
don't
in too. She
subscribe
haven't
to
said
either
nothing in
game
a
let
while.
party.
game time want to speak though,
Oh,
Yeah,
game
game.
game
time
time is
too.
Pauly. But before you do though, Sweet Harris, you said there are plenty of conservatives who are not spewing hatred, hate rhetoric or whatever. Do you have the names?
No, because they're not, I guess, quote unquote celebrities. But when you're in these
But
spaces like
okay,
I
but
am,
you
What the
should
heck?
still you have a name. Do you have a name? They don't have to be celebrities.
Actually,
I can look them up. Do you have a
Miss
name?
Jackson, Miss
well, how would
Jackson
you
out
be
of
able to
four.
look them up if they're not
Well,
celebrities?
how would you be
Miss
able to tell us about them?
Yeah, that
Because
threw
I'm
my head
telling
off.
you,
I ain't gonna
I'm
lie.
in those spaces. She's
Huh?
not.
Oh my
Candace
god,
isn't. She's
Sweet
not.
Yeah, what
Harris,
is their
you
name?
can
You don't have
Google
a
that's
name?
Cap and Till. You can't bring nothing up
Miss
Yeah,
that
you
you
can
can't
have it.
prove.
Miss
What?
Jackson. No, hold on, y'all.
Oh,
I can say there's plenty
Miss
of YT
Jackson.
guys that don't speak it. I can just say that, and y'all got to go off my word. That's
no, no, no,
crazy.
no, no. Because you're assuming that I'm in a certain space. Now, I'm telling you,
I'm not
I'm in
assuming
these
nothing. I'm
spaces
just
with
saying
Have
I'm
these
not about to
people.
believe you
you
either
I'm in
because you come out your
professional
mouth
and
with it.
personal spaces with these
you
people. So I know for a fact there are
What we supposed
many
to believe you?
black conservative people. Well, I'm supposed to believe you that you read everything
No,
but we're
no, you
that
don't
talking
have to
about
happens.
believe if I
speak
can show it. That's the
but we're
difference.
talking about speakers though,
Barely.
because like yeah, there's gonna be a variety of
Peyton
people.
Jackson.
We're
Hey,
talking
y'all,
about
look.
speakers.
When y'all get a chance, look
All
up
right,
Peyton Jackson.
I'll look it
Peyton
up. Hold on.
Jackson.
Dude,
If
they
you want,
disregard the things that they see right in front of them.
celebrities,
So
I
you
could
think I
do
really?
that. But real life
No, hold
people,
on. There's a
can't do
woman
that.
who spoke on the city council, and
Hmm.
she's with the city council, and she's running for office. Her name is Peyton Jackson. She a black woman. She got locks in her head. Look
Okay.
her up. Payton. She's conservative, and she be
Hmm.
going in just like Candace.
Okay.
And
Hey guys, I
yeah,
just want to say it was a pleasure talking to you guys. I'm out.
Thank
For
you,
sure,
It's my
Nicole.
Nicole.
late.
Thanks for
Appreciate
hanging in there.
Yeah, no problem. You guys have a
Good
good
night.
evening.
appreciate you. You might
Bye.
have a op coming up anyway. We need to let some more people know. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get what you call this. He was so dangerous. I want to see what's
Game
so
time
dangerous.
wanted to say
Oh
something,
yeah,
Kel.
game time and Sweet Pea.
Is Afro Kiziak still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
There
Just
you
not to
go. Just
interrupt.
checking in. Just checking in. Making sure.
I don't want to interrupt. Hey, girl, you and in the chat then. Put a little afro emoji in the chat. Can I go? I'm good. Go.
Let's
Now,
go.
okay, so I'll say this real quick, very fast. I've noticed
You got
that
my picture.
the BOK community just don't like it because he was a white T man, and the reason why I say that is because Charleston White been saying the craziest things for the longest of time, and they never come at him like they came at Kirk. And I realized that it's not that because of it's not what he said. It's only because his skin don't match the same skin complexion as every other BOK person. I've seen that. They really only don't they just like it just because he was a YT man. And because he was a YT man and he spoke truth to power, people don't like truth to power. They like it when it has some sense of decorum to where they can understand it and it's not so objective. But when things become objective, they no longer like it. When they have to take accountability for their own actions, they don't want to hear it no more. And I've noticed that. I find it very disingenuous. If you want to make a change and you want things to be different, why does it matter who it comes from? Why can't we just all just be Americans? But it's not going to be that way. So BOK people, they will look at it and they will say it's racist. No, it wasn't racist. You know who the real racists are? People who don't want to actually take accountability for their own actions and complain and want to just rot in the simple fact of I want the government to take care of me. It's really all it is. They want the government to take fault for their own mess ups. It's my take.
Dude, why would you use? That's crazy. Dude,
A
that nigga,
long
that dude get towed out the frame. Nobody don't like him either. They done call
Now
him a
a
coon. They
lot of
done
people,
call him all
nah,
type
but
of
a lot of
stuff.
people rock with him. A lot of people do
They
rock
do. They
with
do.
him.
I mess with him. I mess with him too, though.
He,
It's,
yeah,
it's
he
a lot
said
of people
some
that don't
facts,
like him,
but
though.
I ain't like what he said about Charlie, and then I don't like what he said about a lot of different things. But in terms of him exposing rappers and exposing the industry, I love that. And in terms of certain things he say, I mean he say the same thing about fatherlessness
You
and
don't let him
violence
bounce in
in
that
our
chair. It's
community.
over. He bouncing that chair. I don't think he been wrong
I
yet.
would say this though. I would say this though, Kev. I do think the Bible does say we need to season our words as with salt
I agree.
and correct our opponents in gentleness. And I do think that at times Charlie doesn't think about how things might be received, knowing how we are with our mentality. And I think that and I think that certain things could be a little polished. However, I also know that
I think Charlie was
according
better
to
than
hit,
Kevin Samuels, though.
according, yeah, he was better than some other people. But what I'm saying is, I'm saying there's been a couple talking points when I'm like, dang, he could have said this a little better, so he can out the gate, so nobody could twist it up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you talking
And
about
have to
like that?
have so much context, like yeah, certain things. But in terms of, but another thing is what people got to realize is sometimes it doesn't matter how you say it. Some people just are biased, prejudiced,
Yeah,
and
they
they
don't
don't
care.
like the
Yeah.
truth. They
Huh?
don't care what you say. Your truth is going against their lifestyle or what they believe, and you can say it in the softest way. Because I've done it on TikTok. I ask a simple question and I'm getting muted, and they're paying galaxies to get me up out of there because I asked the
Dang.
question.
I still don't. I
So
still believe he the best example. Like to me, as I look at how he debate and how he's respectful and for the most part, how he stay
it's
quiet
just a
and
couple
hear
things.
everybody out, no matter if they LGB or not. He would sit there and stay
Yeah, yeah,
quiet
yeah,
and
yeah,
let
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
speak their
I
piece.
agree.
I think he's the
Yeah, I
I think
agree.
he the best example though. Like he wasn't as bad
He
as a
wasn't
lot of
that
people.
bad. No,
He
but
tried.
I've seen some other. No, he
He
definitely
probably
does. I'm
did.
just saying. It's
Interject,
only been a
y'all.
couple times. It's been a couple times where I've
I'm
seen him,
sorry
like
to
a few times.
interject, y'all, but can we do need to get
We got
Sweet
you. We
Pea
got you. We got you. Just
in
wanted to say that real quick.
line.
So sweet Paul, you next, and then what? Ty and then Young K.
Young K was here first.
Young K been yeah she been she talked earlier though. That's why I was gonna let her go last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sweet Paul, you there? You probably got to mute or unmute. I don't know if you there. She fall asleep in the box? I thought she just commented.
Fell asleep in the box.
Yeah,
She
I can
said
go.
these
They can.
young whippersnappers taking all day.
I can go. She's not.
Who was that just dropped? Somebody dropped. I forgot who was right there. Oh, that was game time. Okay.
That was the dude. Yeah, game time.
Yeah, y'all join my team if y'all want that little baby emoji. Okay, y'all got emojis too now when y'all join the team. Oh, all right. So, yeah, I ain't got to spend no whole. So,
Right.
Ty, let's get Ty in then. Hold up. Whenever, if she come back, I'll bring her back then. It's 2 spots open, y'all. Uh, what you got, Ty?
What's up? So, I do like. So I've been following Charlie Kirk for about 6 to 7 years. Um, and I love debates. I do like the idea of what he was trying to portray, of the fraction of two sides can come together, have difference of opinions, and obviously, talk. um I think that, obviously, facts don't cater to feelings. And I think that facts should be obviously non-biased. And when it comes down to it, now what it looks like what Charlie Kirk was doing is he was not really, he was doing that kind of, but it was more of an indoctrination to lying about facts. Um his whole premise, I do like what he was doing, but the facts that he was giving were not true facts. He antagonized a race of people that obviously wasn't his own. I get the whole thing of, if a BLK person comes up and asks him a question, he's going to talk about that. I have no problem with that. But looking at his podcast, I'm not talking about clips, I'm talking about whole podcasts, which I have watched for years now. He would harp on a lot of BOK things that has nothing to do with his community, and he would lie about the facts. And then that's where it gets dangerous. It getting dangerous as in saying the 1350 stat, knowing that that's not a correct stat, because on the face value it would look like it's correct, but BOK people are 7 times more likely to be falsely accused of a crime when it comes down to especially murder than other groups of people. Not only that, but those that are on unalived row, um, it's 80% of those that are exonerated or acquitted of the crime are BOK men. Um, and then so, like, him also saying, talking about DEI, him saying that it's race based. I saw him get cooked in a debate when it comes down to DEI, because DEI is not race based. And then him also saying that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Saying that Martin Luther King was a bad guy. And him saying that it was a mistake because of the what's it called, desperate desperate impact. That's what it's called, desperate impact. um that was dangerous rhetoric, because he was lying about what he was saying. That's why I would say that what he was saying is dangerous, because I've had to go on panels and debate people that believed the things that he was saying, and I've had to show them by stats, statistics, and what he was saying how it was false.
Yeah, that's funny. I think the example I was talking about earlier, though. It's hard to believe that you watched for 6 years and that's the only one's videos that caught your attention. Out of all the many of things. So did you at least catch the one he was talking about waffles versus pancakes? Did you at least catch that one?
I mean,
But
I um
whatever. I
I
think you
caught
caught
I
what you
caught
want to catch.
a I caught
But
a lot of what he said.
Nah, let's
Um,
deal with some of that.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah, I
deal
ain't
with some
done
of
yet.
the
I'm not
things
done
that.
yet. No, I'm not done
Okay.
yet. I do want to say this though. It's just like because this is a base. Because even say if he is, let's say, if I believe you right that you watched it for 6 years, right? I think you did a prime example of what I'm saying that some people watch it with a bias purposely, right? They already labeled this guy a certain way, so all they're going it's like people that's pessimistic, right? I put it that way, right? So their point of view is always going to be in negative. So all they see in their life is negative. So from what your lenses is, what you took out of those 6 years is that I'm gonna find every last video that talk about black people, and every time and see if I could try to debunk these things because you did say you like debates. So you said that anytime he in your mind it's like, all right, as soon as he mentions something about black people, I'm gonna make sure I fact check that or whatever it is, just so I can make him so I can, whatever, debunk what he say it's not true and this is dangerous
I
because it's
think
talking about my kind or something like that. Because it's like it's funny out of 6 years, all you see was him talk about black people when he talked about way more than that. Shoot, my baby just put up a whole list of many things he talked about, and somehow we keep grabbing black out of it like that was the only thing he talked about.
He
I
talked about
think
a
I
lot of
think I
Because
topics.
he
think what
talked
you're
about more about black people than what white people are doing wrong.
I
And
think
bringing up a certain
Well,
community
no.
is not a
Well,
white
at least we
issue.
know
You're
what the
not
new
telling me
group was
what
about
white
because they
people
just
are
came right
doing
on
wrong.
in.
That is something that people from any race could be a part of. So, especially when they ask him about the mass unalivings, which, if you look on Google, is categorized as not gang violence. He said, well, are we including gang violence? So the minute he's cornered to talk about what his own people are doing, he brings up black people again. So here's the thing. We got common sense. We're
Give
all
me a
blessed with
video.
it. All right. Google it. We got common sense. We're all blessed. Matter of fact, before you Google that, Google one where,
That'd be
because
funny.
we're
People
all
just
human.
throw stuff out and
All right.
don't have it
Yeah,
ready.
but you just throwing stuff out while I'm talking. So we can't do it at the same time.
Yeah, which I can do that. I don't know who you
wait.
think you
Oh
is.
yeah,
That's
you're doing
funny.
it because you don't want
That's
me to
crazy.
be
Well, I
heard, and
mean,
I'm
I know.
flattered. But
I just
let me
had a
speak.
question because I like communicating. I
Interjected.
don't.
peace, peace. Let's
Interject.
relax.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
Real
Yeah,
the host.
I have a
real
right to stand
quick.
up for myself. I mean, I want
Peace
to talk. I
King.
don't want to be interrupted.
This ain't.
I
I mean,
know,
you're not
but
about to
you,
get no
but
whooping.
the thing is, you interrupted while he was speaking with Ty. You're gonna get your
Nah,
chance.
I actually waited for the room to pause. I'll pay for the tape. We can play back the screen recording. Play back the recording. I waited for a pause. I didn't say I went in chronological order. Waited on my turn.
Yeah. Okay. Like we're not gonna argue about if you did. Come on.
Right.
Just,
Yeah.
just.
But every yeah.
Okay.
So like I said,
Well,
right.
can you just let the
And it's
host
funny
finish
though the way
whatever he's
this
trying to
this
finish,
but this is
and
the
then we
same
can
way they
go?
probably listen to Charlie Kirk. Like if you just that
Oh,
they go triggered. That's so
Wait.
yeah.
crazy.
You
I
just
can I
trying to
can
derail
imagine
because I
why
was
your
making a
point of view is
point. So
that
now you
way.
want to go everywhere else. I just want to
Just
get to the
hold
Okay.
point.
on. Okay, but when you come on the panel, if the host didn't finish talking, like you may have thought he was done talking, but maybe he's not. So let me just check with the host. Host, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I did want the response from actually I was just from Ty though, like the point of view, like because he the one that claimed he watched it for 6 years and stuff. And my base what I was getting to is like, well, how did he not see anything else but black? That
Wait.
was my thing.
So that was a gross mis assumption on what I was saying. When I was talking about the dangerous rhetoric, I put that in a box. See, I compartmentalize what he's saying. I
So was I
agree.
right?
I know, no, you're not right because I agree with what Charlie Kirk said about college. He would talk about college. People would come up. He would ask him, "Hey, did you read this book? Oh, you didn't read that book? Well, you're in this curriculum. Why don't they ever teach you about this book? See, they're not teaching you about
Hey, I'm
complete
sorry,
knowledge.
Ty. I'm sorry, Ty. I think I got to call a cap because every last video you just mentioned out your mouth, Mister 6 years, was current videos that just got played recently.
Wait,
It's no way. It's no way you've been watching this dude for 6 years. When
wait.
you mentioning all the new videos, not even the new videos, but the current popular videos that he got out right
I
now.
am talking about
You
the
capping.
dangers.
I ain't
Like,
gonna lie. Every video I have seen that you're talking about that's coming out your mouth. That's some funny stuff. I
okay,
think you just
okay. So
lied.
if
You
so, if
lied
you
to
see if you
somebody's face right now,
Hold on.
if
Let's
you
dog.
deal
okay,
with
hold on,
it.
hold on.
Kev,
If
let's
you seen
deal
his
with it though.
videos, then what is that? What is the name of the title of the podcast when he was talking about DEI?
Well, for one, what was your
What the?
concern with the DEI one? Like, I'm
Be-
curious. Sorry.
because when like if you ask me what do you agree about Charlie Kirkin, I can give you a lot of things I agree with him. But doesn't the title of this say what are these? what are they saying that is so dangerous? So I put it
Right.
in a
You
box and
only
I say
threw
what
out.
he was saying was dangerous.
I
I
just
didn't say
expected
everything
so
he was
much
saying.
more out of 6 years, man. That don't make it just don't make sense. That's the
Because
only
Kev,
thing
let's
that
do
you've
this.
there's
seen.
only a certain
Kev,
thing. There's a certain amount of things that he said was dangerous. So I'm gonna pick those things
And
out.
that's all you. And like I said, I was right. Didn't I just mention that, guys? I said, even if it was 6 years, all he did was spend his time to see what was so dangerous. Out of all these debates he had, which he had probably hundreds and hundreds of debates, all he seen was black people and what was dangerous to black people. Nothing else.
If the topic was what did he say? What did
I'm
Charlie
not
Kirk
talking
say
about the
that you
topic for
agreed
no more.
with?
I'm going based
I
off of
wouldn't
Mr.
even.
6 years. That's what I'm going off of.
Wait, hold on. If the topic was what do you agree with that Charlie Kirk said, I would talk about a list of things over the last 6 years. I'm talking about a list of things over the last 6 years that he said that was dangerous. You see how I
right.
compartmentalize the difference?
Yeah, to be fair,
So
he is
Kev,
answering the prompt
hold on.
correctly.
Kev, let's do this. Kev, let's do
But
this,
you're
Kev. Hold
expected
on.
to do good.
Let's do
You
this.
shouldn't get. You don't get
Hold on,
awarded
Mr.
for doing
Platinum.
good. You when you
I
mess
wanna
up.
do this
He
though.
never said nothing about white tea people.
Right.
What he said about them, because I'm
Hold
pretty
on.
sure there wasn't black. He only said it about.
Kev, let's hold on. Let's do this, right? So I think what we can do is we can validate if Ty feel like that, right? Regardless if we think he capping or what. Let's deal with each one to the best of our ability, and let's see if they hold the test of scrutiny and context. That's all. So he said what he said, and let's go down the list and let's fact check it and let's discuss that. So
Got
So
y'all.
Tim, can I just say one thing that he said that
go
was
ahead,
an
Platinum.
outright lie? All right,
Go ahead,
look quick.
Platinum.
I'm not even. I'm just gonna name this one thing because it's really on time about. Because I was adding what he said. He said that Zimmerman was hunted down by Trayvon Martin 2 a.m. in the morning. Now, when he said that, the person I was asking the question about three individuals, OJ, Carmelo Anthony, and the Trayvon Martin case, how you feel about each one, said that did not happen. In fact, the police told Zimmerman to stop, following Trayvon Martin, and it was during the daytime, right? He says, well, my memory's a bit rusty. And I'm like, hold up, hold up. If he did say he was misinformed, which has still been his fault, meaning that, went on the internet, got some false information, and you just reiterating it, that's one thing. But you don't have a bit rusty, you don't have a rusty memory giving a vivid, detailed explanation like Zimmerman being hunted down 2 a.m. in the morning by Trayvon Martin. So that's
Yeah.
why I said he's only human. So so what I'm saying is that as much as he tries to be clever and come with these calculated lies that you can look at either way, you really can't really zero in on him being racist. He got in his emotions and told an outright lie and showed his true colors. So I'm not saying that every video he's just telling outright childish lies like that, but he wasn't on his A game that day.
So let's discuss that.
Because no way in hell you're gonna get no way in hell you got a rusty memory when you say that Zimmerman was being hunted by Trayvon Martin
Let's deal with that.
2 a.m. in the morning.
Right. So
Yeah,
that
before you
might
do
could.
that, well, okay, let's Zogo,
All
and
right.
then we can do that. Just get
You
that
want to deal
last
with
person out
Ty?
the way.
Oh, okay, got you.
Just the last person out, then we can get them all three at one time. I mean, that ain't sound right. My bad. I was just saying, like, be able to attack the new point of views. I'll put it that way. Go ahead, Zo.
Oh, I'm listening in on the top comments. I wanted to weigh in, but
Oh, so you
what
only
is
good
the
for
topic?
jumping in, huh? You don't
What's the
want that,
topic?
y'all.
What's the topic?
That's
What am I on? What
crazy
am I supposed to
word.
present? What am I supposed to present?
Oh,
So
nah,
we
nah,
can.
nah. Just stay
She was
quiet.
in there jumping
What should
every
I?
second. Had to
What
get
should I?
You're
muted a
on the
few times.
panel. Just
No,
stay
I
quiet.
didn't. What should I
Nah, nah,
present?
nah. No, we don't do that.
Don't do what?
Well,
You
you
gotta
just
go
gonna
ahead
stay
and go
quiet again.
go do some research on the people that we're
Oh no,
talking about.
I know who we're talking about. That's why I like this
I mean,
topic here.
so
So
I
what are
mean,
y'all
Okay.
presenting,
what
or
you
what do
So
I?
what
so you can either answer to the prompt, which is in the green,
Okay.
or you can speak on, what you heard someone say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. What are they saying that is so dangerous? Personally, Candace Owens, initially, I really didn't agree with what she would state for a multitude of reasons, but in recent days, I've seen very limited media of her that I've liked more so. And that's just on her stance on like pro life and then families and whatnot. And then Charlie Kirk, like I've liked his media over the course of years, and it was very surprising to see a bunch of people come out of nowhere and just kind of hate him, and then bring things completely out of context to appease a narrative that was very popular and accommodating to a certain viewpoint. Can you really love if you don't like interracial
We ain't on
dating?
that yet.
Oh, okay. So just and then it's protecting
Just the
others'
green. It
feelings.
was just only the green one, really. It
Oh,
was
okay. Cool, cool. Well, yeah, that's that.
all right.
All
So,
right, so let's tackle these. Do we want to deal with the Todd? Do you mind if we is the Trayvon Martin thing one of your issues? So I can tackle that. So we can tackle that real quick.
I didn't initially say mainly that
Gotcha.
one.
But is that one you would consider? Just so I can knock out two birds with one stone real quick, and then we can go down the list that you gave, and I'll try
Um,
to answer you to the best of my ability.
not in totality.
So you don't have a problem with the Trayvon Martin one?
I didn't. I'm not gonna speak.
You
I'm
might not
not.
have seen the
Hold
video.
on. Hold on. I'm not
Hold
gonna.
on. Come on
I
now,
6
Mr.
years and I
Six
ain't see
Year.
that one.
Come on
hold
now,
on.
Mr. 6 Year.
Hold
Right.
on. Hold on. I'm not gonna speak on anything that I didn't see because he spoke
Fair.
on it.
That's
He did speak on it, but the entire podcast that he spoke on it, it did get deleted like a couple years ago. So we only have clips and things of that, and I don't like to speak on like mainly clips. I would like to
gotcha.
rehear what he said to make sure that I
That
get it correct.
Pull up the episode. I'm
that's
just
fair
You,
though.
you know what? They pulled that up on a white T panel I was
Kev,
on,
that's
right?
fair
Because they
though.
was like,
no, I can.
I don't believe you.
No, I can pull it
They
up.
pulled it up.
I don't want to be.
They pulled it up, right? And then played half of it. And I'm like, just play the whole thing to where it is. We said his
Yeah.
memory's a bit rusty. Argued about that. Then they
Oh no, I
played
seen
that.
that.
Then
No,
it was like,
listen,
that doesn't make him
platinum,
racist. That just makes him
platinum,
misinformed.
platinum. I
I'm
seen
listening.
that. Right. Yeah. So I seen that one. Actually earlier or either yesterday. I don't even know. I was up all night. We went from Charlie Kirk to Bible study. But anyway, um, yeah. So from my understanding, right, and I agree. The one thing that I agree with is that Zimmerman should have stopped. From what I heard, he should have stopped when the police told him to stop pursuing or following them. Right, he was like trailing them or whatever. Um, However, there is surrounding the case is that at some point Trayvon comes up to him and checks him and like pounce out up on him and run up on him and like an altercation ensues and Trayvon Martin gets the best of him. And then that's when George Zimmerman unalives him. And then that's why he
All
wanted to
right. But
stand
does
your
that sound
ground.
like you being, all right, so
No,
you
no,
running
that's
up on
not
a
what I'm.
person is
That's
not
not.
hunted down.
No, I got you. No, listen.
No, I'm not
I
saying you
we
saying
don't
that. I'm
know.
just,
First of all, hold on, platinum. And this is the thing about why they tell you to unalive a person when they're attacking you, because unalive people don't talk and they don't testify, and so all we have is what the other person said and maybe what a couple other witnesses nearby said in their perspective. And so if it was 2 a.m., me personally, I don't see why a 17-year-old
it wasn't 2
is
a.m.
out. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the exact
It
time.
was
So
daytime. That was the other lie
got
he
you,
folk.
got you.
Uh,
So maybe it was 2 p.m.
so I don't
I
want to
don't know.
interrupt you. I just wanted you to know that.
No, that's what
Yeah.
I'm asking you. No, I'm following you. But would you
All right.
agree
So
that
the
at
two
some
lies
point,
was him being hunt.
got you? Okay,
Go ahead, my fault.
fine,
Go ahead.
fine. Right. My issue is, would you agree that at some point Trayvon Martin came and approached him, and it had to be some kind of close quarters combat?
Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I never heard that. Meaning that I'm not saying it didn't exist, but I always
That he
heard that
banged
he
his
kept
head against the
following him.
ground.
I just heard he kept following, and then a fight ensued, and Trayvon got the
That's what I'm
best of him.
saying. Right. That's what I just said, brother. That's mutual combat.
Yeah, I'm talking
They're
about the run
fighting
up
each other.
on. I never heard him.
I mean, you got to
I
run
never
up
heard
on
he ran
somebody.
up on him.
Somebody got to run up on somebody, bro.
Yeah,
I'm just
I'm
saying,
saying I never
like,
heard that. I didn't say
got
that. It's
you,
not common sense.
got you. So if Trayvon Martin, can we assume that if Trayvon Martin saw George Zimmerman following him or trailing him, and even if George Zimmerman said something to him, he ain't been like Trayvon is not a possibility. He was like, man, what the hell you following me for? Like, what's up, bro? Like, why you
Yeah.
following me? You know what I'm saying? Like, who you think you is? You got a problem? and he's like, "Hey man, you look like you're doing something suspicious." And then at some point, Trayvon approaches him like, "What's up?" Like, you know, like what you want to do? And then they start fighting. And then Trayvon Martin gets the best of him. And according to stand your ground laws in Florida, you have, if somebody's trying to hurt you and you feel like your life is being threatened or in danger, you're allowed to defend yourself legally, regardless of. So we get that Zimmerman was wrong and that he shouldn't have been following them and that he shouldn't have been trying to be an over policeman, right? He should have called the police if he felt like he was doing something or looking in cars. Call the police, let the police do his job. But he wanted to be some kind of Batman in the community, which I agreed that he shouldn't have did that. And that if he wouldn't have did that and just called the police or just minded his business, then it would have never happened in the first place if he would have kept driving or pushing, right? We agree with that. However, that doesn't negate the fact that at some point, Trayvon got a hold of this man and mollywopped him.
So,
And we're not going to
All
say
right. So
17 years old
here's
because
the
the
thing. I don't.
17-year-olds are the ones in the hood that when I was 17 years old, I was selling smugs, white, hard white, and with my pants sagging, with a blunt in my ear, and anybody could have got it. And I done jumped out on people, chased people, beat people up, all kind of stuff. So that we're not going to act like our 16, 17, and 18-year-olds out here are little darlings. They out here running the city right now. Got the whole
But the
National Guard.
context of his character
So
for that situation doesn't
got you.
matter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't even
Yeah.
focused on Trayvon. I
No,
was
but I'm
focused on what he
saying,
said, what
right.
Charlie Kirk said.
Got
He
you.
said he got hunted down early in the morning. So that was a bold-faced lie. Whether we
Yeah, I
disagree
don't know
about,
I don't know the surrounding facts of the numbers
yeah.
and all of the case. I didn't
so,
see every single thing in the case.
so
But
T,
my
but
point
K,
is,
real quick,
go ahead.
can we agree that being maybe a Marine Corps veteran, I understand this. If I'm the initial threat, that I can cause an incident, right? So like, I know you already agreed. You said he shouldn't. He should have left it alone. When the police said, "Hey, leave him alone," and he didn't.
Right.
So, but
Right.
if I am the one becoming the initial threat, if I was never the initial threat, then what comes after would never have occurred.
But what is a threat though, sir?
Okay,
Getting out of his car.
if someone is
It's
following me,
stalking is
stalking
following as a crime.
someone over a period
with
of time, and I notice they're
Literally, my
focusing
boy got
on
charged
me.
with stalking
You see that
for
that's a
for, for
threatening
walking behind his
behavior.
girlfriend.
Right.
You
Got
understand
you.
what I'm saying? Bro,
Uh-huh.
like you understand what I'm saying? Like how you read the room, how you pay attention to your surroundings. So as a
Right.
Marine Corps veteran, if someone's following me and I look back, oh hold on, they've been sort of moving in my direction, sort of focused on me for a minute now. What's going on here? Well, they're an initial threat. And now I have to start assessing what's really going on here.
Right.
Hello?
People don't run no more.
The thing about it, you got
I
levels of
got you.
lies. You have white lie, you have a stretch, then you have bold-faced lie that's like gaslighting. For him to change the dynamic and say the exact opposite of what happened, making Trayvon Martin
I
the
gotta
one
go see.
pursuing Zimmerman, was showing that. And I've seen them do this
Let me check
before. That
something.
they'll just, it's called white lies, but it's really nothing but a white lie. It's like they'll just say whatever. In America, people just say whatever, and if you don't get the fact check it, it just therefore it stands. And he did one of those moments. It wasn't his best. He wasn't on his A game because then he had to admit that he was a bit rusty. But you don't tell a vivid, detailed explanation of something if you're a bit rusty on it. You just say you're misinformed.
Okay,
It's like, come on.
hey, Mr. Platinum, can you find that video? Because I found the video, but I'm not hearing what you're saying that he said.
For a fact, just play it. For a fact, I pretty much said it word for word
No, I
too.
know. That's why I'm just
He said
asking.
it.
Like,
I can vouch
no,
for him that he
no,
said
I
it.
know. I was just looking for the video, though.
I
Whoever
don't
said
listen. I
Trayvon
never
Martin
looked up. I
pursued
seen
or
the
went after
video, and
that
I'm pretty
guy
sure
is
I
a lie.
saved it. I'm pretty sure I saved it, right? But then they played like yesterday, the day before on a
Was it
white
on
tea
YouTube?
panel. Because I give the same energy to everybody, white women. I don't hate black women. I hate everybody. I go on a white tea panel with worse energy than this, and they wanted to prove me wrong, and they played the clip and was more embarrassed. And then, I left my merry way. That's how I get my good sleep at night. He said what I said.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I just want to actually see the video.
He said, I ain't Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I don't really care.
I'm worse than Charlie Kirk, but
I
I'm gonna
just try
come with
to pull
facts
up.
because truth hurt.
I do have the basically the reconstruction of the events that basically they portrayed how it took place is like
It's like it's like a 1 minute 30-second video of how it all happened, and by
Yeah, I was
co-
just,
by
yeah,
co- what'd you say? Sorry. Um,
yeah. I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying
but
that you're gonna?
well, I mean, but yeah, no, you were like,
Are you saying you're gonna describe it?
well, yeah, like, I can
Yeah.
describe. Oh, I can play it for.
No,
I don't.
no, no.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
that's not what I'm
But
asking for.
basically, it was just we see obviously Trayvon Martin was on the phone with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend did
Oh
say,
no, I'm not trying to go over the tape and the crimes. That I mean, the trial is already over. I was
well,
just
yeah,
yeah, I
well,
was just looking for the video that he saw. That was it.
Charlie Kirk. All right, so I'm gonna just give you more content, right? The dude that was asking the questions pretty much cooked him too. It was like obvious. He said, "Listen, I'm gonna name 3 cases for you: the OJ case, Carmelo
Yeah,
case, and the Trayvon case. I'm just so you can find it. I'm just giving you more content, and then
oh
he
sorry.
just
Hold on.
he asked him how he felt about the first thing he said was, let me explain, because at first he got mad. First of all, with the Zimmerman case, he was hunted down 2 a.m. in the morning. How dare you bring that up? I'm like, wow, that's a lot of being wrong and strong like that.
Because it definitely wasn't
I was like, yo,
2001.
He was wrong.
and
That's interesting. I
I
found
think
the
Kirk was
person that
wrong
he
for
was
that.
he's a
debating.
better liar than that, but he wasn't really, he wasn't on it that day.
Hennessy.
And then I ain't gonna lie, with the OJ, he said he was emotionally biased, meaning that the jury was wrong because the cops messed up the case. But then when it came to the Carmelo and Zimmerman, well, listen, they did a full process of the whatever they call it, the full process of the system. The jury acquitted, so therefore that's what I'm going by. But then he was biased
Is
with the
that the
OJ
same?
because OJ was found
Is that the
innocent.
same
Yeah,
guy?
that's him. That's
Okay,
him.
that's
That's
what
him.
I
That's the
that's
video.
okay. That's what I thought, but I just didn't hear what you. Okay. Did you want to
You
play
didn't
one
hear
more
him say
game?
that Zimmerman was hunted down by Trayvon Martin 2 a.m. in the morning?
Let's play it all over
But
again.
that's what Charlie Kirk does. He
He
lies.
never listen. Charlie Kirk shouldn't have never recalled that and said that if he wasn't sure. Period. And I agree with you on that.
Yeah, no, I
But
just
the thing is,
wanted to
Oh
play.
wow, we
he
agree.
said his
That's what
excuse was that he was
leftist
a
dudes
bit
like.
rusty. We grown. We know, like, when, hold up, you just said you was a bit rusty. You just gave me a vivid, detailed story. Like, I could picture what you're saying, and you're rusty on it?
Yeah.
Right.
But he
Is
debates
the
with
video
college
playing
students
or
because
not?
he knows he can lie.
The video is playing. It's just that. Do you want me to skip it to the part where he's talking about Trayvon Martin?
He
Because
really said it in the beginning. As soon as the dude start, and the question, that's the first thing he addressed was the Zimmerman thing. So you could play
in the
from when that
beginning.
dude is talking right there. Yeah,
Whole thing
from when
is
that dude started
interrupted.
talking.
Just play it,
That dude that's
Rachel.
standing
You just
up there, the
argue
mic.
about what to play. Just play it.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Today,
know if y'all
and how
wanted
to
though,
invest
because it's
before
6 minutes.
the world
That's
catches
fine.
on. I've read
Nah,
Silver.
it's not gonna take 6 minutes
And
to
let
say
them
it.
tap for 6 minutes.
It's six
Then.
minutes.
Is the new oil, and you should too. Get it now, available on Amazon. Hello, hello. How are you, Charlie? Good. Good to hear. All right, we're low on time, so we're going to do the lightning round soon after you, where if I don't like your question, I'm just a jerk. I'm going to tell you to move on. That's okay. All right. Okay, well, let me first preface by saying I was born here, and I'm of Mexican heritage, and I'm proud to be both. My dad's a big fan, by the way. So I'm here to debate. I believe that Black Lives Matter is actually a good thing. And I believe that there's a differentiation between the statement and the foundation because one is more popular than the other. I think that there's a bias with race in general within politics, and I think the Republican Party lacks a consistency in that. So my question to you is going to be, if I name these 3 names, could you tell me if they're guilty or not guilty? Okay, so the first one's going to be Carmelo Anthony. Based on the facts available, absolutely guilty. Okay. Now, O.J. Simpson. Oh, absolutely guilty. Okay. George Zimmerman. No, self-defense. He was acquitted by a jury of his peers. Now, if we're going based on facts, what makes the Carmelo Anthony and the George Zimmerman case different? George Zimmerman was hunted at night by Trayvon Martin at 2 a.m., and the stand your ground law allows you to stand your ground up against people that wish you harm. Carmelo Anthony, with that Austin Metcalf, who he murdered in cold blood, said, "Don't touch me" at a high school track meet, said one thing he didn't like, took out a knife, and then brutally stabbed them to death. Those are not moral equivalents. George Zimmerman and Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony are on different planets morally. Don't ever compare them. That is incredible moral confusion. But
That's hilarious.
I am. So
please
I
stay
want to
muted.
debate, how is it hunting when it was confirmed by the police department that that George Zimmerman followed him? It was the other way around.
Again, the facts around the George Zimmerman case, I'll admit, are a little bit rusty. It's been 10 years since that case. What I remember is this. It was highly scrutinized.
Right.
The jury was bipartisan. He was fully acquitted. And when all the facts came out, it was legitimate self-defense. Now, if that ends up happening in the Carmelo Anthony case, I guess I'll reevaluate it.
Right.
But again, they're not even close to in the same moral dimension.
I would argue that they are, because George Zimmerman was told to stand back by the police department. He had no authority to follow him. And it was a self-defense case where the problem is he who dies does not get to testify. The only fact that was presented in court was based on George Zimmerman's testimony.
Okay, I want to speed this up. I don't think people even know who George Zimmerman is in this audience. This was a decade ago.
So we could go with O.J. Simpson.
Well, which crime of O.J. Simpson are we talking about? Because he was incarcerated twice.
Well, the crime of the murder.
Okay.
What makes you believe that he's guilty if you're going based on fair law judgment rather than emotional bias?
Again, you really think that was a fair trial? First of all, the police screwed up a lot of stuff. Let's just be honest. The police was the reason why O.J. Simpson was accused. They reached too far. They wanted to get a guilty verdict too much. Kardashian pounced on it. And let's all be very clear. If the police would have just preserved evidence in its original form, O.J. Simpson would have died behind bars. Okay? And again, you want to talk about rusty? O.J. Simpson was before I was born. I don't remember all the facts associated to it.
Exactly.
But here's my thing. Don't try to find, oh, wow, Carmelo Anthony, 2 teenagers at a track meet. By the way, you think that track meet self-defense is like legitimate between two?
I think they're all guilty. My argument is a consistency. If you believe one is guilty, they're all guilty.
O.J.
If you
Simpson
believe
was
one
never
is not guilty,
O.J. Simpson was not self-defense though. It was that he was on trial for cold-blooded murder.
But you believe he was guilty and he should be behind bars?
Yes, which is a completely different case than Carmelo Anthony.
No, the idea is that he was not. They didn't present enough evidence to incarcerate him.
Carmelo Anthony hasn't been on trial yet. We don't know all the facts yet, man.
You're basing it on an emotional bias rather than the
Hold on, remember what I said?
But then
Time out.
you switch the
I said
clip
based
when
on
you go
all
to
the
Carmelo
facts.
Anthony.
Time out, man.
Go ahead.
Based on all the facts available, I think Carmelo Anthony is guilty. Did I not say that at the beginning? And so we're gonna. He deserves due process. He deserves a lawyer. Let's allow it play out. And if all of a suddenly we found out that Austin Metcalf had a shotgun in his track bag and pointed it at Carmelo Anthony, the calculus changes.
Correct. But you're deeming that the others were guilty and innocent based on emotional bias rather than the fact.
No, it's not at all. The difference is, let me even further tell you why you're wrong. Those two are completed cases. Carmelo Anthony is not a completed case.
Correct.
And so you're going after those that had the full due process the American legal system go through, and one that we have a pretty good picture, although incomplete, and I reserve the right to be corrected. And so what exactly is your contention?
You do, and I reserve the right as well. But I believe that because of the consistency, I believe you're going on an emotional bias because, like I said, BLM and we as a nation look at race, and that is a bias factor.
Wrong. In fact, let me just be very, just so you are consistent.
I am consistent.
Black people are 13% of the population. What percent of the murders do black people commit?
I'm not,
55%.
Right.
That's a lot. Do you think that fact is told on the media infrequently?
Actually, if we're going on statistics, George Zimmerman called the cops on.
I'm not talking about George Zimmerman, man.
Okay.
George Zimmerman is a settled case 10 years ago. Stand your ground. Right. And so, but last question. You say Black Lives Matter.
So
Hold on, I got to go to the next question. I said I reserve the right to cut you off. You say Black Lives Matter. Can we also agree that white lives matter?
Absolutely.
Great. All lives matter. We agree. Thank you so much. I got to get to the next question. Thank you.
He got cooked. He's just trying to save face. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, he got cooked.
If you want to agree that Carmelo Anthony gets taken off the table, because in a debate you have to take emotions out of it. We're going to take Carmelo off the table. You're still inconsistent when it comes to Zimmerman and OJ. Because in the Zimmerman case, you said he was he was acquitted by a jury. They went through the full process of the system. You're dealing with facts, no feelings. But when it comes to the OJ case, you're saying, well, if the cops didn't do that, well, if the cops didn't do that, they wouldn't have had no physical evidence at all, really. So they would have just let him go a lot sooner. So he's dealing with emotional bias when it comes to the OJ case because he was found acquitted. So the difference between those cases is that one, the victim are white in the OJ case, and in the Zimmerman case, the victim is black. and I think he pretty much cooked them, even though he was trying to, talk him out a
Zimmerman
minute.
wasn't no white man.
Well, I ain't say Zimmerman was. I said the victims. I just focused on the victims. I said in the Zimmerman case, the victim was black. In the OJ case, the victims were white. So you're gonna be emotionally biased because OJ was set free, but then you're gonna go by just facts and evidence and jury acquitting him when it comes to the Zimmerman case, and no emotional bias there. And then him saying he was a bit rusty on Zimmerman, man, you just gave me a whole detailed story, and now all of a sudden you're a bit rusty. That
I
was a
think he was.
bad
I
Yeah,
think.
he.
comeback.
I think he should have did like Ty. What Ty did. Ty say I ain't see the whole thing. I don't remember. I ain't see it, so I ain't gonna speak on it. I think that's what he should have said in that particular
Right.
case.
Or said I did it for 6 years. I know.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely.
And
isn't
to
that
mention
dangerous?
that 55% stat that he threw out without, balancing it
Incorrect.
out with the arrest,
What is
with
the
the
stat? So
exoneration rate. So now you got young, impressionable minds believing that black folks commit 55% of the crimes, and they're going
no,
around
we talking
Here's
perpetuating
the
about
that.
thing.
violent.
He's
No
misinformed
Hold
with
on, we
balance.
that
talking
because the
about.
FBA gave out a false stat,
And
Hold
shouldn't
on.
that
but
be
it
Time
was
out.
a
debunked
Time
reality
out.
already.
check, though?
Time out. Time out. So long. Let me say this. So, and I'm gonna go to sleep in a minute because I gotta teach these people in the morning. I'm aggravated. But what I
I
was
don't even
gonna
know
say
what you said.
was,
Yeah, Herb, and go to sleep.
Yeah, me either,
what,
bro. I don't even say either. I don't know. What the fuck?
nah. But I'm talking about the in terms of the numbers, right? So in our community, when it comes to violent crimes and it comes to unaliving, right? We make up 13% of the population, and we commit per capita. How many? What's y'all numbers on that?
Okay, look, I'm
I think
I'm not talking about all crimes. I'm talking about
nah,
violent crimes
no,
and
no,
the
no.
unaliving.
unalive right. It's not 50. It's not 50 that was debunked, and it was like more like along the lines of like 36, which is still high. We
No,
only make up 30.
no, 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 no. In America,
We
it's
don't make up
20.
50% of the
No,
unalivings.
it's 24% for BLK people, 54% for
Okay,
white
my
people.
fault.
Now I'm just saying, if you're gonna say something, be
and
correct.
and
Like,
and
no,
and
I
as,
don't,
and as well,
All right,
like
bro. I
and
said
as
I
well,
thought. I didn't. I didn't.
I
You know
don't,
what I
I
mean?
don't, I don't,
I
as
know it
care
was.
though.
Le-
Wait,
I know it was
peace,
less than
peace,
I
peace,
50.
don't care. I don't,
peace,
I don't
as
care.
peace,
I
peace,
hold
don't
on,
care.
peace.
and as
If you don't
well
know, just say you don't know.
as well as
Bro, you mad at me because I pointed out that Charlie Kirk was a liar, so
I'm
I
not
Real
can't
quick.
mad.
take you
I'm not
serious. You
mad
said
at
you
you. I'm
you
just
said
saying.
that it's glad that people like me are not around because I pointed out Charlie
wait,
Kirk was a
No,
real
I'm
quick,
liar.
just
real
I had
saying.
to
quick,
laugh on that.
No,
real
Uh,
I'm just
quick,
saying.
real
I'm
quick,
just
real
saying. If
quick.
you don't know, just say
Sis
you don't
Rachel,
know. If
aren't
you
you the
don't know, just say
moderator?
I don't know.
Wait,
How
Eh,
hard is that?
bro, it's cool. Just don't. It's cool.
Why
It's
you going
cool.
so hard?
Like,
I
it's
didn't
cool,
know.
bro.
No,
Like,
one second, y'all. Just mute up.
I don't think he liked me.
So no. Actually, he was proving your point. He was actually making your point even better because he lowered the
The
percentage.
hostility.
He lowered no that he was just saying for everyone because we like to fact check. You get what I'm saying, regardless if it backs up our claims or other people's claims because it doesn't back up our claims. You get what I'm saying? So the whole point is to just be fair. So he was just saying
I,
for
I'm
everybody.
not. I
If
was just. I'm not saying I was just trolling. I mean, I don't care how you feel. I mean, I
trolling,
mean, it's just. No, no. What I'm
if
saying is
Charlie
this.
Kirk
I
said he
don't care
was
if he really
trolling
likes me or
it,
not.
saying that
I don't care.
50%.
I don't know. No. What I'm saying is less than 50%. Now we can argue that 24 is still a high. We only make up
Hold on.
13%, but
So
don't throw extra numbers on it to make us
Because
look
hold
bad.
on. I got a
I
stat.
know
you see, now you
we're all
trolling.
agreeing. That's the
I
thing,
mean,
Mr. Platinums. We're all agreeing. He was
yeah, like
just
how
saying
you
like if you don't know, just say you don't know
that
wait,
easy,
instead of guessing.
right?
wait.
If you don't
I'm
know,
so
just you
well.
don't know. Like
Here's the thing.
if you don't know,
The
just shut up.
the stats in themselves are wrong,
Oh,
regardless of the
I'm
percentage.
off yourself.
It's
How about this nigga?
because we see that obviously we're actually 7.5, not just seven, but 7.5 times more likely to be falsely accused of murder than our
On top of that,
counterparts. So those statistics are not actually accurate statistics because we know in the coming years, and it doesn't happen all at once, but in the coming years, there's going to be more and more and more BOK men and women acquitted of the crimes that they
Now,
never
hold
actually
on.
committed in the
Yeah,
first
but
place.
watch this though, y'all. So let's the numbers that I'm seeing are at the 50% mark in terms of homicides.
FBI came out with a stat like that, and
I'm talking about in
AI.
2023. Hold on. 2023. Hold on.
No, and it is no, it is correct that according to Schmurder's it does say 13% of the population do contribute to for 50 or more percent of the Schmurders in the United States. That is
says
correct.
it
But
says we make up 13 to 14% of the population, and 53.8% of all homicides was African Americans, and it has something to do with unaliving. So I mean,
All right, so can you?
with pew pews. Hold on, Mr. Platinum. So with that being said, regardless if they're exonerated or they're acquitted, right, or they're found not guilty, that still doesn't take away from the fact that we got a doggone unaliving pew pew um, epidemic or whatever you want to call it in our communities, and that more than likely, it regardless if they was acquitted, somebody did it, and they probably was 99% black.
well, that is actually untrue. Because most of the time when it comes down to for example, when it comes down to YT murders, for one, YT men, and you anybody could look this up. YT men are the least likely when it comes down to actually them being the victims of murder. They're the most likely to actually the case being found out of who did it, and BLK men are the least likely to find out who did it. And not only that, but of the crimes of white T people and BLK
That's not
people,
what I'm
especially
talking
with
about, though,
murder,
Ty.
white T people are more likely to get away with the crime
Ty,
than BLK people.
that's not. I mean, I know people who's beat them, but that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying is this, Ty. If we got bodies in our hoods, the bodies that we got coming from our hoods in a small area, would you agree, Ty?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's not act like it's not a such thing as YNs and switches and Drakes.
I
And,
one,
and then that one weekend in one little small place in Chicago is 5360 pew pews over a weekend and 20 bodies. And that last year alone, it was 600 and something um, unalivings of black folks in a matter of a year, sir. And it's only 365 days in a year. Let's not act like this. And that's just one city. That ain't even mentioning Detroit, Trent, Gary, Indiana, Florida, Broward County, Duval, Jacksonville, Miami, DC, Philly, Cali. Come on, bro. Like Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth, and
no,
wherever
wait.
else y'all at.
I,
Memphis,
I'm
New
not going
Orleans.
to deny that
Okay,
there is a problem.
so listen, Ty. So according to right, we agree that just like it's B on B crime is white on white, Asian on Asian. We get that, but what I'm saying is white folks not coming to our neighborhood doing it. So even if they're exonerated, we can conclude that it was a person of color who did it. 9 times out of 10, 85% or more, 90 something percent or more, if we got regardless of the exonerations, we got bodies on the floor and we got those numbers in. And according to stats, and all of us agreeing that when it comes to crimes of proximity, more than likely it's going to be a person who looked like them.
Yeah.
And any black person to tell you from the hood that they ain't never worked with scared or worried about somebody who don't look like them unaliving them. But the person, we can't even walk in the gas station without our people looking at us and sizing us up like we the enemy. So nobody's not going to
Nah,
deny
that's a
this.
valid point. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that the FBI, when that stat came up, they said it was given out by the FBI and it was later debunked. I'm just saying you can find that 50%, that 50% was debunked and it was a lot lower. So they gave out misleading stats. They done it with college. They downgraded. They downplayed how many black men attend college, and those stats were debunked too. These things do happen. But
Listen,
yeah, of course,
Mr.
we have an
Platinum,
issue in our community with unaliving.
I mentor some of these youth that done jumped out of cars and who brag about jumping out of cars, walking people down and hitting people or almost hitting people, bro. So what I'm saying is, regardless if it's 50% or it's 45.63210, it's a problem in our community disproportionately, and we only make up 13 to 14% of the population. And when it comes to AB, it's proportion is disproportionate. We unaliving our kids at an alarming rate, and to be honest, the most dangerous place for a black person is not in the streets; it's in their mother's womb, according to the numbers.
My problem with the way the
Yeah.
numbers are being cited is that it has to be contextual, right? Of all the people that are unaliving, right? We do know that it is disproportionate within our community, but again, this is less than 2% of BLK men. There are 18 million adult BLK men in the United States. Even if you take the average lifespan of a BLK man from age 18 to when he will pass away and take up all of the, I can't say that word on here, but the unalive offenders from age 18 to when they will unalive in their 70s, that will be less than 2% total. Even of all of the people who are BLK men in jail currently, that is less than 3% of our community. There is no way that we can
Yeah,
say
I
that's the
think it's per
majority of our
capita though,
community. Can
young.
I finish, please? I haven't spoken in like an hour. There's no way that 90%, the other 95% of our community can take responsibility for the 1% that are committing unalivings and the other 3% that are in jail. There's absolutely no way. But we have to provide context for these numbers. That's why I don't like the way that they're citing the whole 50-30 thing or the 1350 thing, whatever is being said. It's making it seem as if the majority of our community we have a crime culture. Crime culture meaning the majority of the people in our community commit crimes, and that is not true. It is a very,
Yeah,
very, very
we'll be
tiny
extinct.
percentage of people who are committing those crimes, whether it's unalivings or carjackings, whatever it is, however the FBI breaks it up directly. But we cannot make it seem like it's even 95% of our community who are doing those things, because they're not. And to the point that Platinum made, that wasn't necessarily debunking that they were saying it was lower. What they were saying was lower is per capita the amount of black men who are actually in jail, which is like 37-38%. But specifically, according to the most recent FBI numbers for unalive offenders, it is unfortunately 53% are BLK. But again, that's
I mean,
1% of our community total, 1% of BLK men specifically, out of 18 million adult BLK men. So just
yeah,
give context. Don't make it
and
seem like it's like the majority of them, because it's not. It's less than 1%.
Well, nobody
okay, yeah, you say that, but
nobody
I
said
find it funny
majority
because
though, Khalil. Hold on.
whenever we're going out and we're out in the town and doing what we do, for the most part, you're more worried about someone with a ski mask on than a white person. But they don't ever bring that
The
up though.
majority of crime is proximity crime, just like 76% of crime that's committed towards YT people are done by other YT people. In this country, we are self-segregated. That is sociology 101. The majority of crime that will
Right.
ever be committed towards any group of people is by your own people.
Well,
That's how it works.
If
yeah, I
you was
mean,
in a sundown out of town,
but
you
hold
be
on, Mr.
worrying about
Platinum.
more white
Oh,
tea
stop
people.
this! Stop with that sundown bullshit, bro.
Right.
Come on,
Like
man. Like, who
nobody
What
like
are you
knows.
talking
how
about?
many
Why are
sundown
you
towns you going?
why
How
are
many
you
sundown
tap
towns you
dancing
be
so
to,
hard?
bro? Like
No,
really?
I'm saying
It was my
platinum. Nobody's
proximity. The
going
whole
there.
point was a hypothetical. It's a proximity. If you was in a different neighborhood, you have to worry about different people. Obviously, if you're in a black
Got
neighborhood, you got
you.
to worry about black people. How you ain't
Well,
catch that?
and
So
to be clear, Platinum, a
Young
low
K,
income black neighborhood. People aren't
Right, and
aliving each
majority of
other
us are
in
middle
middle
class.
class black neighborhoods and upper
Yeah,
echelon black
I ain't never
neighborhoods.
unallowed nobody.
well,
Right.
that's
What
the
you talking
point
about? Like,
though. That's the point, that for us to be in these smaller areas, we're doing a lot of damage to our community. I think that's the point. And
That
Young
is
No,
the
and
K,
point.
I agree with
and,
you, and
and
we're
Young
having
K,
that
I think is
discourse.
hold on. I just wanted to say to Young K. Now I appreciate what you were saying too, Young K. But what I'm saying is, I think it's more so per capita, and that's why the numbers are how it is. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, and like if you actually look at it, the number one crimes that are committed are property crimes, which is either theft, or any type of any crime when it comes down to property. And YT people make up 66.8% of that. So, I mean, when it comes down to the most crime that is committed, I mean, it is that. But when you do, I mean, obviously, when you
Yeah, we
go
agree.
into, what'd you say? Sorry.
No, I said I agree to that. I'd rather have my lollipop stolen than a Draco to my face, though.
I mean, the property crime is there's a lot of things that can happen with property crime, like arson,
That
your
doesn't. I'm
your
saying
home burning down.
I'd rather have my wallet stolen or my pew pew stolen than my son going out and getting hit by a stray in our inner cities.
most
Can
most
you fly
most
to
black
those
men are locked
states
up
for
on
Americans?
drugs, a nonviolent crime. So still, I know that for a fact. I've been in prison. The majority ain't unalivers. It ain't the majority of y'all running around talking about they gonna do forever and a half. It's most people that's most black men that's locked up is locked up for sale or possession. This is a fact.
Nah,
Now, I want to say. Huh? That's a fact.
Nah,
And
I'm
shout
just
out
saying.
to
D
Trump.
Rugs.
I
Shout
don't
out, shout
understand
out to
why. Like,
Trump.
I don't understand why we being so disingenuous. I don't understand like why we don't act like when we out in the city.
Bro, shut
We got
up, bro.
this.
You just got an issue.
Nah,
Bro,
but no,
anyway,
I'm being no,
listen.
I'm being no, I'm
Bro,
being
you ain't
real
gotta tell
because
him to shut
on
up
some
though,
real
bro. That's on
on
the
some
site.
regular
Bro,
shit, like y'all act like y'all go out in the street and you out there doing your own thing and the regular activity out there long.
I thought he
Come
was gonna
on,
bring a stat.
God,
All right, you said
okay,
that
whatever,
already.
man,
I'm
whatever,
telling
man.
you that the
Y'all already ain't
average
real, bro. Okay,
crime
whatever,
committed by a black man
whatever,
is a non-violent crime and it's D
whatever, man.
Rugs. That's all I said.
And I'm not
Nah,
and I'm
I
not
hear you, but y'all being disingenuous, bro. Like it's a real
well
it's a
I'm
real issue. But y'all act like when y'all go out in the
What
street,
we're
y'all doing
saying
your
is
own
that the
thing. You're
majority
not.
of BOK
All right.
men are
Yeah.
not
Okay.
vicious unalivers. That's all we saying.
Okay. All right.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I
Even
agree
in
with
the
you
hood,
on
even
that.
in the hood, majority ain't even built like that.
Right.
I wasn't trying to take nobody's life. I'll fight you though. I'm talking about in general. Please don't
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
just in
but
started.
general,
All I'm saying is that
majority people in America
I
are
know for a
not
fact in the
unalivers.
projects, the majority ain't trying to unalive nobody. You talking about like even in the gang, the FBI said 15% are the unalivers. And we talking about a gang. Not everybody's even involved in a gang. So the majority of black men are not in a street gang. And they said 15% are the unalivers. So all she was saying was you can't look at the average BLK man like he will take your life because that's not what the stats reflect. That's the whole point.
yeah.
yeah,
So,
and
but I
yeah.
would say I can agree with I agree with you on that, Platinum. I'm just saying, with regardless of what, the numbers ain't that far off, and the point
Yeah.
is somebody need to talk about it, and it's an
The
issue.
numbers are bad.
We
I
need to
agree.
address it, and we know, bro. Listen, I watch Smash. I'm in Dallas. I look at Smash the Topic, and we dropping like flies, bro. With these views, bro. All over the city, all over the nation. We dropping each other like flies, and even me being in the hood, bro. I know that I'm gonna get a certain type of vibe from my block party in my hood or my clubs in my hood, and then when I go to where them white folks at, bro. We
Uh,
might fight. It might be a big brawl or a big fight, but ain't no Dracos coming out, bro. You bound to a Drake or a switch to go off anywhere where we at. You liable to hear a switch throughout the week, bro. When you go in these
Right.
other neighborhoods, you're not hearing all that, fam. When you come to Deep Ellum, come to Dallas to Deep Ellum. Every single one of those YNs, quote unquote, with those book bags on their back, got small Drakes or ARPs or Glizzes with switches in them. I know because I mentor them.
I
Yeah. So
mean,
it's not real. That's all I'm saying. What he says, all I'm saying. Why we acting like that's not a real thing?
I mean, I
No,
don't know.
the
Like,
numbers are bad.
I mean, I
When one
maybe
person unalive, it's a bad thing. When
what
one person
may
unalive, nobody wants to be cut down for their time.
yeah,
So it's always the number's gonna be bad, even if it's a 1 out of 100.
yeah,
Nobody's
Bruh,
saying the number's not
bruh,
bad.
and
bruh,
here's the thing. Maybe
bro,
this
weeks
is just
ago, like
anecdotal.
50-something people were like freaking fucking pew in Chicago 4 weeks ago. 80 of them was on a. Come on, bro, stop it, man. What we
Yeah.
talking about over here, man? What you saying?
Black dude just unalived his wife and his wife mama, and then unalived himself the
You know
other
what I'm
day.
saying? Like, what we talking about? Like,
Okay,
I'm
now,
not
hey,
confused.
that's
Like,
mainly
act
okay.
like
We
it's
can say
not
that.
happening.
That's mainly white people be doing that type of stuff.
We've been
Um,
doing it too, homie.
I'm not like
Lately,
when it comes to
lately
like,
we've been joining the bandwagon, and we're unaliving ourselves.
Mental health issues.
hey,
I agree.
I mean, I definitely get you with that. But I mean, when it comes down to that, I mean, and then I mean, we can talk about what I'm saying DEI and everything like that. I mean, that was just false. Everything that Charlie Kirk said about DEI was false.
But
Um,
I think DEI, he Charlie Kirk did say he said he doesn't have a problem with affirmative action and DEI in theory, but in practice, it hasn't been the best when it came to college. And I think Thomas Sowell brought that out a lot too. And I think they watched Thomas Sowell real closely and looked at his stats. But I think when we look at the numbers with that, I mean, not the numbers, but the program. I think that it can. What what he said was, and I got his point is, based upon what they do in practice, some people, he says he don't like the fact that it'll cause other people to think that when they see a black pilot or a surgeon or whoever in any position, that they will cause them to wonder if they got there through those programs because those programs exist. And he says, I'd rather not have those programs and let everything be done by merit and not just trying to meet a 50% quota or 40% quota, etc.
But
but
hear me
that's
out. The
but like
main,
hold on. But I get what he was saying with that, and I get it. But his claim is also false when he said that, because the BLK people are still making quota because they looked at DEI and they have the same qualifications as YT people, but then they looked at it and they found out through various different studies, which I could post it, that they seen that a BLK person with a BLK sounding name is less likely to get a callback than a YT person even with a felony. And so what the DEI and also the di- I said it before, I can't remember, but it was with the civil right. I can get it real quick, but it's with the civil rights
affirmative
act.
action.
Desperate something. I can't remember what it's desperate desperate action. I think that's what's called. When it comes down to the Civil Rights Bill of 1964, that's what that correlates. That you cannot discriminate against someone when it comes down to their race or when it comes down to their smecks or anything like that. And he literally was saying, for example, he gave an example when he said when he sees a BLK pilot, oh, I hope that he's qualified. Well, no, 100% he is qualified, but the excuse that he used is where they lowered the standard when it comes down to the 85% of best qualified. They lowered it down to 80% of qualified. But here's the thing with that. The reason why they did that under the Biden administration is because of our air traffic controllers and our pilots. We were there was a major shortage. So what they did was they lowered the standard just so these people can get into FFA Academy. So where because in FFA Academy, then they have a larger pool to choose from, and then from FFA Academy, you have to then pass certain tests when it comes down to equal for everybody to be able to be an air traffic controller or to literally be a pilot. And so they just wanted to pick out of a higher pool of people so they can get more air traffic controllers when it comes down to that. But he said that it was just about race. And he said it multiple times, and he got destroyed in a debate with somebody because he said, "Can you show me anywhere in the United States where DEI is not race based?" And he literally said, "Well, women, because 60% of the DEI actually qualified for YT women more than anybody else within it comes down to the United States." And so it was mainly based off of gender instead of that. But he lied and tried to say, "Oh, it was race based," and these people that are literally getting these jobs are not qualified, and that's him being racist himself by thinking that these people are not qualified because they got the callback. No, they just looked at him and been like, okay, just because your name is Felicia and we go with a Felicia instead of Tom does not mean Felicia's less qualified. She just gets more of a chance to be able to be in one of these job opportunities.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know all the details surrounding that. I do know, or I don't know when it comes to the I don't know everything about concerning DEI, but what I'm saying is he made the point that and I do think that his his strong views and disdain for the Democratic Party, I think he's more so making a lot of points to attack and to go against them as a party as well. And sometimes I think that it's a possibility that he can exaggerate things or misspeak because he's so focused trying to disprove the Democrats wrong. Not necessarily black people, but just the Democrats, because they got a target on their head. They come out against them on, when it's time to vote and all that kind of stuff, and they take the gloves off on them. So I think they be so busy trying to throw shots back at the Democrats and the left that sometimes they just be throwing stuff. I do think that there could be some prejudice or bias on that end, not toward black people, but just when it comes to trying to prove the Democrats wrong. Also, I think that when it comes to his point, I can see his point when it comes to them because the United airline guy, I guess, was saying that they're trying to get it from a smaller percentage to increase it to a larger percent. And if
Yeah.
you're gonna go from and his point is, if you're going to go from 8% or 14% or 10% all the way to trying to hire 50%, I think that I think that there is going to be some compromise of standard or compromise or some other people that may otherwise be more qualified that are going to be overlooked. So we know that okay, a person may be qualified or they may have the flight hours or they might have the med school hours, but there's a difference between somebody who has the highest test scores and who's at the top of their class and just medium range and just low or the bottom of the barrel. And we just pick them, just to try to fit a quota. And I think that can be compromised. And that's when he uses the example of the basketball. Like if the NBA used DEI, then the quality of the basketball game is going to go down because, and Charlie said this out of his own mouth. He said black people are better than white people at basketball and football. And so he's saying, imagine the NBA trying to meet a quota and how many people, if they got to get it up to 50%, they're going to look over so many D1 black players and superstars and go with the regular white guys trying to get them in. And that's going to cause the quality and standard. And his thing is, in our land, his thing is, anytime we try to meet quotas, it's going to drive the quality down or the standards down, which then is going to drive down the performance and
Well,
compromise performance.
I mean that's
So
fair,
like
but
I
yo,
get
like, he also a content creator too, though. So
no
we
I
we can't forget that he wasn't really a politician just yet. So I do hear what you're saying, but let's not forget that he also was a content creator, and he did also knew he was going to say certain things that was going to make more people watch because of what he said and how he said it.
I mean, of course, and so I don't deny that factor at all. But I do see that, like, yeah, like I get what he was trying to do when it comes down to the basketball thing, but that was assuming, because when it comes down to basketball, some people are just naturally talented, aka BLK people, and that would make the quality go down, but not with DI when it comes down to the United Airlines, because the United Airlines, when it was just like, for example, it was just YT people that was trying to be air traffic controllers, and they didn't have a wide range of minorities trying to be that. So what they was doing is they were trying to make it more, I guess, um, attractive for minorities to come in and be it. Because if you have more minorities come in and try to be an air traffic controller or a pilot, then guess what? You're going to have, you know, more pilots and more air traffic controllers. And so it's not just going to be YT people, because if you're picking out of a certain group. And so when he was saying, hey, obviously we can assume, okay, maybe if they're trying to make that type of quota, there might be shortcuts. But at the end of the day, that is an assumption, because they say that, hey, everybody, even in the FFA Academy, says, hey, no, everybody is going to go through the same rigorous standard when it comes down to this. And the reason we want more minorities to come in is because we can let more YT people come in. That's fine. But guess what? There's still going to be a shortage. We need other groups of people to come in, because guess what? YT people don't just make up America. We need other people from different backgrounds to come in that are as equally qualified, just so we have more of them. And so I get his standard that, hey, it's a possibility that this could happen, but you putting that possibility and putting it in people's minds now is going to make that same air traffic controller that is BOK or Hispanic or a woman, you're going to make people look at them bad and say, maybe they're not qualified. And guess what? Now they don't want to ride on their airplanes, and that's going to lead to more discrimination than help.
But he
Nah,
said that they're facts, but they said
nah.
they had facts.
I
They
think
said they had facts on that, though, that it was compromised and that there was lawsuits against certain airlines and certain things because of all of the things that were going on with airplanes falling and dropping out of the sky, etc.
Oh, that was just because of maintenance. Maintenance 100%. Like, everybody knows about Spirit Airlines. Everybody knows you go to Spirit Airlines, you get what you pay for,
But
because Spirit
Spirit ain't
Airlines.
what
Spirit
Spirit
ain't never
Airlines
Hold
ain't
fault.
on.
never crashed.
Hey,
Now
Spirit
hold
ain't
but
on,
no,
crashed.
Never,
that's
never,
discrimination. That's
wait, hold on,
crazy
never
work.
hold on, hold
Now
on.
Hey,
crash.
hold on,
hey, fly a spirit,
Yeah.
become a spirit. That's my motto.
I'm not gonna
that's
lie. If
They
anybody
racist.
never
looks up
failed,
the
though.
most amount of malfunctions when it comes down to airplanes
Yeah,
and the
but they
most
ain't fall out the
crashes, it
sky.
was Spirit.
but
Yeah,
they
but
No,
it
be
ain't
on
talking about the
time
sky
and
though.
they
No, we
well,
just
I don't know
It did
about on
not be on
time, but
time.
we just had a whole story
Ah,
about.
see, that sound like discrimination, man.
Yeah,
You
it
think because it's
does.
majority black, they not qualified? That's
You know what
crazy
I'm
work.
saying? Because no,
If I
that's
want
what
to
I
get
get
there
Spirit
it.
the
from
ghetto.
Seattle to LA on Tuesday, why is Spirit taking me all around the world and I'm getting there Wednesday?
And nah,
Next.
yeah, yeah.
They had
I
a
ain't
whole
gonna lie though,
story about
y'all. I'ma
Spirit
say this,
Airlines and,
and
and,
I
and
ain't,
Air
and I
Force
hope
One.
y'all
It's
Okay.
before I get
exciting.
off, before I get off, I ain't gonna say this. I'ma say this, and I don't want y'all to be mad at me because I know, and a lot of us, I have heard us say this, but when it comes to, I ain't saying everybody like this, y'all. I ain't saying all of us like this, but y'all know when it comes to us and a lot of our businesses and a lot of our mechanics and how we handle our stuff, we be half-aing. And the excellence and the standard of excellence is not there in our communities when it comes to how we operate in business. Not all of them. I'm talking about punctuality. I'm talking about standards. I'm talking about certain standards. We look, he done dropped. I am just saying.
Nah, you wrong, bro. You
When
wrong
we
on that.
come, no,
Back.
this is how I feel. This
I
is
get
my
it.
experience,
True.
and this is my experience when
Okay.
dealing with some of our communities and dealing with some of the businesses that I done been operated in. I, to me, when it comes to when it comes to preaching, I just see a different standard of excellence when it comes to teaching, preaching, mechanics,
Nope.
and certain businesses and the upkeep of certain things.
Nah, you wrong, bro. Because I work for a
I'm
black.
giving you my experience. I'm not
I
saying that's
I,
everybody, brother.
I
Listen,
got it, but
brother.
I'm just saying.
I'm not saying that's every
I
business. I'm
get
just
it, but
saying
I
that's been
can't.
my
But
experience.
that's your experience. I'm gonna give you mine. That's not
You're
what I see at
limited.
all. Because what I see is that they give a high excellence. They take very good care for what they're doing. It's punctuality. That's when they come to preaching. They're there. They're
I don't
always
know,
on
bro.
time. I'm just telling you, like you gave your experience, fine.
If I
That was
ask
your
all these
experience.
sisters up here how many times
I'm
they
saying.
actually had
I'm
issues with
saying.
their beauticians and them
Nah,
girls
nah.
who
You see,
come to do their
because
eyebrows
but
and
you
their
can't,
eyelashes,
but you
I'm just
can't
saying
do. Nah, but see, you
I
can't
done
do that.
seen people
And
you
like
gotta
You
reschedule
can't
five
say
times,
you
three
can't give
times, they
her
late, they
experience. Nah,
coming in,
I think
they hung
that's
up with
very
their baby daddy at the
nah. That's
thing,
disingenuous,
they
bro.
waiting to
Because
come through the thing.
how you
I
go?
don't know. Maybe I'm just
wait,
talking,
I
maybe
have
I
a
just
question for
To
maybe I
Gang.
just
multiple
be in the
points that
You
are
go
hood. Come
give
being
on,
your
y'all.
mentioned
experience.
here, I think the
Maybe I'm
biggest
just
lie
talking
that
about the hood.
America has
Maybe
ever sold us is that it's a racial issue and not a
Right.
socioeconomic issue. There is a
Exactly.
direct
Thank you.
correlation between punctuality and lower
Right.
socioeconomic status. All of
Fair.
the things that we're mentioning today has less to do with race and has more to do with your class and the money and the opportunities that you were afforded growing up in the areas
yeah, maybe
where
that
we
might be
grew
what it
up.
is. I'm
It
from the
is not
hood, so
about
maybe
blackness.
that's
It's not
why
about
the excellence.
whiteness. At the end
Yeah,
of the day,
Expand
it's
yourself, brother.
about money.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, man.
all it
Yeah. Fan
is.
yourself.
No, it's not about expanding myself.
Yes,
I
it
done
is. Because
traveled,
you just
right?
said you from the hood. So expand.
No,
No,
no, I'm
you
from
can't.
there,
Nah,
and
but
that's
you
been
can't
my
say
But
that
you
you
experience.
just
saying
said
right,
you
you
was from
saying
the
your
No,
hood.
experience is
let
hood.
me speak for
Nah,
myself real
you
quick.
just said no,
No,
no.
game time.
You
Let
just
me.
said you
I
was
got it. You
nah,
got me,
bro.
bro. You
Cause you
got
be
me.
over talking. Nah, no. Cause you
Oh
just said
my
you was from the hood, bro.
Yeah.
So
Let
if
me
you from the
And
explain what I'm
hood,
saying
you
nah.
though.
based all your
Take what she
experiences
said
off of
No,
her
and
let
hood
me explain.
expand
experience.
yourself.
Okay,
Every
Game.
okay,
Okay. Let me
Taco.
explain myself.
Okay, yeah, just okay.
Yeah, let me explain what I'm saying, right? So maybe what I'm agreeing with what Young K saying is, right? So maybe it might be that because I was in the hood and experienced mostly hood businesses, maybe that might be what it is. But I have experienced um black business outside of the hood, and yes, I've seen good things and heard good things, but I'm just saying from my experience and what my community, that's what I experienced. But I'm not in that. Like I've traveled all over the nation. But I'm just saying that's
So
how
you
I'm able
can't
to talk.
generalize.
That's how I'm listen. That's how I'm able to speak on Charlie Kirk and defend Charlie Kirk because I'm not because I did grow up Democrat and I did look at the other side and expand and experience other cultures and other ethnic groups and their thoughts on politics. So I did do that. But I'm just saying when I
yeah, but
see
you was
I could be
100%. You
wrong, but
100%
I
wrong.
could be
No, you
wrong.
are. No, you was
But
You
I,
100%
but
you
I,
you
wrong.
I might be I
generalized.
might
Yeah, you
stand
did.
corrected. Y'all might have some other experiences with.
Okay,
We do.
man,
We do.
give the man a chance to
He,
like self
he taking
correct.
forever though, Rachel,
Oh,
man. Come on, man.
Yeah. So I'm landing. So I stand corrected because if you guys have been in more middle class and upper class and experienced black business in the upper class and middle class, it might be a different experience. So I could stand correction on that.
hmm.
All right, fair enough. I'm good with
It's
that.
not even just about class. Okay, there's good business owners and bad business owners. That's it. Like, cause yeah, there's middle class
And
people.
you'll experience with white businesses.
Sure
Sorry.
Sorry.
will. No, you sure will.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
races. It ain't just
yeah.
it
I
ain't just
agree.
It
it ain't
ain't
just
just
some black
black.
people.
It's all.
Might be poor
Yeah.
versus
You can
it
experience it
might be a
in with
mindset though.
Indian, any kind of
Yeah, I
all of
agree.
them.
I think what Young K said is true though. I think it's a mindset amongst a certain socioeconomic demographic as opposed to, I think that might be what it is.
Yeah,
So
Because
Team
I
K,
think so
so Team
too.
1K, that my bad, Rachel.
No, no,
So,
no. Go
so,
ahead.
so this is the thing. It absolutely is a mindset. Again, okay. From a historical point of view, I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying we are responsible for our actions. But if we could agree, if I'm playing chess and I want to ensure a certain result overall from a certain group of people, I want to set the stage in such a way where I know the environment will be so self-destructive that they will self-destruct upon themselves. Now, among that, you will have people to be mentally strong enough to understand they are not their environment, that they can move beyond their past. Their past does not dictate their future. But many will go into a mindset and a way of thinking that they are what they have already been. I'm not saying this is an excuse. I'm simply saying from a psychological aspect, they understood how do you
I
destroy
got
the
you.
people in masses.
I
Wait,
agree.
what are you saying? Like, I mean,
No,
No,
maybe
I,
really,
what
really,
I'm
you did
saying
you did
is,
not
game.
comprehend that, sir. You did
maybe I
not
did.
comprehend that
So
English just now.
I'm asking you. That's why. First of all, bro, I'm
Okay,
just asking you. What are
okay,
you saying, man?
okay,
Game, I
okay.
think. Hold on, motivational. I think we got PTSD from you, game. Because when we talk, you come in guns blazing sometimes, and I
My
think
bad.
that I
My
think
bad.
that that's what it is. So we already set our mind. Like when you talk, you trying to come for somebody, as opposed to,
Oh, my
yeah, that
bad.
might be what
I'm
it
not
be.
coming for you. I'm not coming. I'm just
I
really
got you, but the
confused.
way, listen, bro, you come off. I'm not coming. Like you come off like
My bad.
you come off real passionate and strong. You sound like you're probably like young and you got a little knowledge, or a lot of knowledge. I would say I
They
wouldn't
always
discredit your
think
knowledge.
he's young.
I would say,
Really do.
nah, you
Nah, my
sound like
bad.
a young kid.
I'm not trying to be rude, bro, or mean. It's just like you're
Why?
right.
There's a
I'm just,
why.
No,
I'm
I'm
just,
just how old are you, gang?
I'm 37.
Okay, you up there then, but you young at heart then. But
It just
you
I didn't,
come off with a lot of passion, bro. Like
but it
like
just
somebody you remind. I'm 36, but you come off like one of those like young cats who just like very zealous and passionate, and you know what I'm saying. Like you lighthearted, but I don't know. But anyway,
So
that's
I'm gonna give a prime example, real quick. Like I said, I'm trying to be very precise here, real quick. Game. Now, I'm not saying this is okay to do this. I'm saying, for instance, when Smugs and Pew Pews were dropped in communities where they knew they couldn't afford them, they knew there was a certain individuals because you would cave to say, man, I gotta survive, I gotta take care of my family. They say, I'm gonna go ahead and do this, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I I just need to. I gotta do something to create something, so I'm gonna do it. But there's other individuals like, nah, man, like it's just in me. I just can't do that. Like they saw, okay, if I do this, it's gonna destroy my community. I'm gonna be ending the lives of brothers and sisters and just terrorizing individuals that look like myself that are in similar situations that aren't really doing much better. But they look from a psychological aspect. Some people are always gonna cave and say, "Man, I'll do whatever I have to do to get this money, regardless of who it hurts." Right. So we understand, bro. Again, this is okay. You're either playing chess or you're playing checkers. Now we have to get on the point where you understand, cool, there's certain things I'm just not gonna do because I understand the overall long-term negative effects. But some people, because they don't understand from a psychological aspect, say, I don't care what the long-term effects is. This is gonna take care of right now. Therefore, I'll do whatever whatever I have to do, regardless how destructive it might be. Is that easier to understand?
Well, yeah, I was with you. I was with you 100% until De Niro said just sell it to the YT people. After I saw that comment, it was like, you know what? I can't hear you no more. Because if that's the case,
I never said that, brother.
No,
You
no,
no,
he's
I
said
not
that.
know,
talking
I
about
know
you,
you did.
motivational.
Yeah, I know you didn't say that.
He's
I'm
talking
just
about the
saying.
comments.
Yeah, because when De Niro said that, I was like, you know what? De Niro got a point. Why we gotta tell it to us? Just tell it to them. Why we doing it to our own people?
Yeah. So nah, but I would say this, y'all, and I know I said I was gonna land. I would say I'm not I'm not oblivious to certain things that happen and transpire, and the trickle down effect that it had, and the trauma that has been left on our particular community. Like I said, every time I go to South Florida, back to my hood, I be sad. I got some homeboys talking to themselves, some homeboys standing in front of the stove still, all that, and you know what I'm saying. And it's sad, and I know their parents, and I know how certain things are perpetuated, and I know you said that that doesn't take away from the fact that we need to be accountable at some point, but we also know that everybody don't have the same strength. Everybody copes different. And like Young K said, when we don't have when there's a lot of ignorance going on and we don't have certain access to things and can't afford certain things,
Right.
and we have a certain mindset towards certain things, then we don't get the help that we need, and we continue to perpetuate a certain cycle. So I do agree with y'all on. I do agree with anybody who says that. I think we do need to be solution based though, and we can admit what happened in the past and what it led to. But at the end of the day, we got to do something, and I mean it's sad, and we're behind. And I think what Charlie said was is true. We got to change our culture, our music culture, and we got to change um, certain things concerning how we view love and marriage, and value in marriage, and just heal. You know what I'm saying? Regardless if we said he talked about us too much, it's a fact, and we need to do it. And the lastly, with what the other brother said and motivational said, yeah, he did misspeak on the Trayvon situation, on the time and stuff like that. But I don't think that none of that still gets in the. I don't think none of that proves that or says that he was a racist inherently or something like that. And I also am reminded, and it doesn't take away from all of the other things that he was doing to try to help progress us, even in the midst of all of the exaggerations or him attacking the Democratic Party. And another thing is when we look at all of the times the Democrats, and I'm not justifying this, they misspeak more than, and they take things out of context more than, and they don't have room for open dialogue and conscious, objective dialogue outside of feelings and emotions more than the other side. And that's just my observation. When I go on conservative platforms on TikTok, some of them be tripping, but for the most part, they allow conversations like this and it goes smooth. But when we get in there with a bunch of alphabet people or a bunch of extreme left people, they shut you down, they mute you, they get you up off of there, they gang up on you, and they try to cancel your voice, and they just name call you all day, as opposed to just let's just have a conversation like this. And that's my experience on that all the way across the board. I appreciate y'all. I love everybody on here. And especially my black women. I wouldn't have no other wife but y'all. I had a coworker tonight trying to convince me otherwise, talking about why I don't talk to Hispanic women. It's just something about collard greens, macaroni and cheese, and neck bones and rice and beans and cornbread and hot water cornbread and thighs and hips and all kind of stuff that move me. And I'm gonna land with that. Glory to God.
Not wrong. He not wrong.
Thank
Lord be
you, man.
God,
Thank you, my
man.
brother. I hope you have a wonderful night. You have contributed so much to this conversation.
So
We
I
thank you.
appreciate y'all, and y'all gave me, and the people on the other side gave me some things to look at and to consider as well. So I really appreciate you,
Let
and
me
Young
speak
K, I
right away.
appreciate you. I appreciate you, Young K, for making me think about some things too.
All right. Good night, sir.
Chicken.
Can you
Sorry,
what?
guys.
Hey, thanks for
Hey,
being
hey, hey,
patient.
guys.
But your mic is
Oh,
kind of jacked up though. Like it's creating a real noisy.
Can you hear me right now? Well,
Yeah, that's a little. I guess so. Go ahead. We're on the first two.
hey, I'm originally from Ukraine, and from Clark, like from his speaks and everything. I agree with all of y'all what you're saying because I'm with Black Lives Matter. I love all of y'all, and I respect every single person, every single one in the world because it's mean to me so much. Because in the end of the day, we're all humans. Let's be real. We're all humans in the end of the day, and it's always going to be a bad and good people. Can you hear me?
I hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, it's going to be bad and good people. It's no matter where you're from. No matter. Every country have bad and good people. No matter of skin color or no matter where you're from. We all good people, and I just want to say that I came to this page when I hear all of y'all speaking to each other and have respect for all of y'all. You speaking about different cultures and your opinions and right ways, how you think. I think we all good people in the end of the day.
Nah, we're not all. No, we're not.
Yes we are. We are good people.
No,
We
we're
are
not.
good people.
No, we're not. I'm not a good
You're
person.
gonna have a bad people have a
No,
bad
I'm
opinion
a.
or a different opinion. And
No,
you're gonna be agree with that or not.
I'm telling you, like
But
I'm literally telling you, I'm not a good person, and you're telling me I'm a good person. That doesn't sound correct to me. But I'm telling you, like I'm not. No, we're all not good people. Man. That's not how it works.
okay, that's is your opinion. I respect it. I'm not fight with you. I'm not disagree with you. This is your opinion. That's your opinion. I'm not disagree with you.
Oh
That's why you
shoot.
have all rights to speak up. We're in a free country, right?
That's right, Dario.
We're in a
Yeah,
free country. You have all rights to speak up.
And we're
yeah,
free to
So why
shame
not?
that bad person right there.
We were in
yeah,
a free
Shame
country.
him.
yeah.
And
You
let
said
me tell you, I'm totally from different country, and
Ooh,
I'm agree with all of y'all.
yeah.
see but that's the
I'm
problem though.
completely from different
Ooh,
culture.
period.
No,
Completely different culture, baby.
so
Okay.
Completely different
no,
culture. I
no.
raised different way, different type of way. Like to me, see different type of culture. It's like what they talk about. Let me listen to them.
Nah, you
So to me,
see,
it's different. It's different. So I do hear you, and I do hear other people too in the same time. So
nah, you see,
I show respect to other people the same way, the way I respect you.
nah,
It
see,
is
I
good
know.
people and there's good.
I told you he's a
Now listen
liar,
to
y'all.
me.
No, listen. You see, I noticed. You see, I noticed. First, he was nice and calm and cool, collected. The moment I
I
disagree
am.
with
I
you,
am. I'm chill. I'm chill. I'm chill.
all of a sudden, nah, you get loud. You know what I'm saying? You got
Okay,
disrespectful. You
speak
know what I'm
up. Say the way you
What's
feel.
going on?
Say the way you feel. You
You
have
see,
all rights to speak up the way you feel.
I can't trust you because
Okay,
before you had that
you
nice
can speak
little.
up the way you feel. I'll listen you. I'll
No, you
listen.
had you had that nice little voice. You had that nice little voice. It was all kumbaya. But the moment I disagreed, and next thing you know, it was different. You
Because
got
it's my
loud.
culture.
Whole
It's my
your whole
culture.
accent, your whole accent came out. We saw who you really was, who you really are as a
You
real
know
person.
why? You know why? Because
What?
I'm
Why?
all about you good people.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Okay.
all about nice people.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
all about respect,
Yeah. Okay.
kindness, and
Mm-hmm.
respect. That's the only
Now
thing I'm asking for.
don't try and change it up now. We already heard who you really
No, for
are.
real. No, speak up. Speak up the way you want to.
I am. I'm telling
Continue.
you, like we heard who you really are, and you try to hide
I
that.
am who I am.
You
I'm
try to
speak up
fake
the
the
way I
funk.
am.
Come on here, you say I'm from Ukraine, and we all love everybody, and everybody is good people. No, that's
Look,
not
I'm
true.
a citizen of USA for 10 years. I seen enough in my life. Enough. I seen bloody shit. I see people
Oh
killing each
my.
other, shooting each other.
Not bro.
I saw enough in my own fucking eyes. On my own eyes. I'm not
Oh
fucking
my
lying none of y'all. I seen
god.
that shit in the front of me. My best friend got
I'm in
killed on the
dinero. Oh,
shooting.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh
Whoa,
shit!
whoa,
Oh
hold on.
Yolanda.
No, you can't say that
My
on
best
TikTok.
friend supposed to pick up by me.
You can't say.
He didn't tell me. He didn't tell
Oh
me
my god.
nothing.
I told him I said I'm gonna pick him up. I couldn't pick him up because he say my girlfriend gonna pick me up. That bitch pick him up, and next
Oh,
day in the
You
morning I find
see?
out he killed.
See?
He got
Oh
shot.
my
See?
God. Okay,
Damn.
hey
See,
Daria.
y'all just been invite
Daria,
any of our
Daria,
Damn.
Daria,
And
Daria.
this
cookouts.
is
All right.
my best
Okay,
friend,
Daria.
a
Okay,
black
Told
guy.
you.
Daria.
I
Black guy.
told you.
Okay, Daria, please don't come off mute.
Yeah, I
Okay.
saw it. I saw it. I told you. I could smell them
You
afar
need to go
away.
have supper.
Yeah, I can see them afar
Yo,
away. I
crazy
can
word.
see it, bro. Don't come in here. Don't come in here with this. It's kumbaya. Don't be fake. Nah,
went
be
left
real like
real
that.
quick.
Yo. Yeah,
Come on,
because
man.
game time, he told her he's bad. And she still got sucked in. It's crazy word.
Crazy.
We
Daenerys,
ate supper.
what up, cuz? Ah! Yo, if there's a pretty lady in the on the panel, he coming off camera. I mean, he's
That's
coming off camera.
crazy.
That's a
That
fact.
that do not correlate with each other.
Consistently. Oh, hey, okay. So you can do the first two
That's
questions.
crazy work.
Hey, it's just an observation. You know what I'm saying? All I do is observe. uh,
Observation, not correct. So what are they saying that's so dangerous? They, first off, who is they?
Charlie and the pictures you see right here, Candace Owens.
I don't know them damn people. I don't listen to
What?
them. All I know is Doggy Bone, he got popped in the neck. Her,
What?
Not
I
doggy
don't
bone.
even
That's
know her. I ain't
crazy.
heard nothing she ever said before.
Oh Lord. So you was in the chat talking smack for no reason, like.
Yeah, I just felt like trolling tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay, trolling night. All
Yeah.
right. Well,
But
let's
no,
see.
from the little clip, the video that I heard, he was on some bullshit because when that kid was asking him questions, that college student, let me not call him a kid because he a grown ass Asian. So
Gosh.
when he was asking him questions, I just feel like the Charlie Sheen dude, he was just being so disingenuous because he was saying that OJ was guilty. But then when he got to talking about Zimmerman, he got to saying, "Oh well, that case he was acquitted." Da 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 da. Okay, so was OJ. And then let's see. Now I will say this: he did say some shit that was true, just like my dog. Donald Trump. You feel me? He be saying shit that's true, but it's about the delivery. See, we in a generation where you gotta deliver shit real soft. You gotta, sit down, get somebody some cookies and milk, and you gotta make sure that the fireplace is on, and you gotta talk to them in a real nice tone like this, and tell them, hey, things are bad. It's not all good. See, that's the thing with today's generation, right? Everybody want to motherfucking focus on how you say something to him. Fuck how something is said to you. Listen to what he's saying. When I went and looked up the stats, now we can sit here and go back and forth on the whole whether the FBI is being truthful or the the stats is biased or whatever the fuck y'all want to say. But at the end of the day, even if it is biased, how much of that percentage do you think is off? Or I could probably say that a different way, but fuck it. You get what I'm trying to say. Even if it was 40%, we still make up 13% of the population. Even if it's 30%, we still make up 13% of the fucking population. And I do believe that we need to stop unaliving each other. The thing is that we have no um emotional intelligence. We don't know how to control our anger. A lot of us is dealing with trauma, and all we do is go out there and hurt other people. Hurt people, hurt people. And that is what the fuck we see today. Everybody mad that they done sold their damn food stamps and motherfucking they ain't got enough to make it to the end of the month because mama then went out and spent the rest of the money that she got from the food stamps being sold at bingo night. The dads, I don't know what the fuck they doing. They just disappear.
You feel me? They say they going to get some milk, and then next thing you know, they never come back. Um, the fucking girls and boys out here, they fucked up. Everybody is just fucked up. They looking at all type of crazy shit on these phones and stuff, and just doing shit. Just doing shit. They ain't even got no reason to be doing it. Just doing it. Like all this goddamn twerking and shit going on. All these young niggas want to walk around with switches. What the fuck you need a switch for? Tell me what the hell you need a switch for. You ain't beefing with the goddamn United States Army. You not doing that shit. But you know what they is doing? They beefing with each other. So now everybody got switchies on blickies. You feel me? It's all fucking stupid, and I'm done.
I mean, he said he did say a lot, but I would say this everything he said. Actually, the fathers are doing a very good job right now. We're doing like excellent as far as fathership wise going on. I'm not sure if you've been seeing it. I guess it's kind of hard to see it because most fathers don't say anything, but we really here. We're doing the best that we can to survive in a society that's been given to us. And even when we do speak out as fathers, we get obliterated because of our views and our values and how we feel as those things should be done. So we just kind of be quiet and just raise our own kids on the low. So really,
It's not just that fathers don't say anything, they're not acknowledged in the stats. I shared a stat earlier. It said that over 2 million black kids are being raised by their fathers. Now, that could be a two-parent home or part-time with the dad and then with the mom, but the fathers are there. We don't know these things because we don't talk about it. The media doesn't talk about it. These influencers and content creators, they don't talk about it. You know, you guys know that stat or I guess meme that goes around that or stat, I don't know what it is. Black fathers are the most hands-on fathers.
yeah.
There's no, but at the same time, people will perpetuate a stereotype that a lot of black fathers are absent. I mean, and they, I know a lot are, but both can't be true at the same time. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we're having these conversations, we need to balance it out with, yes, we can acknowledge the problems, but also let's highlight and celebrate the fathers who are here in the initiatives to support fathers and all the great work they're doing. But in the last like 5 years, we just been pushing one narrative about black folks in general. So
Hey,
you're
Sweet
right.
Harriet.
Black fathers are doing amazing.
I love the fact that you said that because I really just said a whole bunch of shit so I can get people to comment on it. But the fact of the matter remains that we down talk each other so fucking much because you will still have black women come up here and talk about how dangerous black men are. You have black men come up here and say how worthless black women are. And the shit is really sad because what I see in my circle, I see a bunch of black men, strong black men. Let's put this independent, strong black men raising their kids, raising their daughters. I have a brother that got two girls, and he literally from the time they was born, he was there every second and still worked every day. My circle is full of black men that actually raise their kids. So it's just it puzzles me how we all I hear on panels is, oh, niggas just got the option to get up and leave and da 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 this and that. And it be like, dog, how the fuck do y'all keep finding yourselves in these situations with these men? What the fuck is it about you that you can't find a good goddamn baby daddy?
You know why though? Come on,
Not even baby daddy, husband.
not
That's
even.
what I'm saying. It
You
should
know
be
why though?
husband.
But you know why though? Come on, bro. Let's not act like the ones who say that on panels are the ones who never get chose, and they act like they don't know why they don't get chose. And people tell them why they not getting chose, but it's always everybody else's problem.
Hold on, wait.
Say, I don't want
Because
to. Oh, go ahead. Oh
because
no, we do gotta
actually
get
they
Lawrence
are getting
after.
chose. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
for
keep this quick.
Schmecks. Oh, sorry.
Right
Yeah,
there you
sorry
go,
about
Dean. Ah, Braxton moment, right? So
that.
they are correlating likes, comments, and dudes that just want to take them to Pound Town down through there, damage their goods. They take that as being chosen. If you notice, a lot of people they start selling out. They start doing whatever, doing the whole drama thing for what? Money, likes. We fucked up. Greed is horrible, and we see it all the time.
Yeah, but like they like
Oh, wait, game time. Sorry. Let me let Lawrence get in there real quick. Get in there. I'm not trying to get in. I ain't gonna be able to talk with game time here. You know that.
You gotta don't just talk, bro. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Nah,
we on the first two. How you doing tonight, Lawrence? I'm doing good. I done kicked everybody out the office right now. I got the office to myself.
Nice. Nice.
Let me see.
All right. First two.
What are they saying that's so dangerous? What makes a message true or not true? Well, let me talk about the first one. The big problem that I've always had with Kirk and Owens and people that talk like them is just mostly on this one statistic that they talk about when they talk about the black community, and they talk about the black community are proportionately more violent, proportionately more subject to crime and activity and yada yada blah blah blah. That is statistically not true. I'm not even talking about like on average. I'm talking about if we take the statistics of how many YT people commit violent crimes, and we take that statistic of how many black people commit violent crimes, not only do YT people commit more violent crimes on average because there are more YT people in America than black people, but proportionately they commit more violent crimes proportionately than we do proportionally to the amount of people in total by about 1 to about 11% more. If you look at the statistics, the math you just do the math. It's very straightforward to it. So that's the only thing that kind of like throws me off. And it's always that talking point that always throws me off because it's something that can be easily looked up, and anybody who can do basic elementary math can figure that out. So it's a talking point that gets thrown out a lot, that blacks are more violent than whites. And that one always is like, no, we're not. Like the statistics, there's not a statistic on this planet that proves that. So I don't know where that one really comes from. Outside of that, it doesn't mean that it's okay that we commit violent acts though. We still should not. Like we really shouldn't. Like doing the fact that we commit violent crimes or do harm to each other in our own neighborhoods or abandon our children to any sort of percentage, any percentage at all. The fact that we do it at all is a problem. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not we do it more or less than YT community. We really shouldn't even compare ourselves to the YT community because they have a whole slew of problems that have nothing to do with us. So in terms of like looking at what we do need to fix for ourselves, we definitely should fix it. And we shouldn't get caught up in the whole putting black people on the chopping block in the media, because they do that. The media black people have the worst PR team in media. So we shouldn't rely on media to understand our community. We should rely on our community and being better.